Hey, what's going on, everybody? Xbox Online Channel. I am your host, Sega Forever, as usual. I'm joined here by Fireboss. Shout yourself out, brother.
Howdy, y'all. How you doing? This how you doing? This is Fireboss screaming at you from the cotton fields
Howdy, y'all.
and the and the backwoods and swamps of South Cackalack.
Yeah, dude, I know there's a lot of stuff going up in the South nowadays, man. I see a lot of those YouTubers paying you guys a visit, exploring the southern states, man, enjoying the food and the barbecue and stuff.
Oh, hey, they're always welcome to come and crash and spend some of that cash. As in the words of Jim Ryan, thank you for your unwavering support.
Well, Fireboss, today's show. So just to let you guys know, man, I see you, Wilkin, Box. Dea was here for a minute, but she had something to do. If this podcast runs long enough, and you guys know it tends to run really long, Dea will be back in, but she had personal business to handle. So she was in here, but now she's gone. Hopefully, she'll be back. Wilkin, see you. Google poll, thank you for being here, brother. And yeah, so basically, the other guys might join. I've sent the links out, and you guys know how it goes, man. These guys just jump in, and as they jump in, we start adding them as we go along. Again, I'm doing this a little bit off the cuff. This isn't the late night hour Wrecking Crew podcast like it normally is, after dark. Just because I have stuff to do tomorrow, so I can't do it. I have to do it now, which is a little bit early for me, but hopefully it'll work out better for the guys. As you can see, Fireboss is here, and we're gonna talk about the showcase because I did a Fireboss. I did a show or I did a video earlier talking about it, just to give my quick thoughts, which I was totally blown away by it. But like we were discussing earlier, I've actually had a time to watch the showcase again, the official showcase. I watched people's reactions to the showcase. I watched the extended. I watched people's reactions to the extended. Listen to a couple podcasts, at least the ones that I could handle. Like I said, I try and channel my inner other zinc, but it's a bit hard, man. Sometimes when you listen to these guys and what they're talking about. And yeah, dude. So what we'll do is now that I've had a chance to kind of consume it, and I know you have to, we can talk a bit about stuff a little bit more in detail. Whatever you want to talk about on the showcase, and then I want to kind of talk about like the after effects of the showcase that we're seeing. Like you and Dale was talking about the Star Citizen stuff, which I thought was interesting because I see a bunch of different stuff um, happening in the gaming community in general, which tends to happen with Microsoft. Nobody gives Microsoft enough credit. They get a lot of hate, but they don't get any of the credit that they deserve for all the stuff that they do within the industry that actually changes this industry. You know, we hear the bad stuff from from a lot of the haters, but I saw some of their most ardent haters actually look forward to some of the stuff that they saw on the showcase, which is kudos to Microsoft. It was a great showcase, well done. But Fireboss,
Very
man,
much.
yeah, just let me know, man, your deep thoughts on the showcase.
Oh, all right. Well, I'll put it to you like this. There was a lot of things I did not expect. And first off, out the gate, um, it was like watching a old school prime WCW match with Goldberg. As soon as the match begins, as soon as the bell rings, the dude is already spearing through the person, lifting up in the air and jackhammering them and pinning them. And it's like, dude, it's like it's not even been like 5 seconds.
Right.
It hasn't even been 5 seconds, and that's what they did because the gut punch that spear was Fable out the gate as soon as the bell rung. You did not expect that. See, I kind of already knew and had a feeling in my mind that Fable was going to show because it was time. The way I am is I'm one of those people where in my mind I don't look at it as they better show it. They need to show it. I look at it where it's like it's been on the stove long enough, so it should be good enough to at least lift up the lid and get a whiff of it by now. And that's the case with Fable and stuff like that. That also to me should be the case with a few other titles, but I'm not going to get into that. And so I knew Fable should show up, but I was expecting it to close the show. That's what I was expecting. But no, they opened with it, and what I saw, I was like, and it was like showing in game. And I mean, it's like, dude, I was like, man, I'm ready. I'm I'm ready. Um, and then the other like surprise that was highly unsuspected is okay. Going back real quick. We've never ever seen a time where PlayStation went before Xbox. At least not in the past, in this generation and last generation. We've always seen Sony do what? Go after Xbox, right? Hello?
Oh yeah, can you hear me? I'm sorry. Yeah,
Oh,
you're right.
okay. There you go.
Yeah, my
No, no,
bad.
no. I was hoping I didn't lose connection. But yeah, so yeah, we've always seen Sony go after Microsoft,
Right.
in their showcases. That's why every time Xbox did something, you always come see the hate Republic come up like, oh yeah, they messed up, Here comes the leg sweep, because they're always expecting that that reactive that reactive marketing that Sony is so infamous for. That Sean Layden reactive marketing, they always hinge so tightly to that,
Right.
and that's what they're expecting, and not understanding and knowing that, yeah, Layden's been going for a while, including that marketing team. So what you got is a group now that's basically just been coasting off the success of the PlayStation 4.
Yeah,
So
they've definitely been like coasting on that.
yeah, yeah, and so they're thinking that, they're expecting that, and so seeing PlayStation go first, that was kind of like a chin scratching moment where it's like, huh, okay. So you kind of already knew that what was going on is that that was them already throwing themselves, throwing the sacrificial lamb onto the altar. That's what it was. They were
Right.
like, this is all we got. Here, have Spider-Man. This is it. This is all we got. And this is where it's at. This is what it looks like. Yeah, we got Cat Quest. There you go. Here, have that. That's that, dude, it's like looking at that showcase was the equivalent of seeing, you ever look at them cartoons, back in the day, them old school Looney Tune cartoons where you start seeing everybody like shooting at the one fort or castle, and it's just you see a puff of smoke, and then you see the little white flag come up. That's what it was like. It was like, man, this is the white flag. They're literally trying to tell their fans, look, chill out. This is all we got. This is it. Yeah, we got Spider-Man. Here you go, but this is it. That's all. Come on, man. Stop overhyping us. We went before Microsoft this time because even we knew, even we knew this generation was screwed.
I think that's the best thing I loved about that showcase. It just showed how on point Microsoft was all these years and how wrong everybody was. That's what I was saying in the other video that I did on the channel. To
Yeah.
me, when you watch Sony's showcase, it's basically a Microsoft showcase, except because they haven't put in the work. They haven't built those bridges. They haven't laid that foundation. When
Yeah.
you watch that
They,
showcase, dude, it just comes off. The showcase itself, I'm talking about PlayStation or Sony
they,
showcase, man, it just comes off as hollow, right? Where,
they didn't have the resources and the foresight.
well, yeah,
And the thing is that I clearly remember in a few articles that Sean Layden warned them about this, and that's why they swapped him out for Sweet Jimmy.
yeah, I don't
They
think they saw where they kind of saw where it was going. But another thing that's bad too is that their fan base, right? Their fan base is so cultish. They have a cultish fan base, and
What's going
sometimes,
on, Shane G?
yeah, hey, what's up, Shane? And a lot of those guys, man, they definitely. I'm not saying that Sony listens to them, but Sony treats them like trash too. A lot of times, but
Oh
what I'm
yeah,
saying is they have that defense force, they have that barrier, and then they have the media in their pocket as well. And look, if you have somebody telling you, you see it all the time in boxing, right? Somebody surrounded by somebody that a boxer surrounded by a bunch of yes men, right? And then he
hmm
gets his own height. Then he steps into a ring with some dude and it rocks him, and everything just falls apart. And then you got to kind of
yeah.
try and, build himself back up again, right? So one of the stuff you do is you get rid of these people, And I don't know
And
what the
see,
direction Sony's going. It looks like they're gonna have to copy. Like, it looks like they're gonna copy Microsoft because Microsoft's making money, right?
yeah, and see, the thing is that I said this before, and I mean, I think me talked about it as well. Is that the biggest issue with Sony has been this so-called fan base of theirs,
Yeah.
and the problem is also with the actual legitimate fans too, because I always keep talking about this, but during the early 360 days and stuff like that, the Xbox community was just way over the roof toxic. I mean, just as bad as Sony. But then what happened was the community and Microsoft merged together and booted them. They ousted them out of the community, and it has been better ever since. You can go just about almost everywhere, and I want to say like 9 times out of 10, a person is going to tell you that the Microsoft community is the least most toxic community out there. They'll tell you that, but that's because Microsoft went ahead and said, you know what, we know we're going to lose a good chunk of users. We know we could stand to like kind of like salt the base, the user base, but we got to do this because we got people making death threats. We got people threatening to find somebody to dox them, come out and rape them. I mean, I'm sure you remember them headlines and stuff like that. It was out of control. So they had to do something. Whereas Sony refuses to do something, and I think the only reason they refuse to do something is because that old rigid Japanese mindset of always wanting to be above things, where I'm too above that, so I'm not going to lower myself to worry about it. That's that old rigid Japanese business mindset. And two, because they know that they have a base where it's like it's hard to get those type of people back. Where it's like, okay, I'll shelve off 100,000 users, but how will I get another 100,000 users to replace these guys we just booted out? They don't have the surety in themselves to earn that type of base back.
Well, Sony as a company, man, they have such a they're so entrenched in gaming, right? For a lot of these people, man, we've got a couple of generations of people that grew up on PlayStation, and that's a problem that Sony's going to have to address, right? That they expect things a certain way, and the worst thing I think about Sony, guys, and I'm just being 100% here. This isn't an Xbox thing. If people take it that way, fine. But I mean, if just as a gamer, right, as a gaming community, man, if you look at the Sony guys, I mean, to me, it's just like they believe in the brand of it. It's just like somebody who has a faith, right? They believe in the faith, but they don't practice it, right? That's what I see when I look at a lot of Sony guys, right? They'll talk about the games, they'll talk about AAA, they have those talking points, but when you look at what they do, it doesn't seem to me like they actually, like for example, play their games. Like I know there's people that play the games, right? But when you have such a fan base that's so vocal, right? That cultish fervor that they have, man, to me, it doesn't translate over to what Sony would like to as a business. And that's why Sony, but on the bottom line, like you're talking about, right? They care about their money, right? That they really do. For all the hate that Microsoft gets for being greedy, a greedy corporation, Sony's probably one of the most greediest corporations on the face of this planet. And the reason why they're like that is they don't look at it as greed. They just look at it as business, dude. They want to be on the top, man. They want to make that money by whatever means necessary. And they've always been like this. And this is why I don't. This is the other reason I like Sony guys now, because some of these guys that probably came in on the PS2, they had the PS2, the PS3 generation, and so a lot of these guys, man, they're just irritating for that simple fact that they don't. Yeah, go ahead, Fireboss. I'm gonna mute, man. I got a plane flying over.
Oh no, no problem. But yeah, I mean, you're right, and it's just that the reason why I bring up the legitimate fans, the ones who are not toxic, the ones who don't like come after any just gotta post something snide under every single Xbox post and everything like that. The only reason I point my fingers at them is because this is your community. This is your platform of choice. And you are letting these jokers come in and literally, like hippos in a river, stink up your pond. You're letting them do this. And you're just kind of sitting there like, well, it ain't my problem. It ain't nothing for me to worry about. And see, the thing is this, I get that. As a full grown man, who's got to work and make my own ends meet, I get it. I understand, I swear to God, I get it. But at the same time, it's like you got to be feeling a sort of way when you keep looking at your community falling lower and lower and lower, so bad to the point. Hey, what's going on, DACA? Falling so low to the point to where even Japanese gamers, the main base, the motherland is kind of like, don't know if we want to hang out over there. We're going to power up our JRPG and play and then move on. We ain't messing with y'all. It says a lot. But speaking on that, going on to the other surprises that I saw, which made me kind of like go away, is in the PlayStation Showcase. All right, you would have expected to see these games I'm about to mention. The Atlas, the two Atlas titles, the Persona Reloaded and that Persona 5 Tactica, and plus that new, dude, Sega and Atlas chose the Xbox stage. The Xbox stage to showcase these brand new titles and not the Sony stage. When have you ever seen that? That's something we would have never expected within our lifetime. But they did that. They showed those titles on the best stage this year. You can't, you can't make that up. You can get the reality stone from Thanos and try to like snap that into existence, but you couldn't imagine that. So that to me was the other shocker for this showcase. And I was happy to be alive for it. I was happy to see it. Being a JRPG guy, but also because of the fact that it shows that that relationship that we always keep hearing about with Sega, that's the fruits I'm talking about. That's the fruits of the labor I've been wanting to see. That's good, because this is what's going to that foothold I always keep talking about, wanting to see established over in Japan. This was that foothold, and I'm glad to see it. I'm glad I was there for it, ground floor. I'm glad.
I actually put on my Twitter that Microsoft was going to buy Sega, kind of like, just to be funny and stuff like that. And that's the most engagement I got on a tweet.
The thing is that is like, for a lot of stuff that's been going on and the way the tea leaves been pointing, that's what I was feeling as well. But now as of late, I've been kind of on the ropes where it's like, it might not be. I'm gonna put it like this: it may happen, but it's not gonna happen anytime soon. At least the way things are shaping up now, because the group that owns Sega now, and people keep people don't understand this, is the Sega that we grew up with, the Sega that we remember, is gone. It's long dead. Matter of fact, there's not even a body over. There's not even anybody in Sega. All right, you get what I'm saying? It's Sammy. Everybody is in Sammy. Mm-hmm. Sammy is the one that absorbed Sega. Yep. And Sammy is a holdings group. In other words, a holdings group is they're there for money, dude. It's about money. That's why you keep seeing Sonic released several thousand times, but you never see a new Outrun. You never see a new Space Harrier. They're not there. They're not there for us. They're not there for the gaming culture. They're just there to see what investment. They want to see what they can milk out of their investment.
Well, I think it's funny because for me personally, yeah, if it was the old guard, then I don't ever think I would never even consider it, because it was a top-down kind of thing, right? They're very Japanese centric. With Sammy, you see them actually reaching out across the board. If you look at the kind of stuff that games, or the kind of games that Sega publishes, right? It's totally different from when we were huge Sega fans, right? There's a lot of stuff. There's like games popping up on Game Pass I didn't even know that they did, right? Like a lot of the RTS stuff, right? So, and then did you hear the news about Embracer Group?
I've heard about that, and I've seen a lot of people's thoughts on it, and The thing is that I don't know what the full situation is because I haven't read that deep into it. I just know that I just know that a deal went sour and it kind of left them holding the bag.
Yeah, like a $2 billion deal. So it was definitely, it might have been with Amazon, it might have been with Disney, right? Or Apple. There's only a few people that could afford to make that deal with them, but something went bad with them and they went south. Unfortunately, what they ended up doing, which surprised me, is they went ahead and they were prepping for the deal didn't go through, so they were prepping it by actually purchasing stuff, which is what you saw them why they ended up in the news so much, right? And
Mhm.
and then look, some of their stuff has not been, you know, they've been underselling a little bit, and that's a lot of factors. Like when people talk about this, like, look, dude, we're in a bad economy, whether people want to admit it or not, dude. I mean, I'm an average person, and I'm pretty sure the majority of you guys are average, just like me. And I don't mean that average as in mid. I mean average as in, when your electric bill and your
Oh,
insurance and
oh yeah, no,
your food bill go up.
yeah, no, yeah, no, yeah, no offense, dude. No offense. We know where you're coming from.
Yeah. Um. So that's, and to get back to Sega, so that's the only reason why I think, because they're, look, man, Sega. I mean, Microsoft is such a big company, man. And they have so much money. And it's almost like, I hate to say it this way, but it's almost like somebody who's like that's wealthy. You have a rich person and you have a wealthy person, and the wealthy person is usually from that blue blood type of wealth. They're generational. Like their dad
Hmm.
was like a robber baron and built all the railroads. Right, their great grandfather, that type of money. That's what Microsoft strikes me, because they have Windows. There's just things that they have that allow them to be Microsoft. And with a lot of the stuff, especially with Satya being in charge, right, that they're stepping outside of the box and they're trying to expand, right. So not to
Yeah,
get not to get too off point, but to your point about Sega, I could that's why I could so see it happening, man. I mean, to me, like the planets are. I'm not discounting what you're saying, but to me, it's like if there's any other time, it's definitely like the planets are more aligned for them right now than they ever will be.
yeah, and see, and that's why I said that. Said that's why I recanted and said that I'm not saying it won't happen or can't happen. I'm just
Mhm.
saying that I'm not seeing it happening now because there's too many green arrows pointing up for Sega at the moment compared to how they were, say, like 2 years ago, and stuff like that. And of course, it's like things are really picking up and stuff like that. So whereas like opposed to say like for example, yeah, I can see Microsoft making a bid for Square Enix. I can see that because things are not rosy over in that camp. But will it happen? I don't know. I mean, money. People like to say money is money, but the Japanese mindset is a funny thing. So
So
I
overall, I mean,
mean,
as far as the showcase, the overall, did you think, was it I really haven't. I mean, we talk on Twitter, but I've never really heard like your thoughts on it.
oh,
Like we just
dude,
what
I
you
don't,
started
I
thinking
don't know
about.
what it is with Twitter,
Yeah,
but for some odd reason, a lot of my tweets, even if you're following me,
yeah,
a lot of people are not seeing my tweets,
yeah. Tweet,
and
yeah.
we can't figure it out. So for the old content that I used to post, hint hint, wink wink, if you remember, and
Right.
stuff like that, I was not growing, dude. To get to 4K where I'm at now
Mhm.
took me practically over 12 years, well 13 years,
Wow. Yeah.
and I'm known in that community, but yet nobody was seeing my stuff. So I had to change over to another name, and people still not seeing my stuff. So I
What is?
don't know what's going on. And the reason I bring that up is because I did tweet about my thoughts on the showcase,
Mm-hmm.
and there's people that they did not know I made that tweet.
I've seen a couple of stuff you said, but it's stuff that it's kind of that connected type of tweeting, right? Like
Yeah,
because if we
yeah,
follow this.
yeah, you probably see me like responding to somebody.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, my thoughts on the showcase was, dude, they knocked it out the park. But the thing is, it's one of those deals where it's like, what was they really competing against? Because, like I said, Sony went first. We've never seen that type of situation before. I mean, this generation, the last generation, we've never seen that ever. And just like I told you, what they showed us in that showcase, and something inside me already told me it was going to be a weak showcase, because what do they have? What do they have to show? And there you go. That showcase we saw was the white flag being waved. We got nothing. That's all it was. We got nothing. So I'll put it to you like this, what I'm getting at. I think even Sony themselves knew that it was curb stomp time. I think they even knew. So that white flag wave was them moving to the other side of the road to let the Optimus Prime 18-wheeler roll past, or get ran off the road. That's how I felt, was we better get this out, because if we let them go first like we usually do, we're complete. Because Spider-Man who? That's what the reaction is going to be. Think about it. If the Xbox showcase went first like they usually do, and then Sony followed up with that showcase, you tell me, what do you think the after effects are going to be?
Oh, I see like box up here. He actually posted this. It's better to give a bad show first than a show after Xbox.
Yeah, there you go. And see, and that's it, because they knew. And Xbox knocked it out the park. They gave everybody something.
Right.
Something that they were looking for. They showed the one critical thing that Xbox has been trying to get through everybody's skull, that we have been trying to get through everybody's skull, is that there's something for you. There's something for everybody.
You know the sad thing about all of this, though, when I was watching the showcase, this showcase is not different than the last several showcases as far as formatting. Right? It's basically on point. What they did differently, of course, with showing first party stuff, and then they had the deep dive with Starfield. Okay, that gave it a little more gravitas. But if you look at it, if you go back and look at the other shows, which I did, right?
Yeah,
the format is pretty much the same.
Do remember how everybody was going over the top for last year's showcase, and the year before, they were good, solid showcases.
Well, for me, it's all the haters. Right? For me, it's all the haters that was hating on the showcases all these years, and they were forced to change because of that Sony showcase, right?
Yeah,
and for
exactly.
A lot of Sony's, they hate the showcase. But they don't know why, and I know why they hate it, right? Because they hate that showcase because it's a Microsoft showcase.
They don't want to give nothing to Xbox. That's what it is. That's all it comes down to. They don't want to give a single flower to Microsoft for nothing.
No, when you look at somebody like Dreamcast guy or MBG that are actually losing their minds, and you can see it in real time.
You look at them trying to stream that. It's sad. It's sad. It's like looking at somebody who a bully. Like, say you're like it's a 5-year-old you just got a brand new puppy. I don't know if y'all ever had this situation in Hawaii, but in like around here when I was like real little and stuff like that, there used to be situations where a bigger kid would come, like say you got a puppy or something like that, they'll snatch your puppy and look at you like, what are you going to do about it, and walk off. Right. That's what it was like. To them, it was like somebody came in, snatched their brand new bike, looked down, like, what are you going to do? And just rode off.
Well, the funny thing is, though, is that they don't realize why. Right. And I basically, that's why I watched the PlayStation Showcase, because I knew I was going to talk about it. So, I didn't want to be, misrepresent whatever I saw. So I went ahead and watched it. Right. And I looked at it, and I see them falling apart, losing their minds. I was like, well, I can tell you why. And it's exactly why. It's because Sony's copying. Sony does what they do best, right? They're going to copy Microsoft because they need money, dude. The AKB deal, right? This is funny that Shinji says, pretty crazy. A $70 billion merger is basically coming down to one judge. Yeah, that is crazy. That shows you how big the largesse of our government basically is, right? That this stuff has to happen like this. And I know protections and stuff need to be in place, right? But I mean, when I watched that showcase, I was like, oh, that's why they're pissed off, and they don't know why. It's because they basically got a Microsoft. I keep on saying this, but they basically got a Microsoft showcase that was not good, right? It's just like, that's why I always say it was like the Microsoft showcase circa 2014, 2015, when Microsoft was kind of feeling themselves out, right? But then, like I
Mhm.
said, that's what Sony's doing. They're going back. They have to copy because they're going to lose a lot of stuff, and they need the money, right? And they're looking at what Microsoft is doing. If you've noticed, right, a lot of these Sony guys on Twitter have been posting the games coming out on what is it, PlayStation? What is their thing? PlayStation Plus, PlayStation.
Oh yeah, that they're trying
They're
to get their own cloud service going.
Yeah, but they've been posting like they're posting. Oh, we're gonna get all these games. Which when I looked, I was like, oh wow, that's a lot of games. And then I looked at the games, and I'm like, oh okay, well we had either we've had those because a couple of them I actually bought already because they were in Game Pass like last year, right? And then I was like, oh okay, so you guys again are just playing catch up, and that is
Yeah,
an indicator, right? That like we talk about all the time.
yeah,
That's not something an
but
industry person
but
would
it's,
do.
but here's another thing though.
Mhm.
It's not. There's no day one titles
Yeah, yeah, good point. Yeah, there
because
isn't.
they refuse to put day one titles on their service.
And because I don't think they can, because we know they can't afford. It's just the same thing. Just like all these people are crying about what Microsoft is doing and the deals they're making and the people they're buying, and
If
we know that if Sony had that money, they would have done that long ago.
the thing is, if see, it's not a thing of that they can't. Is that they can't believe in their own consumers? That's what the problem is.
Yeah, because their consumers
If
don't
they,
buy anything.
yeah, that in all honesty, that's what it all comes down to. They don't believe in their own user base,
Hey,
which is
what,
understandable because the most used thing on the systems has been the web browser for Pornhub, and for social media for Twitter.
yeah,
It's like that's what the majority of the usage has been, and beyond that has been third party games, not first party, third party.
yeah, that's a lot
So
of yeah, that's a lot of
yeah, so it's like, wow, we really can't trust in y'all for nothing. If we were dangling by one fingernail over a cliff ledge, we can't we can't depend on you for nothing. And that's what it's like. So yeah, it's like they don't have the belief in their fan base to reward them for being their fans.
right.
Because that to me, that's what it comes down to. For everything that Xbox has been doing so far, it feels like they're rewarding us for being users, not being fans, but for being users. That's what it feels like. But you look over on the blue side of the camp, it's like, look, here, have some Ratchet and Clank that released over a year ago. Here, have that. There you go. Good job. You're getting to get away from me. You bother me. That's what it's like. And so like I said, that you're right. They can't because they can't trust in their own user base to be there for them to help make up that cost. But I don't know. I mean, it's like like I said, it's like, dude, it was a solid show. That's what I'm gonna leave it off at. It was a solid show, but you're right. It's no different than any other show that they've done before. But looking at everybody's reactions and stuff like that, it's like a lot of jaws are just dropped on the floor, and you just immediately see a lot of them instantly start tapping away on their keyboards with these angry looks on their faces and just start making up stuff. They just start fishing for stuff. Oh, that was CGI. That Fable was pre-rendered. That wasn't in game. It tells you at the bottom in game. And then also, it's like one thing I want to say that kind of does trouble me at times with Team Xbox is a lot of times it's like they pick the wrong times to give the other team free ammunition and stuff like that. But there's a lot of things that can't be helped, So, console war, be damned or not. It's kind of one of those things where it's like the 30 FPS thing. We knew that was coming, but that was just free ammo for them. Personally, I really don't care. And the reason why I don't, and I say that everyone else shouldn't, is because me and Legal talked about this, and we both said that this thing is probably going to be locked to 30. And a lot of people don't know that lock 30 is pretty damn solid. That's pretty smooth. It's very smooth where your eyes don't notice anything wrong. And the best example I can give you, if you don't believe me, how solid a Lock 30 is, go ahead and go on your Game Pass and install and try Flight Sim. Flight Simulator is a locked 30. And when you get up off that ground in them clouds and stuff, you don't notice anything. I mean, it's so smooth. So if that's what they're going for, then hey. Because the way I see it anyway is as FSR gets more mature, which also would translate to this, the same functionality going into DirectX 12. I'd say in another few more huge updates, we may eventually probably see Starfield go up to 4K 60. Because the thing is they're probably going to use something like FSR to reconstruct a 1440p image to 4K. So over time, I mean, we'll have to see. But for right now, I mean, dude, we're okay with it. Oh, you guys are just coping. You guys just coping. You guys just bend over and take whatever the corporation, the multi-trillion-dollar corporation tells you. When a lot of them stutter like that, they don't even believe that themselves either, Sega. they don't even believe that, because it's like it took a lot of us yelling, to shape Microsoft to be, this monster that just dropped one of the most awesome showcases this year.
I mean, Microsoft, the one thing I like about Phil, and we'll get into this a little bit later, the interviews that he's been doing, right, is he's been pretty much the most open and honest and forthcoming that I've ever seen him in the years that he's taken over all these years that he's been in charge. And now him being basically the CEO of the gaming division now, Xbox Game or Microsoft Gaming. I mean, he's been dropping, you kind of got to read between the lines. And then guys like me and you and the rest of the crew, we're more engaged than most people. Like the guys in the chat are more engaged than a lot of the journalists, the so-called journalists that we have in gaming right now. But he's been giving little tidbits about what Microsoft is doing, and I'm glad that they're doing what they're doing, because they've listened to people, and now they're kind of forging their own direction. So for me, when it comes to the 30 frames per second, look, dude, Todd Howard is going to do what Todd Howard wants to do. There's a lot of other stuff I think they need to worry about. Other than the 30 frames per second, right, that a lot of people are looking at. But for me, because I play Bethesda games, right? My daughter is a huge Bethesda fan now. And I think it was Bethesda that actually, her playing Bethesda's games is pushing her into becoming an actual creator in video games, right? She's actually going to get a degree in digital. I forget whatever. She's a digital artist, but she's an artist by trade. And so because she plays a lot of Bethesda games, like she breaks it down in that terms, and to the point where, there's other like compulsion games and there's other. So when when we were growing up playing games, at least for me, when I was playing games, I just enjoyed playing games. When I watch my daughter playing games, she enjoys playing the games, but she's also looking like you, right? You guys can break down everything that goes on in making the game, and that's what's pushing her to become a designer or whatever she's going to get involved in video game making, right? But look, I'll just say this real quick. Like, if I'm going to choose between somebody on Twitter and somebody and Todd Howard, I would go with Todd Howard. You know what I mean? Look, everybody's entitled to their opinion. Look, we give our opinions freely. I'm over here saying like Box says right here, like the Box responds to me. I prefer Microsoft to stick to games only, no Netflix. And Box, but that's like I just saying like Netflix off the top of my cup. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen or you have to take me seriously, right? And everybody has their opinion and stuff like that. But when we start breaking down an actual game, when they do a deep dive and they go into detail and they're actually explaining to you why they do what they do, and then you're on Twitter and you're telling me, well, they could do 60 frames per second if they just did A, B, or C. And I'm like, dude, I just heard the man that made the game himself say why they're doing what they're doing, right? To the point where I'm like, okay, even if you're right and they could do it at 60 frames per second, they're making a conscious choice not to do that, right? So for me, it's kind of like, okay, if that really bothers you, like there's certain things that bother me about certain games, right? Like what's that one that came out? The Ghostwire Tokyo. I was playing that game, enjoying it. Then it got a little bit too, I ain't gonna lie, man, it got a little bit too demonic for me, right? So I was like, dude, this is pretty freaky. So I kind of stepped away, right? Does that mean that you have to stop playing it? No, or somebody else? No, everybody's different. Oh
Yeah,
wait.
the way
Oh, go
dude,
ahead,
there's
brother.
plenty. Oh, I'm sorry. I was agreeing with you. I was like, yeah, dude, there's plenty of games where it got to a certain point, or I got distracted and I stepped away and all that, and it's like not once have I seen anybody from Xbox come around saying like, oh, because you stopped playing, you're not supporting us, and we're hurting and all. Yeah, it's like, dude, I already done gave my support. I gave my support in the form of $15 a month, and and
Yeah,
also going ahead and downloading and installing the game
we'll
and
talk about
playing
that
it.
because at the Giant Bomb. Well, in fact, Hebot's here. Let me bring him in real quick. Hey, what's up, brother? Are you there? I see his mic's muted.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm here. I was waiting for like 20 hours, but I'm here.
Yeah, dude. I know I'm doing this one a little bit early because I got stuff to do with the kids tomorrow. But yeah, welcome to the podcast.
E-bot.
E-bot. You just ruined it. Now nobody wants to see.
Yeah. So what we're doing today, bro, we're just I did that video where I just talked about briefly, basically my first impressions about the showcase, and then me and Fireboss have been actually
Mhm.
talking. Now that I've had a chance to really do that deep dive into seeing like I watched I'm not gonna lie, I watched the showcase a couple times, then I watched people's reactions to it. The extended showcase I watched, and then I did the same thing with the extended. And I was just
Right.
watching people's overall reactions. I even went as far to watch like some of the media stuff just to get a to get a better overview of what's going on. Like I say, I channel my other Zinc. But yeah, dude, do you have any thoughts on the showcase? I know you talked on Unlimited stuff.
I mean, I can share more or less what I was saying, what I said on Unlimited show,
Yeah.
and that I felt that the whole what you call that theme, right? The whole theme of the show, I saw it as the promise, right? And I said that because everything that's been mounting up and that has been talked about and that we've been speculating and hoping and wondering pretty much was answered in the actual showcase. You know, um, the way they presented it, right? Like they started to show the fruits of their labors, right? With the acquisitions, how everything's going, um, games that people were wanting to know more about or what was going on. I like the messaging that they did, that they were being transparent. So when they showed a footage, if you looked in the fucking bottom, even though you see all these YouTubers trying to act like, was that gameplay? Was that CGI? Even though in the bottom it said clear, this is taken and captured on in-game engine on the Series X, right?
You see. Hey, Hebot. You see how some were saying that? No, they're lying. They're lying. I'm
Right,
gonna
right,
look
right.
it up. I'm gonna look it up. And they
Right. They're
start
lying
typing on their
because
keyboards.
something looks impressive and so they're lying. You know how it is, which is stupid because when they showed that, you know, years back when they first were talking about the whole thing with the Unreal Engine 5, what it was going to be able to do, and they showed that girl running in that desert valley, remember? They
Yep.
said it was running on the PS5 and Epic showcased the demo. And obviously, we all know that Sony has stakes in Epic, so they ran it on the PS4. They were like, "Oh my god, this looks unbelievable! The lighting, the luminescence technology, the way that the detail, the high level of detail, the level of performance. Oh my god, only a PS5. If the PS5 is going to be this powerful, oh my god, And nobody questioned it until later it came out that the resolution was in 520p, which most of us didn't care. It still looked impressive,
That's
regardless,
right.
right?
Mm-hmm.
It looked good, and that's all that mattered, right? And they were like, "Oh, it was really in 580p resolution. It was still running in 30 frames. It was just a small demo piece or small segment." Listen, when they show off anything for years, that was since the beginning of high evolution of graphics and density and technology, they always shown what we call the vertical slice, right? And the vertical slice is to show the best possible way of what the vision is, what they want the games to either look like, perform like, sound like, all those things, right? All those beautiful things that come with the development of gaming. But obviously, as the development cycle begins, the ambition of the game of how big it is, how big it's not, how many levels are going to be, or how many worlds is going to be, or how many open world area, the distance of the open world is going to be, NPCs, boss battles, the level of guns, weapons, the combat, the clothing, color palette, all that stuff, foliage, all that good stuff. Obviously, that's going to give you the better outlook on what is actually going to be the end game, right, or the end result. So we're used to that because that's the reality of what it is, right? But you know how these people take it as like, no, this is the way you said it is, so it's got to be like this. They don't understand that with game programming, it's all going to depend on developers because obviously it's their vision. And depending on what they want to do, how ambitious they want to do it, how big they want to do it, or how little, that's how you know what they could actually continue to add, whether it's better frame rate, the highest resolution in 4K that's available, or HDR or ray tracing now, but these guys
think
that
a lot of them didn't know that. They completely ignored Todd when he said that one key thing: global illumination.
And global illumination, right? Which is all brand new stuff that's going to make games look even more realistic and more impressive. But the thing is that the showcase, it was transparent, right? You saw when they said this is running on an Xbox, not a PC. They clarified that, right? Because they know in the past they had that type of feedback, like, oh no, that probably was on PC. They didn't see it, and they're trying to say it was on Xbox. All those things was
no problem with Sony doing it, but plenty of problem when Microsoft was doing it.
Right. But see, with Sony, we already know this is what they do, and then when we call it out, guys like us, right? Because we've been around the block since the beginning. The people that don't know, that weren't around, which is the more new generation of gamers, they think it's just we're hating. Oh, you're haters. You're just mad. You're just this because Xbox not talked about. Xbox not as popular. Xbox not as big, and all kinds of stupid rhetoric, right? And they don't realize is that we've been there from the beginning. We know how this all plays out. We know how Sony works. We know how Sony's been, right? And they don't know this, right? But we do, right? So that's why we kind of laugh and say what we say and keep it moving. And then they don't like it, so they block us, right? Or say some insulting things like, damn, Hebad, you look like a fat Natamama, right? From dinosaurs or something, whatever, right? The case is, they don't know how to retaliate by having real gaming conversation because they don't have the experience, right? And it's the same thing with these.
It's kids, man.
Well, even the 30 and the ones.
It's men with kids head,
or with kids' brain. Yeah, even the ones in the 30s, late 30s, early 30s, and maybe even the early 40s. Even those guys that didn't grow up with the culture, though, right? Because let's be honest, there's a lot of people that play games now that are in their 40s and that are our age that are only playing it because gaming is acceptable now as a medium, right? You're not a nerd or you're not corny because you play video games anymore. Back in the day, when we were in the arcades, the girls were with the guys that played football, sold drugs, wore the nice sneakers, had a car. You get what I'm trying to say?
Yep.
We weren't cool. We were nerds, but we were corny. Like in the streets, the word in the streets, the lingo in the street. Oh, those kids, y'all niggas is corny, right? That's what we were, right? Now it's not like that. Now it's chacho. Now it's amazing because it's the biggest form of entertainment medium in the world. Everybody wants a piece of it, from musicians to actors.
More money than Hollywood.
Right. It's even bigger than the Hollywood Medium, which was the biggest before, a form of entertainment media, but not no more. Right. So
Mhm.
again, it's because we are the culture, right? We are the culture. When I say we, I'm talking about us, the retro dudes, the ones who made gaming what it is today. We made it big because we supported it, we stuck by it, we enjoyed it, we represented it, we believed in it, we flaunted it, we nurtured it, we taught people what it was about, and we respected the art form because that's what it is. It's an art form, right? So, that's why we can say that. And that's when I say us, when we've been around the block, so we know, right? So again, when I see these guys say that type of thing, I love that Microsoft it took the incentive beforehand to shut that narrative down. Like they've done to this point with everything since 2023. Microsoft has shut down every narrative that has been put in their face or that has been put in front of them. Every narrative. And then when they close the narrative, they try to find a new one. Like the new narrative now is um uh that they lied because they said 60 frames was the new standard, right? And it's not. When they saying 60 frames the new standard is more games will be in 60 frames because the possibilities are much better now with more power. That doesn't mean
See,
all games are going to be 60 frames, right?
and see, the thing is, they messed that up though, Hebot, because
Mhm.
they said, I quote, up to
Mhm.
60 frames and 120 frames.
Right.
Up
hmm
to. Up to doesn't
But
mean
it
we're
was because they're
guaranteeing
trying to
everything.
quote right, but they're trying to quote Aaron Greensberg's tweet because they put it up and
Hmm.
they saved it, like they do, trying to hold receipts because Aaron Greenberg said the new standard will be 60 frames. And again, they said new standard because the possibility of games being in 60 frames is much higher because of the power. But again, that does not mean every game. You see what I'm saying? That's
Yeah.
just not the way it works. And it's been like that in every generation as far as we can go back from the Atari days, okay? Not every game will be a certain way because it depends on the developer. The only reason games when we were growing up on the NES, Master System, Atari, and television, ColecoVision, Odyssey, all those that were, NEC, Stereo Graphics, all those.
Well, you're starting to kind
The
of break up,
reason
Hebot.
why they would hit. Oh, really? Okay, I'm
Yeah,
still here in the same area. Just let me know.
you good. Yeah, you good now.
Just
You
let
good
me
now,
know.
but you was
Just
bot.
let me know.
Yeah.
Okay, just let me know when I'm buying. I'll repeat myself again.
All right.
So the reason why in that era most games always ran 60 is because they were small games. They were not games that were doing demanding things. They were more about the fundamentals of gameplay and fun. They were not games that were trying to make a level change in real time into a whole new level in a whole new world in real time with no hiccups. You see what I'm
With
saying?
realistic graphics.
With realistic graphics, exactly, or with multiple gameplay, like multiple players on the screen,
Um,
or at a high frame rate. This
ray tracing,
is
100
just
characters coming
the
at you.
reality. Right, exactly, like in Space Marine or in World War Z or in Dead Rising. There, it's just not the same. Pac-Man was mostly static. That's why the importance of Pac-Man was gameplay and fun factor. They were not demanding games. That's why the era of the arcades, everything mostly ran 60 unless you were an Namco fan, but no, that out. Namco games used to be 30 frames in the arcade. I remember that. And people used to be like act like that wasn't a factor, right? And
Hmm.
some of Williams and Bally and Data East games. Only Sega's games were always in 60. But again, they were short, fun experiences. There were games that had 5, 6, maybe 8 levels. At the very minimum, maybe 3. You beat it and you finished and you were done, right? Levels of quality, graphic ability to make it look amazing, but they were sweet. So that's why they were able to do those games in 60 frames. When you're talking about a game that's supposed to be that it changes in every single type of environment you're in, from the vegetation, the animals, the people and the species that live there, in more than 1,000 random planets, right? Where you can customize every single thing on your character, every single thing on your weapons, every single thing on your guns, every single thing on your clothing, every single thing on your, on your spacecraft, every single thing that you put on your base that you create, on your rovers, whatever the case may be, right? That is a whole level of detail that is beyond anything that's been done, right? Because even No Man's Sky that they're trying to compare it to was completely bare. And he's put things in there with updates, little by little, years or so, right? So meaning a lot of it is tied to the internet, because a lot of that information takes a lot of memory. So that's why it's there, because it's tied to the internet. It's not on a disk. That's why a lot of games are being tied to the internet, even though it sucks because it's not on a disk. But that's why, because game disks do not have the space to hold the information, unless you put it on 4 or 5 disks. Then that would be going back to the which had 2 or 4 disks, which is more cost efficient, especially now. I mean, well, costly, not cost efficient, especially now. Back in the day, it wasn't expensive to print multiple layers of disk. Now it is, because these games are more expensive, and the cheapest disk now, which is a 100 gig disk, is very expensive to print on, right? So that's another factor that people don't want to talk about. They just know, right? I know, and we know, hardcore gamers. Right, to that same wording, we know because we're in the know. We make it a point to know about technology, the differences in what's going on, development, price, cost of gaming, cost of those CD discs, cost of the actual hardware. That's why we know, right? But these dudes on YouTube, they just put on a game. There's no excuses. This is bullshit. Because all they think is development is you make the game, and you have money, you can do it the best you can. If you have time, you can do it the best you can, and that's it. That's not how that works. Much more than
We're losing
Your bot.
to get to the show.
Yo, Heba,
I'll
you there?
fix this problem. Yeah, I'm gonna fix this right now. Hold on. How dare this phone act up? First, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
You're a little bit. There you go. Yeah, that's good.
Okay. How dare this phone make me look like an ass? How dare it? I dealt with the problem real fast. I know what it was. Is that I was still running on 5G as opposed to Wi-Fi. I'm indoors. I have to put it on Wi-Fi. So again, that is why we know, because we live and breathe the culture, right? Unlike these YouTube dudes, they just do it because they're getting a bag, because people follow them, and because their popularity, and they're able to make money out of it, right? So they just talk out their ass. They don't understand that they think that it's just, oh yeah, as long as you have money and time, you can just do that. No, that's not how that works. It's not as simple as black and white. It's much more complex and a lot more details, right? And that's why when you bring them and present them with that argument, they'll be like, I don't want to hear that. That's not my excuse. Microsoft got money. That's all I know. They don't have no excuses. Yes, it's easy to say Microsoft got money. There's no excuses. Money and how much you have of it has nothing to do with how technical and difficult game development is. That's just a fact. You see what I'm saying? And it has nothing to do with money, except with the fact that, yes, if you make a AAA game, that'll have a higher quality presentation. Yes, of course. Yes, if you have a AAA game, you have more people involved. Yes, of course. You have more time. Yes, of course. But to make the game and program the game is still has nothing to do with money. It has to do with talent and being able to understand the hardware you're working on, which is still new to these developers. Because again, These consoles are still new, and a lot of the times when they were working on them since the beginning, they were working on them during pandemic, which at that point was basically virtually. So now they're working with it together and getting into the nitty gritty into of the hardware on a much more one-on-one basis, right? On a more personal level, because now things are back to normal. So again, I say that to say this because we're talking about the showcase. I enjoy the fact that they were very transparent. And then you have the fact that they gave either dates or a roadmap of a date of when more or less is coming out, which I also thought was very good. I like the diversity in the actual showcase. They showed AAA, single A's, and double A's, and they mixed it all up with a nice balance. I also enjoyed that everything they showed running on the actual hardware and not just
Works on workstations.
workstation. Right. Like what they did with Star Wars, that they said you will see the gameplay on the Ubisoft show. That was the transparency I talked about. I like that they still focused on the Japanese market set because people keep saying, "Oh, Phil and Xbox don't care about the Japanese market," which we've always said, "Fuck them," because they don't really care about Americans, right? But of course, that's not our job. But they're still working on it. You can clearly see that because we're getting the next Yakuza again on Xbox and on Game Pass, right? We're getting the next Persona series, the remaster. Their new game, for Christ's sakes, that everybody was swearing up and down was going to be a PS5 exclusive Persona, which was going to be the new Persona, and it wasn't. It's a whole new, brand new IP entirely. We got the new IP from Capcom, Path of Goddess, right? Brand new IP, right? Which we didn't even see on the stage of Sony. No, what we saw on the Sony stage was an older Capcom remaster, right? As opposed to a new one, because Microsoft embraces the new things, not just the old, right? Then you saw these wonderful new independent games that are now developers that are now going to do like a double A or a single A game, like the people from Don't Not that did, that we have the what was the ones that was interactive, that we, oh my God, what's it called? With the girl that's, I guess, gay. But it's an interactive movie.
I know a story you're talking about. I just can't.
You know which one it is? Sega Forever.
Yeah, it's just that my brain is like zoning out because it's like I know what game you're talking about.
Right. Well, they did those games that were like interactive movies, and now they're doing something that's completely like a video game, right? With the kid that's doing the mountain climbing in the dungeon, and it looks really, really.
You're talking about Donut, right?
Yeah, Donut, their new game.
Yeah, they're new.
It's nice to see them doing something more of a higher budget, and to see how they've grown, right, from what they did to what they're doing now.
There was somebody that said, like, I like the term they used, which is they're calling, you know how we call stuff AAA, so they're calling it triple I for the indies, because like you're saying, a lot of the indies I saw, you can tell like they were like that became a point of interest for a lot of the media, right? It's
like we're seeing their evolution from an independent studio to growing to making something more high budget, which is awesome. I think it's very cool.
Well, we'll talk about this like later on in the podcast, but because I listened to you, right? You were telling us to watch the Giant What is that? Giant Bomb podcast?
Giant Bomb.
Yes, I said watch the Giant Bomb podcast, because although there's a lot of cringy stuff that comes out of Jeff Grubb trying to be sneaky with the other dude, I think Phil and Matt Booty were very firm and gave a lot of answers that they probably didn't expect, and they didn't know how to retract back once they
asked the question.
Tried to be funny with their questions that they asked, right?
He gave them answers they didn't want.
Right.
Okay,
exactly.
so what we'll do is, like, after we talk about the showcase, because I really want to talk about the aftermath.
Yes, yeah.
Of the showcase. No, that's one of the things, because like you were saying, that was an amazing. That was I put that now. My favorite interview was Phil. Was kind of funny. Now this is my favorite.
No, this one's probably better, I think. Yeah.
I'll be right back, guys.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad you watched it, because I was trying to tell the guys on the podcast, watch it, because I know Usually it's Jeff Gerstmann, the guy who does it, the fat dude, the one that gave what was it? The one that gave uh what was that game that I used to love with the two guys? Kane and Lynch.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes.
He's the one that gave Kane and Lynch fucking one. Kane and Lynch 2, which that game was incredible. You know, I was like, you're what are you smoking? Crack? He was the one who gave the Punisher on the OG Xbox and PS2 a 3.
Right. That's messed
Why
up.
do you think the officer was so
Right. So I'm glad it wasn't Jeff Gerstmann. It was, but they put that Jeff Grubb, which is also a phony. We already know, because he got destroyed on Twitter by Aaron when he did that stupidity with what he did, saying that they were gonna sell the Xbox and they weren't happy with the Hi-Fi Rush sales. Remember?
Yeah. He's a-
Because he was the one who put that article that he heard, and people have been telling him he has inside sources, and that we all know that was bullshit, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
So I was glad because the faces of their expressions said it all, because they didn't expect to get the answers that they didn't want to hear, right? But they did. So I'm glad you watched it. So to kind of finish my thoughts on the showcase, and I like that game from the people who did Banner Saga. That looks very much like a new Guardian Heroes that was on Saturn. I love the way that game looks.
Thank you. Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, that's probably one of my most anticipated ones. I thought it was fantastic. I love that was called Towerborn. That's what that one's called,
That's our one.
Towerborn. Then they had the Jontis, right? Is it Jontis?
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Johnson's with that girl that had a whole bunch of different gameplay. They showed her on a train. They showed her doing isometric top down, 2D, 3D, the third person perspective. That game looks really good too. It looks like it's gonna be really good. I like the one that they're doing that they show with the that it kind of takes place in an oil rig in the middle of the ocean. It's a horror game.
Like a horror theme feel.
Yeah, that looked interesting. I love the way that the Blink's BioShock looked like, which is the Clockwork Revolution. That looked good. And I gotta say that in Exile and Obsidian, they work super fast. These guys, they when they go to work, they go to work. They cook and they work fast. And I'm very interested, and now more than ever, in the guys who did the We Happy Few, which is that game with the black girl protagonist that they look like they're in New Orleans. It looks very stop motion, like Fox Trolls.
South of Midnight.
South of Midnight. That is my most anticipated game too, because I found out from the interview that they did in Xbox Wired. Unfortunately, with those people with it, like Jez Gordon, which we also know is fake. He's a weak Xbox fan. But unfortunately, they got the interview, and I was able to read it. It's going to be a third-person action adventure game with magic involved, a lot of folklore creatures. So I'm looking forward to that because it gives me like the vibe. It's going to be like very, like kind of like Kena, but actually more imaginative because it has a lot more depth to it with the folklore creatures and stuff like that. So I'm looking forward to that big time. And then of course, you had stuff that may not interest me, but others are gonna love it, and that's all that matters because that's something for everybody. Which was the stuff like the Yakuza, and the what's the other game they showed there that I don't really care about? Like the Persona stuff. And then the surprise that I thought was cool that they showed, kind of like the new. I would say it would be like a reboot, maybe, of the Sonic event, the very first Sonic on the Genesis. It looks like a reboot of that, or maybe an evolution of that. That looks really good. I was surprised. I like that. I mean, the show was good. I gave it a 10 out of 10 because I think the fact that I had a freaking beat 'em up and all these new IPs from the third parties and from the single way, the little indie games, and then they showed all the work that's going to be done for the games that are ongoing, like Sea of Thieves and Flight Simulators. Shit, they're getting a rescue mission pack where you could rescue people in messed up situations, which looked also awesome. And I was like, dude, they hit like every note, and it was quick pace to the point, no bullshitting, the transparency, the connection with the Japanese market still. It was just they hit every note the right way, and I think that they should be commended big time for the approach, because they've always tried to do a good job, always. But in every showcase, I always felt like maybe something might be missing, or maybe they could have done a little more. I think with this showcase, they did everything they could possibly can, and they did everything they possibly could, and they filled all those empty spots. And then the biggest thing that you got from it was, holy shit, we saw Hellblade, we saw Fable, we in some form, shape, and form, and giving us an idea, right? We saw Forza, we saw Starfield, we saw all these nice ass games like Tower Born, right? And they still didn't show Contraband. They still didn't show Perfect Dark. They still didn't show Indiana Jones.
Dragon game.
They still didn't show Indiana Jones. They still didn't show Everwild. The fact that they still didn't show what was the other game that they showed that they still haven't shown yet? The fact that they haven't shown other games that we know about, right? And yet they had this much to show. It's just scary, because that just shows you that it's going to be continuous games coming at us already, with our backlog the way it is and how fucking crazy it is. There's no way in the world we're going to ever be able to play all the games. That's why right now what I do is I try every game out, play for like an hour or two, and move on and try something else, because I want to try everything, but there's no way in hell I'll be able to do that if I invest in one game. There just isn't. Starfield alone is going to take you like 50 years to beat, from the way that it looks, right, of what you can do. So just try it out, and try the next game, and try the next game if you want to try them all out. So at least you get an idea and a feel for what those games are. Because I don't like talking about a game without at least trying it and playing enough of it to know what it is. Because then if I speak, I'm being a hypocrite, or they're going to catch me out there in a lie, and I refuse to do that. And there's no way. So again, I just think it's great time to be a gamer. So if anybody says, "Oh, gaming is not fun no more," listen, you're bugging. You're not a gamer, because there's something for someone. There's something for someone, and the fact that they all come in the Game Pass. As an Xbox gamer, I feel like I'm getting more than my money's worth. More than like Sega Man likes to say, we're eating good over here, but listen, we're eating more than good, because now we got dessert, lunch, and dinner all in one box. You know what I'm saying? It's serious.
And a snack.
And a snack in between. Exactly. It's like being married to like 10 women. That's what it is to have an Xbox. It's just crazy. I know it's a silly metaphor, but it is. Because you got all types and flavors, baby. You ain't gonna you ain't gonna get bored, and you ain't gonna lack for any taste of having something to eat, because it's just incredible. I can't even believe it.
That's why you can't take it serious, man. When those ones be talking about like, oh, I sold my Xbox because there was nothing on there for me. But yet you go over to the other side, and it's like what's even over there?
Well, if anybody is saying that they sold their Xbox just to play the sequel to Spider-Man, you're a fucking retard. You're retarded. You're retarded. There's no way in hell I'm gonna sell my Xbox to get a PlayStation just to play Spider-Man. I'll rent that shit in Rent-A-Center and play Spider-Man if I don't have one. If that's the case.
He might is called Pony Bot-ism. That's what it's called.
It's called Pony Bot-ism. Hey, 100, what's up, brother? How are you, Bubble?
What's good, Hundo?
I'm just getting off work.
Hundo, man. Oh yeah, Hundo. He's like it's Hundo. That's his name. What's up, Hundo?
Man, in here, just getting off work a little while ago. The boss lady let us go home early. I thought she wasn't. And I was gonna say something like, on a black holiday, we can't go home early.
It's too many times.
Holidays, y'all let us go.
Right.
She let us sweat it out. She waited until like 2:30 and said we can go home in 30 minutes. I'm like, shit.
Dang. And it's Father's Day this weekend too, so Shit, it's Father's Day this weekend too. You know you want to get it on and have your time, right?
I just want to relax, man. That's what I want to do.
Exactly, bro.
I just want
That's
to
what most
do.
dudes want to do.
I don't want to be bothered by nobody. Think about it. Father's Day don't get treated like Mother's Day.
Oh hell no. Oh hell no.
We neglect it. You know what I'm saying? You know, the
I
girls.
saw this one guy, comedian, say that 100.
They want to go out. They want you to go spend $150 for some brunch.
Mm-hmm.
All this. They gonna get you, and then.
And you better be able to give him that work in the bedroom too, because if not, it's a problem.
And a bottle of A1
Mm-hmm.
and some broccoli. Nah.
On top of being able to give him that work in the bedroom, 200. You heard?
Yeah, it's a double whammy too. Shit, like I say, it's my mom's birthday on Tuesday and my girl, so I didn't got hit.
Wow.
Yeah, when I get
busy,
paid,
bro.
so I had to pay for her. She wanted to go to this big spa, and then she don't tell my mom about it. I'm like, motherfucker, I ain't rich. I'm moving for being a coordinator, man. How did she see that shit, man? They be like, they be like, whoa, you got some money? I need this. Forgot to pay this bill. That's your fault. What you gotta do, what y'all gotta do, man. What's how y'all doing today, man? Everybody stand up. We got to stand up. Everybody in the Xbox Nation, stand the fuck up. Don't let nobody put you down. I swear, if any pony bot come at you, get your bag of nickels ready and this boom. People saying they shouldn't have been had my ass at work all week. I've been trying to get everybody ass. Even Mr. Christopher Hart, I was getting on him. Why you trolling me? Because I can. You spend more time. I said, you're a married man. You spend more time on Twitter. I said, how in the hell I went to bed and get up and you still on Twitter?
Dang. That's a problem. That's definitely a problem, 100.
Yeah. And you can't afford. We got VR, Xbox. Xbox don't need VR because what?
We don't even need VR.
Oculus. I don't need that. I can put, and then in Oculus you can play games. It's Game Pass. It's a Game Pass app on Oculus now. So what I needed, you can hook up. You can hook up the controller and play your games on your Oculus. That man, I ain't arguing with you. You a dummy, man. But no, that was. I put this way. I was telling on Sunday. I was overwhelmed. I had to go get some medicine. I had a panic attack. I had to go get me some of my holy water, man, because I was like, my God. And then I hear people bitching. See, this is when some people need to learn just to wait for they put out their video. Because I just watching X85. Some of these because it's a motivation to me. Motivation. I want to hear what you got to say. So he said, "Oh yeah, man, I wish they showed some game paying forces." The day after, did you see it? But you already made a video, so you can't retract your statement because you said, "I wish this, I wish that."
Oh my dear Lord! When this guy Reforged Gamer, when Reforged Gamer said that Halo fucking, I saw your video too. That shit was fucking funny. But I saw when he said Halo and fucking High Rush were not Xbox exclusives. I was on the fucking floor. I was like, yo, this guy gotta go.
I saw that morning. I had to splash some water in my face. I had to get some sniffing salt. I sniffed some alcohol. You know what I'm saying? Some rubbing alcohol. I'll make sure I have to pinch myself to make sure if I'm not in the matrix.
That's why people need to watch out for the year. Yeah, people need to learn to start watching out for who they try to have so-called represent them.
But he ain't no gamer.
Because they want.
I heard he's a Destiny player.
That's what I'm saying, man.
He's trying to come in our realm.
Oh yeah.
But just because he said a few snide things about Xbox, he represents us. He's all for us. Yeah. That dude didn't care about y'all. That dude more focused about your clicks. That's all he wants, your clicks.
Thank you, because ain't nobody watching the Destiny shit no more. People probably got the little kid dog walking his ass in Destiny. So, you know, he see a lot of people, and I ain't gonna even lie. See, people get mad when I say this. They get away with it. A lot of them get boost up high and all that because the color of their skin. Minorities don't get that. If I fuck up on a statement, you know my comment section, you know you fucked up. I could admit if I was wrong.
Who,
They
who
don't.
did, who did
I'm
a
like,
statement and got away with it? Who was it this time?
huh?
Who did a
What?
statement and got away with it? Who was this time? Who wasn't
Oh,
this time?
Reforge. Oh, Reforge. Oh, and then
No,
I
oh, oh my God.
you know, I had to get what you call it. Man, I was on Xbox Live, and somebody sent it to me on Twitter. I had to get Dreamcast. I couldn't let him live. I couldn't let him live.
Dreamcast guy, oh my God. Oh
I
my
had to
God,
let
I
him.
want to slap the shit out of that
Why
boy.
you talking about him? I said, "Man, I'm. Why you mad? Because he looked like one of them trolls when he was a little kid. He looked like, saying what's that? Was that RoboCop? When the old boy got the acid on him, his face started melting. That's him. I ain't everybody free game. I told you I'm not a content creator. I'm a YouTube video game entertainer. I don't sit here and beg for money. I do have a Patreon nobody never went to, so fuck it. I just sit there and then I don't know why Patreon will say, hey, we got a new feature. You can have videos on Patreon. You want to? I'm like, dude, I don't even know the password to the motherfucker. But nah, these dudes is weird, man. I told people this. Xbox is damn if they do and they damn get dope, but I like how Phil checked. Oh boy, it was like, no. I said, no, that's fucked up. He said, no, that's in game. Microsoft, you know what? People didn't really catch what they were doing. They hear all the naysays. This is in game. It's not. They show in. They put the motherfucking down there in parentheses. Look, this is in-game game footage. And if you go look at it, it's stable gameplay. If you slow it down, you see that she's fighting.
Oh yeah, but she was doing the magics in the forest area. That was supposed to be a combat role.
That's fucking gameplay. It ain't no gameplay. I'm like, y'all some weirdos. I swear the pony and the pony boss is some of the weirdest motherfuckers I ever came across in my life. You know what I'm saying? I got more love for the Christians. I got love for them. These dudes is weird. They on some
they fucking stupid, bro. They
like,
just
man, and then the black girl, like I was saying, I was calling like, you a racist? Why it's Nintendo people? That's a Nintendo girl I follow, right? She was like, I'm getting that game. Well, why they show Starfield? Because they want you to get you hyped so you can stay to watch it. And then my man say, like, my boy be going ham. He be catching bodies. My man on Twitter, he be catching bodies. And he was like, I wish they would have showed Halo. I was like, nah, they showed Halo the day before at the Halo Championship. He's like, nobody watches all like that. It was 10 million. I said, I understand that. But you want to kind of put your people in Halo's already here. So you don't need Halo to take no steam out of none of that shit.
Every time I hear people talk about Halo still, that should get me mad.
Oh, Halo's a failure. Your life is a failure. Huh? For that Answer9's comment to Microsoft, like you said, they bring a Japanese game. They even showed Japanese game on the second show. Even though it was so hard for me to understand what he was saying.
You mean on the
you got that free to play.
The showcase overlook a couple days later. That's what you're going on.
Was that Towerfall? What you talking about? Towerfall? He bought. It's just like
Towerborn. Yeah, Towerborn. That shit was good. Yeah, play like Guardian Heroes, the one that was in Sega Saturn. Guardian Heroes.
That's what it remind me. Without you have to skip, you can it's already does it for you.
And
I'm passionate about that game, and I'm like, they're not that game. They're gonna keep on making more and more and more for you. Oh, that's Korean. My bad. I can't tell sometimes, Baka. Damn, my bad, Baka. Hey, you are the Asian descent now. I'm saying, my brother. You're not to speak all that, but No, that shit is crazy. You know what
It's
I'm saying?
okay.
They hit every button. They hit
Yeah,
every
yeah,
button. You couldn't.
yeah,
It
yeah.
wasn't nothing. You know what I'm saying? It's got people
It
sitting
was
there. I want
very well
Starfield.
balanced.
It
Very
was
well
funny.
balanced.
Starfield is place. I said, PlayStation. So my that man, what's called it crazy. He caught a pony. He caught a body. For Tango. That crazy motherfucker is funny. I get to
You
work.
mean Fratanga?
I look up. Yeah, and he said, dudes,
Yeah.
he put on there, he was like, they was talking about that 30 frame stuff. He said how many frames was gonna play on on PlayStation. None.
Hey, look, 100. We all know, right, that Starfield, I guarantee you, it won't even run a steady 60 on PC unless it's like dumbed down a little bit. You know what I mean?
It won't. It's
That
not,
is
dude.
that
It's like
It's not
it,
gonna run 60 even because people act like, oh yeah, but I could play 60 on your PC. Yeah, you're right, you
I
could.
can do I can do 4K 60 easy. Like no, you know, damn PC handling on 4K.
No, no,
for
no, no.
money,
You,
for
they're
money,
not
it's
gonna
not
play that
doing it.
game. No,
Most PC
listen.
players tell you, most real PC players to tell you the truth, they run
Yeah,
1080.
yeah,
They don't
yeah.
run
You know
4K.
the difference between a real PC player and a fake one, or one that's just trying
They
to
say they
boost it
run
up.
1440p. Everybody don't have no 10, and I'm tired. Oh, I got my PC to the TV. That's not the same.
Well,
The
that's
They
why.
PC
make
monitors
monitors.
don't even do 4K.
That's
They
why I
got something
said
that's
most.
doing it. They got something doing it, but it's like if they do 1440p, but you about to spend
Yeah,
about $5,500. I'm not
yeah.
doing that.
The ones that are running it higher, they're gonna be running probably like that, like 1440p.
And then
Remember, you gotta take
upscale to 4K.
you gotta take into consideration they don't have Dolby Atmos surrounds cards on that are cheap or that most people run even on PC yet. They're not commonplace. We have that on the console. So they support things like Dolby Atmos surround. You can support that, right? You don't have that on PC like that, right? They're not going to run it in Dolby Vision 12, maybe 8, HDR. No. With ultra high settings and fucking ray tracing on top of that? No. No, stop. Stop. Stop
They
it.
ain't doing all that.
Stop it. You got
I'm
to
honest about
stop. The PC dudes that try to say they play it on 60 have boast. They try to make it seem that they're going to play it at everything ultra high settings with every feature on, and it's going to be 60. No, no, it's not. You got to stop.
Now I wonder if they're gonna lock it. See, if it's open, that's a different story on PC. If they're gonna leave the frame rate open.
Yeah,
Now,
they probably won't lock it.
lock,
I'm pretty sure it'll be unlocked.
if they said as far as you can go at 60, they
I mean,
probably got a chance. But if it's
I mean,
open,
Todd Howard, Todd Howard or Hundo. Sorry.
it's either
He
one, man.
said himself that it was going up to 60 even on the console, but they chose to lock it for the best seamless performance.
Mm-hmm.
That's what he said, for the seamless performance.
That's what happened to Dreamcast Live. Even a Sony Sony developer.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you saw that, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he gonna erase the tweet. Don't run, bitch. Take this
And
one.
the Sony developer, to be honest, he was being nice because he said, "I'm a big fan," like trying to say he was a fan of his, which I really doubt. And then he told him what he told him. He was just trying to.
That was him being sarcastic.
Right. Oh, okay, okay.
There's no trust me. There's no way in the hell to be that Joker's fan. No way.
No, that's what I was saying. Either he was being, I thought he was being nice, but I can see him being sarcastic too. But because they're professionals, dude. They're at the end of the day, all developers, they're friends. They talk to each other. They help each other out.
Yeah, they don't.
They give each other advice.
You gotta understand. They don't give. That's even though I'm gonna start next week. My petition E3 again.
Like they think people from Naughty Dog don't speak to people from. Like you heard what I'm saying, Hundo?
If I go,
you heard what I say, Hundo?
What you say? What?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, brother.
No,
what I was trying to say is that people that work at Naughty Dog are friends with people at the Coalition or at 343s. They talk. That's part of the industry. They're friends.
Santa Monica, they run it. They probably go to lunch with each other.
They give each other advice on what they can do with certain things. That's just part of the.
Just like when I go to E3, I don't go to E3. I don't go to E3. They know I'm an Xbox dude. But I ain't walking in like I'm a gang member, like I'm used to be a road ready to slap a pony. No, I had a dude.
Not
Oh
he
my
bought
God.
it's
He's
usually
like, oh
it's
my
usually
God,
the
man,
one it's
honey.
usually the faces. It's usually the
Yeah.
faces, the higher up ones that are like that, where you know they like do the little console war postings and stuff like that, like old dude from Insomniac about Spider-Man's not
It's
coming
friendly.
not coming to
It's
Xbox
friendly.
and all that.
They understand what's going on. They just throwing shots at each other, just like
Yeah, but
I can go
yeah,
throw shots at certain people. And
yeah,
if
but
I
the
throw
one but the
shots
ones
at
who are
Flip,
not
shots don't flip at me every damn night.
yeah,
You know
but
what
the
I'm
one
saying?
but the
And
ones who are like
we ain't
who are
friends,
like
but
not as
that's what we do.
yeah, the ones who are not as front facing and stuff like that. You know, the ones who are like in the background. Oh yeah, all day, every day. You know how talking to their boys at Coalition. You know,
They're not telling them. They're
posting.
not telling their game. They're not telling them what they
Oh
work.
no,
They
they
probably
can't do
know
that
what they're
because
working on, but they're not telling. They're not giving up no code or nothing. You know what I'm saying?
oh no,
Stuff
they
like
can't
that.
do that, dude.
So they on the
That's
NBA. They like that shit now.
that's
Phil,
right.
since that last World Cup leak, Phil locked shit down. Phil will show up at any time. People don't
That
understand,
Joker
like 3-4-3.
that Joker
3-4-3
teleport
and
behind him like
yeah.
they teleport behind him like Dark Side.
Yep. Don't even tell them they coming. Just pop up. Boom. What's up? And then 3-4-3 is right. It's 3-4-3 is up the street and right down the street is Destiny. It's what you call it, Bungie. They go out to lunch and everything. So I'm like, man, this shit is crazy. That, like I say, they don't want to give us no credit. That show was fire. The second show was fire. You know what I'm saying? I see the pony bots trying to come back over. I see them in the grass. You know what I'm saying? I had one sit on the porch looking at me. Can I go? No. Sit your ass there. You can't come with us.
So you saw that video I've been sending to y'all, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, it's over.
Yeah.
We're like that's one of the pictures I had in there. Like that chimp trying to jump off that lightning pole.
Man, gonna get the smoke. Nah. And then I said, people give them the smoke. I don't work for Microsoft. I'm not Phil. I'm the one that you want to come bring. And this is what I don't like too. The ponies do too. Ponies love to come jump on. I call them civilians on the civilians. They go at the civilians. Come at the game bangers. Y'all go on these spaces to jump on the civilians. Come jump on the reputable gang members. For Xbox, come on. And one dude's like, they don't want to come because you're going to cut their throat. Yes, I am going for the throat. I'm not going to go back and forth with you on Twitter. I'm going to say one thing. I had a dude get mad because I had put that I got right there. Starfield, I got the upgrade. And Wire Grove Man got to post up for this and that. And I hit that motherfucker. Why do you care? What I do? I didn't ask you. I believe my daddy crossed the street in the cemetery. I don't think I need your opinion or your help.
My whole thing is this: is like, you're a full grown adult. You got your own money. You want to go buy an Xbox? Go buy an Xbox.
Some people
you
were mad.
want to get on Game Pass? Go ahead. But be a part of the community.
I just got
no.
the upgrade. The upgrade give you some extra stuff, and you get to play it 5 days early. I just bought a bottle of Cavassier, and that's $33. So one bottle of Cavassier, I can't get the upgrade. Now I can understand you can't afford it. I had some people like, man, I can't fund in my budget. I kind of feel bad about it. Now I didn't want to say, I can get it for you, bro. I didn't want to say it because everybody gonna have their hand out. I'm only $1 there. Just moved up from court in there. You know what I'm saying? But see, they don't see stuff like that. Like I said, I can respect that, but then you had a whole bunch of hate coming on. Oh, that's a waste of your money. The ponies, that's a waste of your money.
Oh, hey, fellas.
PS5 is a waste of your money.
Hey, fellas, I got a dip.
All right. No worries.
Hey,
All right.
Sorry to cut out like this, Sacred Fair, but there's something I got. I'm like, Day, I got to run.
Oh yeah, no problem, dude. Shift's over.
Oh. All right, man. I'll holler at y'all later.
All right.
You
All right, later, everybody.
Hey, Vodka, I sent you the link, man. If you want to come in.
Baka, man, I can't get Baka. Baka, my producer. I can't get him in the podcast that I produce. That he produced.
Oh, he's a producer. He didn't want to come on your show. That's crazy.
He's a producer.
Dude, how you got Pothead Gamer, man? Pothead Gamer was on your podcast, yeah?
We talked to Pothead. Pothead. He talked to man. Pothead been around. We talk to Pothead all the time.
Oh, do you?
All the time.
Yeah, Pothead one of the Extra crew. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
He just what you call it. He don't come in because he got he can't stay up. He got a kid running around.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
So, yeah, it's his son. Son that got older, he ripping and running, and he got the other kids in the house, so he be burnt. Because he'll come in and send me the link. I'm like, all right. I just threw it in the group. I didn't expect him to come. He told me, hang on. I'm like,
Yeah, I was listening to the podcast and I was like, oh, dude, infrared beam. I was like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He around. He around. He trying to get his mojo back. He over here buying TVs and shit.
I try and get Prime to come, but I think it's the connection.
Trying to get who?
NWO.
You tried to get Prime?
Yeah, connection. I think it's the.
Shoot, Prime. Yeah, I don't know. I had talked to Prime. Maybe Prime hit me up. Prime hit me up like 2 weeks ago. Sent me a message. Cause I want see. Thing about it, if you don't come to me, I might come to you. And I'm like, man, I ain't even talked to Prime. Boom. I jumped in his party, and we had chopped it up for a little bit.
Cool.
No, I checked on him. I'll be checking on him and stuff like that. I told people they welcome to come to my party as long as you ain't with the shenanigans. As long as you ain't with we talk to everybody. We know, like I say, some people be thinking you somebody. No, I'm just like y'all, everybody else. You know, like the dude I ran into E3. Hondo, YouTuber, man. I just be bullshit, man. That shit is for fun. Like, man.
You think TK9 is okay?
Yeah, man. You know what's called tried to jump me on this podcast. I need that head up fade again. I was loaded. I need that fade. Mr. Volcano. I've been calling him out. He don't want to. I said you knocked on the devil's door. The devil finna answer now. No, he don't want to. I'm gonna have to go into his little domain and go get him. What's up, what you Keenum? No, I'm saying I gotta go mess with Don because they tried to get me. I got to tell him I didn't know that TK was still on because TK came in our podcast. I mean, on a live chat, and he was talking to Smoke. And so I was like, yeah, man, I'm coming. And I was like, come on. He said, come on my show. You know what I'm saying? Come on my show. So I'm like, come on your show. I'm like, oh, whatever. So I saw after 4 hours, I'm like, oh, maybe he off. Because usually do 4 or something. And he's like, oh, no, I'm still on. And what's going to start talking shit. And see, trash, we trying to be slick. But trash is trash. Like I say, yeah, I want them all. I want to take them all down. I don't know. Some of these people be inviting me playing these games, and I don't think I even own a damn game. If I do, I bought it, and I got to stop doing that. Start drinking and buying games. I got to stop buying games. I saw games yesterday in the store, some indies, and they were looking real good. I'm like, no, I'm home. Leave me alone.
Yeah, I got Ninja Assault with some points yesterday. Finally came to Xbox. I've been on PlayStation and Nintendo for the longest. That game is fire.
I said I'm gonna get one. I said I gotta get one game. I'm not myself get one game. I end up getting Diablo. But I said I'm getting one game. No more else.
You got that beat 'em up collection too for $10. Beat 'em up collection for $10.
Okay. I think I already got that.
Oh, do you?
Yeah.
Did you guys see that stop motion 2D side scroller with that fucking samurai? Oh man, that shit looks dope.
Yeah, like man, they was
What's it
thinking
called?
about it.
I forgot what it's called.
I
It's
don't know
called.
what it's called. I remember what you're talking about. I'll be
I'm trying to
forgetting.
remember. It looks fucking great.
And know one thing I like too, Hebot, that nobody's talking about.
Which one?
How Sharon Bond is sitting there trying to help people in these indie developers. Like, come over here.
Oh yeah,
You-
yeah. They
you
did.
need-
They're
you need some
doing that
develop- you
new
need some
program. Yeah,
network engineers. You need what
yeah.
we're gonna help you out. I
Shit.
don't see Sony do that at all.
Phil even threw in there the fact that they're upping the production of the console. As you remember, they were trying to act like, oh, it's not selling, so that's why they're not producing them. I'm like, what you talking about? They're not. They're producing them, but they can't keep up with the demands because they're selling more than what they expected. You see what I'm saying?
Hebot.
That shit went on
Starfield.
Amazon. It was like 140 or something.
Yeah.
Like it was like selling like hotcakes after that showcase.
Starfield is a system seller. I know PlayStation dudes giving up the PlayStation 5 and for the Xbox.
I saw that one dude too. Yeah, he's like traded.
Ain't nothing else over here. Ain't nothing else over here to play. They eating. They over here getting this game. I put in my flag. Let money with my green jacket at. I'm on the green team. Come on. Like I can't do it no more. I ain't got nothing. We're gonna keep on charge me $70 for remasters after remasters. You know. Oh, they got what's that? J-Dub as he said, yeah, Fax is gonna come out before Starfield. They dog walk his ass.
J-Dub's face is fucking priceless. And he was watching that showcase. He's like, I gotta go.
Oh man, I don't know.
And he had the background. He had the Metacritic score for Redfall. Like that was shit was supposed to do so. I was laughing. I was like, yo, this dude is.
Yeah, and they so tired of people dogging Redfall is a good game.
Yeah, that's what
some aim settings.
That seems to be the general consensus that most people really enjoying it, even though it has, some bugs and glitch and whatever the case, technical issues online or whatever. For the most part, most people are like, I really like it. I enjoy it. I like the premise. I like the story. I like gameplay mechanics. I like the powers. I like the balance between the players when you're playing co-op. A lot of people talking good about it.
But it's hard. See, like you say, it's too many games. Can't concentrate.
Oh, too many. At this point, it's damn near impossible. Yeah, it's damn near impossible. Yeah, it's damn near impossible.
It's like bam, 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 bam. I went in the game.
I'm telling you right now, Hondo.
I'm like, oh no, G.
I'm telling you right now, I got on my channel probably 12 games videos that I haven't even uploaded because there's so many games I got there just to give enough time for the ones I put up that I play. The last one I did was Bramble. I got like 12 more ready to go and I haven't uploaded because I wanted to give the game time to shine. People go watch the video, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm like, damn, I got a lot. I'm about to do one with the Sonic 4 episode 1 and 2 because some dummies like, oh, that game sucks. I'm like, dude, that game did not suck. It was too slow. Oh, I'm gonna show you how slow it is. Now I'm gonna play it. And now I'm gonna put it up.
If you don't like it, like people said that with Sonic Adventure. I love Sonic Adventure.
A lot of people said shit. You know they used to talk shit all the time. You know that shit. How many people say that shit sucked and it didn't? How many people say Alan Wake was garbage and now everybody say, oh, Alan Wake 2 looks incredible.
For one, they didn't even play. And I said, I'm gonna put this shit out to all y'all ponies.
Exactly.
I guarantee 85% of y'all ain't gonna beat it. Don't even know the concept of the game. That's not y'all type of game. Because y'all have to think. Ain't no quick time events in this motherfucker.
And Alan Wake, remember, you were able to ride vehicles. You had the gimmick with the flashlight. And had boss battles. You had puzzle solving.
You had to go find battles. You had a technique.
You had to do the generators to maintain light. You had to do the generators to maintain light within the areas. Yeah. Yeah, a lot of gameplay mechanics. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I told people this to get used to it. Go play American Nightmare first before you play Alan Wake.
Oh, American Nightmare is fun. Yeah, it's short and sweet. Yeah,
I said American Nightmare. It got a little easier.
yeah. It's a lot more less complex than and it has that ground. It also has that Groundhog's Day effect, where you got to keep doing it over and over for dudes to get a different outcome. But it's pretty good though. Yeah.
So I said, mess with that, and go mess with that. Go mess with Alan Wake. And he's like, you beat Alan Wake? No, I'm at the end though.
Yeah, I beat Alan Wake 3 times.
Just like I told everybody, I never beat a Forza game.
Right. Oh, okay. I beat 5, 6, and 7, and I almost beat 4. I never beat 1. I never beat 2 or 3.
I think the closest I got, 6 is the closest I got to beating the story mode. But if the game came out, see, think about it, another game and pop up, and then you go play that game, and then you got to put it to the side. Like I said, I go on my game. I went down yesterday, and I wanted to cry because all the games. I'm like, boom, 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 boom. I actually had to unhook one of my hard drives because I didn't want to see the winning games come on.
It's just overwhelming because there's so many good things you want to play, and you're like, damn, if I play this and I can't play this, I'm like, damn. So what I'm doing now is I'm just playing, like I said earlier before you came on, I'm just playing every game one by one, at least 1 or 2 hours to get a feel, an idea of what the game has to offer, and moving forward. The only ones I invest are the ones that I really, really want to play, like to the end, like Evil West, like Solstice, Wanted, because those are my favorite genre. The hack and slash, Ninja Gaiden type.
I put Wanted on the back. I started wanting. I went back to try to play one last night, but I had to get I had to get him to go to the office. So I'm like,
right.
I don't want.
And it's hard. Wanted's not easy. Yeah, Wanted's not easy. It doesn't hold your hand. It's a hard game.
Yeah, so I'm like, I want to concentrate. I said, I'm gonna see you tomorrow. I don't have to see you tomorrow. And even with Diablo, I had to put Diablo down because I can't concentrate.
Mm-hmm.
I need to concentrate because I'm not keep on want to look at the clock and look at the clock and look at the clock. Can I go play at 3 o'clock in the morning? Get it going to work? Yeah. Have I done it before? I don't feel like it.
Right.
Sleep, trying to be responsible. You know what I'm saying? And I ain't have no more medicine, so might as well go to sleep. So I'm like, man, it is too many. It's so many games roll out, and then I got it. I still play my Madden. I think. This to go out to all the ponies in the pony box. I probably got more hours in MLB The Show than you.
Oh,
and the only thing I play is nothing but online. I don't play no story. Even in Matt, I don't play no story mode. I don't play no franchise, no nothing. I play nothing but competitive online.
Oh, damn.
I probably got more hours than y'all.
Oh, damn.
You see, they don't talk about MLB The Show.
Right. Ever since it came on Game Pass, they barely even say anything now.
They probably even mind it because you don't see MLB The Show. Sold 10 million, 20 million on PlayStation.
Well, it wasn't doing as well before either.
Huh? They don't play them games. Them dudes play Madden, Call of Duty, and Fortnite. They ain't got no games. I told Chris Hart, you ain't beat Horizon yet? You should have beat it by now. I heard the game out. I see Xbox guys knocking out in a week. You know what I'm saying? But what's up, good with you, Sega, man? Everything good with the fan bam, everything?
Oh yeah, dude.
I saw you went on yesterday. I was like, say man, is on one. He on fire again,
huh? No, dude, I was just like, I know I had to switch up the hours and stuff like that because I got stuff to do tomorrow. So that's why I made this one earlier. But yeah, I was listening to you guys' podcast, man. I was listening to Livewire talk about all the stuff. So was gonna do the podcast today, man, just to talk about you guys, what you guys thought about. Because the showcase itself was like Eba was saying was solid. Oh, I mean, I thought it was. I give it a 10 out of 10 too. But man, it's all the stuff that's happening after, right? It's just like all the stuff that's happened with all these, like with Jeff Grubb. I guess we can talk about it now. But when Jeff Grubb and I forgot the other guy's name, but they interviewed Phil Spencer and Matt Booty.
You talking about the kind of funny, funnies? Yeah.
Oh no, the giant. Which one is it?
That's Giant. That's Kind of Funny Games. That's Giant.
They're the same.
Yeah, that's the Kind of Funny. That's that's they under the same. That's under the same umbrella.
Well, because Heba kept on talking about it, and I wanted to check it out, but I couldn't find the video, so I think it didn't. I think they dropped it like was it yesterday or the day before, and that's how I got to finally watch it.
What it came on? What they talked to them They talked to them right after the show.
Yeah, I saw it was on Twitter, but when I went on YouTube to watch it or to listen to it, actually, I couldn't find the video, man. I went on their channel.
It probably be on. It might be on the Kind of Funny Games. It might not be on the Giant Bomb.
Oh, okay. I didn't know they were together.
Yeah, they the same. That's the same. They just mixed up. Kind of Funny Games started first, and then he just made. I mean, he just made a Giant Bomb because they must be having. That's where you get Paris. Paris is part of them.
Oh, is he? Oh, okay.
Yeah. Dark skin Paris, yeah, he's supposed to be doing Xbox show and don't be doing talking shit.
Dude, I like the extended showcase so much. I tweeted on my stuff, dude. I was like, man, even Paris's clip is good.
Man, and I can't stand Paris.
Yeah, I know, me either.
Man.
But I mean,
and I guess I wanted to go to, yeah, and I wanted to go. I couldn't go because I got my job. Brother passed away, so I had to go to work last week. I wasn't supposed to, and I really wanted to go. I had tickets to go to Jeff Kitty joint, but I had a plot, and I didn't tell my people my plot. I knew certain people was going,
right.
So I had got me a ticket right there. I'm like on the second row, and then I made sure my boys went. Who was gonna get tickets? I asked them, I want tickets. Who I'm getting them? I'm getting them. Boom, boom. Like, how you getting all these? Don't worry about them. Don't worry about nothing. I got you. I'm buying these tickets. And then I got hit. I got hit that man. I got hit that Thursday before. And I was like, oh, I got to be in this damn office all week. So you know what I'm finna do. You know what I'm finna do, right? My job finna reimburse me. That was $300 worth of tickets. They're finna reimburse me.
Tell me to write off.
Yeah, you're gonna reimburse me. I'm not gonna, and I'm gonna reimburse. I'm gonna make it a write off of my business tax. I'm like, no, But I wanted to go there because I was just gonna go play around. I'm like, oh, Colt, my favorite pony bot.
That would be funny.
And I was gonna have a boy hold the camera. Like my favorite pony bot.
Did you see all the guys? I was laughing at some of the pictures they were posting because it was funny to me because I'm like, dude, you guys are like the most wishy-washy people.
My boy Xbox Junkie. I'm mad at one on the homie. Me and him gonna have to catch a fade in the street. He went there without telling me, and he got everybody in, and he didn't tell me. But they kept on telling me to come down there. I didn't want to come down. I had to go to work that next day. I don't want to go down there on no dry run. And maybe I should have went down there. And they got into Fan Fest.
Yeah, you should have gone, man.
And I should have went. If I was known it was a for sure, I would have went. So I'm sitting in there. I'm sitting, you know what I'm saying? Sitting there watching them taking pictures and all that, like Jazz was in there. Yeah. It's ceasefire. It's ceasefire on what they call that at the what they do on John Wick at that hotel. It's a ceasefire at the hotel.
The Continental. That's what you say.
Yeah, ceasefire.
Ceasefire.
I know.
I remember you. I was listening to your podcast where you was talking about that, right, when you were going. Was it? It was one of the podcasts. I know you was talking about that.
Yeah, I said I was going. Yeah, and because the thing about it is, I had put in my media stuff for it, right? Boom, boom, boom. I had to pay. The only thing I had to do was pay the tax in Inglewood. And Inglewood tax is high. I live in Inglewood. It's high as hell. It's what 13.5 now.
Dang, dude.
Yes, because we got to pay for all this stadiums and all this other stuff.
You're trying to be like us over here, man.
Yeah, it is. It's highway, man. That's why I like to buy my liquor in Westwood because liquor way cheaper. My bottle of Cavassier would have probably ran me $17.99 in Westwood. I was just too lazy to go downstairs and go to the store and go get something. I wanted some Japanese whiskey and I should have just took my behind.
Dude, how much does that cost, dude?
Japanese whiskey gonna run me about $25.99 at a Trader Joe's.
That's not bad.
Yeah, at Trader Joe's. So I was like, shoot, I want to go. But I was like, man, I was just like, I don't even want to be here right now.
Dude, we don't have options like that in Hawaii, man. You just, I can't drive to another place.
Man, you should tell me to import you some meat. Look,
oh, they ship it anyway. I think they all on strike now, right? The shipyards.
What aren't no? You can ship. No, I can ship. No, you can ship this bad boy. You said the shipyards is on strike.
Yeah, I heard they're gonna go on strike. Everybody. The only reason I noticed because everybody was buying toilet paper.
Oh Lord!
Yeah, everybody was rushing to buy toilet paper. Yeah, I just like.
Man, when I saw them, when the pandemic happened, and I went and took. Cause I got Target like right down the street from my office building. That's why I usually get my food and stuff from Target. Either Target, Trader. I got Trader Joe's, Target, and now I go upstairs to Ralph's. Y'all know what Ralph's is Kroger's. Yeah. So I go. So I'm sitting here. I'm like, well, y'all really buying toilet paper?
Yeah, dude.
Toilet paper. That's not gonna save your ass to dying. And I said, y'all do something I said, Second man, the world is crazy now.
Oh yeah, dude, it's nuts.
The world crazy. I see some of the dumbest shit that I ain't never seen in my life. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, man, y'all buying on, and then they're gonna talk about only 2 rolls per person. How do you know how many rolls? And see, I live around, I work in Westwood, so that's UCLA, and then on the right side is Beverly Hills, and on the back of UCLA is Bel Air. You know that they tell people don't bring their dogs in the store, and they still do it.
Oh yeah.
Not telling them rich folks what to do.
I mean, how are you gonna enforce stuff, right? Everything's just out of order now, man. It's funny.
Even my fruit guy, he gets shocked. Because what I say if I try to make a fruit, I like to eat fruit, and I put the 10 gin on it, right?
Yeah.
In the line. He'll make it for me. I don't feel like he make it this time. He give you a big old giant cup full of it. And so he sells it for $5. I'm like, man, just give me $5 back. I'm like, no, man, come on.
Dude, how much is your plate lunch? I saw you had a plate lunch you posted. How much is that?
That was okay. I ended up that was Uber Eats. So that was $17.99.
17? Damn. Okay, I don't feel so bad now.
Yeah, from Hawaiian barbecue. Wait,
is that because it was Uber Eats? How much if you went and got it yourself?
$17.99, but Uber Eats cost me $31 last night.
Oh dang!
Uber to drop it off. But I was only thing I did it because I was hungry and I didn't have nothing else to eat in the house, and I need to eat and I need to go to sleep. And so I said I ain't had no Korean barbecue in a minute.
Is that that's
I ain't had no Korean barbecue in a minute. And I could have went to Yoshinoya, but Yoshinoya was like the Taco Bell of Korean barbecue. Like,
you guys are lucky, man. In Southern California, you guys got a lot of good Asian food, man. Mm-hmm. I mean, Hawaii, we got our Asian food over here, but it's more local style. But you guys got some really good stuff.
But the if you really want like some good stuff, it's gonna hit you.
Oh yeah, I would. Pay.
What was that? Which one is good? If they do Korean barbecue, I can't think of the name. I can't think of it. They do. They got chains, man. They really do good food. But Yoshinoya is like down the street from my house. I could have went to Yoshinoya and got something.
Look at Tim Fuck too, man. He's like, But first he said this. People just gonna say it's just, oh wait, he said this about Paris, dark skinned Paris.
Oh,
People
Paris
just say
ain't black. Paris is ivory.
So, I mean, look, I mean, I like him personally. He's seems like a personable dude, but I mean, just his
No, they
takes
said
on-
no, he cool. The people I know he met, he's cool.
Yeah.
I just don't like his opinion. People just don't understand. Like I say,
Oh yeah, I don't
you
do
can
that.
be a pony. Don't mean I won't talk to you in real life. I just don't like your opinion. Like I told people, I don't have no problems with TK. I talk to TK all the time. I go on his chat. I mean, I go on his party and we playing this. Let's go. Let's get down. We don't even really talk about no video games.
Yeah,
But the game that we're playing, I just don't like his opinion. That's why you don't see me. I don't go around saying, "Oh, fuck TK, whoop whoop whoop." No, because I know him as a person. I just don't like his State of the Union's addresses.
he stated. Oh, that's funny.
That's why I don't
I mean,
like.
yeah, like when I look at Paris and stuff like that, but the problem I have with guys like him, or most of the people in the media, if I'm being honest, man, is like they just repeat each other. It's like they're in that box. So and they can't seem to think outside of it, and that's why they always taking L's, man. They always have the wrong take on stuff. And then when you look at like what Microsoft's been doing for the last couple of years with the showcases, I was saying this earlier, man, before you jumped in. It's just to me, the showcase that we saw, even though it had like the first party studio stuff, everybody was talking about. They wanted to see that stuff. There's stuff that was specific that people wanted to talk about, but the actual format's been the same for the last 4 or 5 years that they've done that.
Yeah.
And not just EC, just their showcase stuff in general, right? They formulated this blueprint, and because the Sony showcase was basically a Microsoft showcase, and it was so bad that everybody was like jumping on board and saying, "Oh, this is the greatest." You have some detractors and stuff like that as well, talking about the showcase, and you got people breaking it down, like to the minute things, like stuff like that, stuff they would never do with Sony's showcases or Sony's games and stuff like that. But when you have somebody like Phil Spencer who's so accessible, right? When he makes himself so accessible, right? So I just
This is
looked
why
at all
this is why I wanted to ask you. Ask you this, G. I said this shit last night in the party chat before I went to sleep.
Yeah.
Before we got off. Where's Sony's fan fest?
Yeah.
Where's Sony's executives out there talking to the people? Listen, asking them with the people what they want.
Exactly, dude. 100%.
They that over there at Sony, that shit is communist. That's a communist country over there.
Yeah, you behind the wall.
Yeah, that's common. That's straight up common. They mother Russia over there. Ain't no democracy over there. Ain't nothing. They tell you what you're gonna get and you're gonna buy. You're gonna buy the last one for 6 more times. Just take it and love it. Take it. We're gonna add some shaders to it. Take it. Yes, master.
Yeah, and that's the other thing, dude. The fans are like, okay, they don't push back.
Yeah. I'm like, y'all don't. Where y'all interacting? Sony doing so good. They don't Nintendo don't even interact. I mean, Reggie did. They ain't got a Reggie no more.
Oh no, it was good. I like
They
it.
ain't got no Reggie no more. So they don't say nothing. I don't see Nintendo over here making things. My boy's like, man, you gonna go to Universal Studios? He said, you gonna go to Universal Studios to the Nintendo shit? Hell no, I ain't been to Universal Studios in about 8 years.
Oh, they got that Nintendo World, right?
Yeah, I got Nintendo World Universal Studios. I said, I don't go to Universal Studios. He said, where you go? To the local liquor store. That's where I go. I don't go nowhere. I'm not trying to bother with them people.
Dude, look what Vodka put. Paris looks like my Forza Drafter. That's wrong. That's wrong.
Yeah. I'm like, yeah. I'm like, I you know what I'm saying? It's just weird. Like I say, it's just, the thing about it, the Nintendo guys don't. They actually ask me legitimate questions. You know, they actually talk. You know, you can have a conversation with them. The other dudes, the more manic-depressants. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
The name line. They losing their mind, man. And I'm like, Xbox is giving everything what an Xbox fan wants. They doing interaction. They taking pictures with the people.
Yeah, there's, you know what's so good about like why I like, you know, especially like Sarah Bond and like Greeny and all these guys, man. It's like they just, you know, they just exude like positivism. You know what I mean? Like some people, like you hear, like it's like some of these dudes that go and hang out with them or do interviews with them or like take pictures with them. You know, they'll say like, oh, this is like corporate speak and all this kind of stuff. I'm like, nah, dude, that's their personalities that you see, man. These guys are, especially with Sarah Bond, man. It's like I feel bad because, well, not bad for her, man, but you know what I mean. It's just like this girl, she's a gamer as well. You know,
Yeah.
you can tell, dude. And then I'm like, so there was people making comments about her. You know, to me, it's like it was a matter of time because everybody's like so jaded now. And then when she gave her speech, man, there's a couple videos I watched where people are kind of like, you know, this is like basically saying she's pulling the party line and stuff like that. Like, nah, dude, I follow her on social media. This is her 100%. She's the real deal. What you see is what you get.
Like I say, you know what I'm saying? Aaron, I've been knowing Aaron. Like, I thing about it is, I get tell all the time, why you don't go in, you know, I know dudes that personally know Phil Spencer. I'm talking about buddy. I don't want to mention no name. My man Megatron. Know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No. Megatron hit me up Friday night. Hit me up. He makes sure he video called me. Hey, I'm on the way. I'm like, what? I'm on the way to LA. Talked to him for 45 minutes. You know. He said, I ain't know I was gonna go out there. He said, so when you leave? So I'm going home on Sunday. I said, all right, cool. So I'm gonna try to catch up with you. But just because I know he know Phil, I don't act. Hey man, can you get me to do this? I don't do that. I do that on my own. Man, no, they don't want to talk about Final Fantasy because that shit is going up and down on that shit. They don't want to talk about no Final Fantasy. They really need Starfield alone.
Dude,
Starfield's going about to be that new Halo. That's going to be that new $1 billion franchise.
Yeah, dude. I mean, that's that. I mean, yeah, Jay. To Jay's point, though, man. That's all I see these guys talk about, dude. They just talk about Starfield. Like there was what was that, like 2 weeks ago? They was talking about, oh, you guys ain't gonna, you know, like how we like, dude. I don't like Final Fantasy, man. I'll just be honest. I remember when 7 came out. I thought I didn't understand why it was such a big deal. And plus, a lot of the people I knew that bought it, a lot of the guys I knew, the PlayStation dudes, like these were the guys. Like I told you that story about like that one dude that came over and he wanted to play games because he wanted to play Madden, but the dude wasn't a gamer, right? So these are a lot of the people that I know. So they would see the commercial and they went out and got it, thinking that the game was going to be like the commercial that they saw, right? And then when they start playing, man, you have this you have these little Japanese like the chibi basically looking characters, right? And then you guys are like, oh, what is this? And it's turn based, right? So I've seen that first.
Well, Final Fantasy 15 stopped the turn base. You actually control the character.
Oh yeah, I know. But for
so
me, like
that's what made me fall. No, Final Fantasy 7. I ain't playing no Final Fantasy. My boy, shout out to my boy Skidder. You know what I'm saying? He was a Final Fantasy nut. This is when 100 was a negative air. You know what I'm saying? You know, and we get that Mad Dog 2020 and a couple of beers, and we sit there and watch him play it, and he summons a mom. Like, what the heck? I watch him play it for 3, 4, 5 hours. I'm not gonna sit there and hit you and you hit me 25 times, but he has the patience. Dude. He has that. I don't have that. So when 15 came out, I knew I can control. And then I ended up watching the prequel show. Oh, I said, oh, it's on. It's on like popcorn. Let's go. You know what I'm saying? And I'm like, boom. And that's why I told people before you play 15, go watch the prequel show And thing about it, it blends right on in. It's like it leads right off when you play 15. Then I start playing 15. I beat the dog. That's the game that I 1000%. I beat the DLCs. They said there was gonna be a DLC come out, and then Vodka was like, "Oh, it came out." What?
Wait. 15 is the one that they all look like a boy band, right? Is that the one?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And Vodka, they look like K-pop. They look like
It is K-pop. K-pop. Yep.
That's my daughter was like.
But the story was intriguing,
Right.
because they on the road and all this crap happened and they really didn't know until after. Like, what the hell? The ending, I didn't like the ending. But I because the ending reminds you of a movie that we know. Start with an M, a sci-fi movie that starts with an M. I ain't gonna spoil it for nobody ain't played it. Fuck it. It ends like The Matrix.
You just, dude, Matrix is old. You can say that, dude. If you haven't seen
Matrix,
Matrix,
that's what 15 ended like The Matrix. That's
yeah.
how when he ended up
How you
going.
doing?
What's up? What you did?
Hi.
How you
What you guys talk about here? Like Final Fantasy and the Matrix? I'm like,
Everything and
what's this
everything.
conversation about?
You know how this podcast is. It's gonna be about everything.
Oh man.
I'm surprised people haven't got at me
No, I
about.
was just trying to say
I do the
15. I said 15 ending was like the end of the Matrix. Of the Matrix.
Oh, I never even
Like
got
they
to the
both-
end because I got frustrated with. Well, I got back into Final Fantasy with 15, but then because they locked the content behind so many different things, like you had to see the movie to understand everything, and then you had to pay for DLC to get the rest of it. The complete story was not contained in the main game. I was upset about that because that's not what was sold to me when I first bought the game.
them stories.
Mhm.
Them stories. It just kind of like a filler.
But the story didn't make
dude-
any sense to me.
Yeah. Okay. You like I said, I watched the movie and you watched that.
Mhm.
You watched the show. I mean, you watched the movie first, then you play the game and it'll blend in because they show the movie in the video game.
That was the biggest problem I had was the intro. I thought that what was in the movie should have been in the actual game, because I didn't understand a lot of things. It didn't make sense to me until after I went back and watched the movie.
Yeah, but see, a lot of people didn't watch the movie. That's why I told them
I
to watch the
didn't.
movie
Yeah.
before playing that video game because you don't know what the hell going on.
No, I didn't know it was required. And if it was, why would you make a person see the movie? It should have been contained in the game, or it should have been
Look,
laid
you
out
can't make it-
better.
The game was long enough. I can't go through the game long enough. I mean, the thing about it is, this is what the DLC did. You know how everybody branched away from each other? Have you got that far?
Yeah, I beat it. I beat
Okay,
the original
yeah.
before they came out with all the extra
Yeah.
content.
So when they branched off from each other, you play what they were doing.
Right.
That's all
right.
you do.
Oh,
What
okay,
they
when
doing
they
while
all
they branched off,
separated
it
at
didn't
different
have
points
nothing.
along the journey. Yeah.
Yeah. That's why they branched off. You see, old boy branched off. He left. You play him first, and then they
Mhm.
show you the old boy that's the enemy of the state. How he turned the way he turned.
The guy with the patch on the eye, he didn't have a patch on his eye when he left, but then when he came back, he had a patch on his eye.
Yeah,
I can't remember
You'll
the
find
names,
that. Yeah,
but-
you'll find it. It's
yeah.
a filler. It's just some backstory. But I ended up getting on I got the Ultimate Edition. When I bought Final Fantasy, I got the Ultimate Edition for like $16 on Xbox,
Hmm.
and that came with the DLCs.
The thing is, when I got into 15, that didn't exist. None of that did, except the movie. That's it. That's all that existed. So I don't know. I didn't like that they separated. It seemed to me that they had a complete story and they piecemealed the story into different ways in order to make DLC and stuff. And that's what it felt like to me.
They did. You might be right about that. You might be right about that. But how can I say about the DLC?
Mhm.
It could have been in the game, but that was
To better flesh out the characters, and because I just felt disjointed.
Well, I'm gonna put it this way: ain't no Final Fantasy flesh out the characters. I still don't know who the hell Cloud come from. I had to watch the damn movie.
Well, Cloud does have. Well, I'll put it this way: Cloud, I would say, they flesh out the side characters really well. Cloud is confusing because depending on where you play, the game is designed the original. I'm not talking about the remake because the remake is a sequel.
I got 7 here. I got 7, even though I ain't gonna play it.
Yeah, so if you got remake, I'll go and spoil it. Remake is not a remake of the first one; it's a sequel. So don't look at it that way. But I say that the original, the OG Final Fantasy, that because the way the game is structured, you take the place of Cloud. Basically, you are Cloud as far as what he's experiencing as the story moves on. So you're just as confused as he is. You think when everything starts off that he's a soldier, just like he thinks he's a soldier. But then as the story progresses, you're being swung to the left and the right, just like Cloud is being swung to the left and right. After a while, he even questions who he is. That the game is designed for you to be that way. It's designed to make the player question who he is and all that stuff. I understood from as a person who has written stories and stuff. I understood what they were doing with 7. You know,
so they're trying to make you a schizophrenic.
Well, Cloud kind of was. He was traumatized. He wasn't whole mentally. So you were supposed to experience what he was going through throughout the story, and by the end, he knows who he is, and all of that is sorted out. But in the beginning, as the story progresses, you don't know, just as he does. After a while, he even questions what he is, and you're questioning that because you don't know either. And that the game was set up that way. It was designed that way because they wanted you to put yourself in his shoes to understand what he was going through. He was a broken character, which is why I liked 7 so much, because he wasn't a perfect hero. He wasn't the strongest. He wasn't, he's strong. He is strong, but I say he wasn't the greatest. That was Sephiroth. He was a flawed character, and that's what I liked about Cloud so much. It wasn't like, a lot of people who say they like Final Fantasy 7 is because of the popularity. I liked it when it wasn't popular like that. What I liked was that he was a flawed character, very flawed, and he stays flawed even in different versions of the story. Like, extra media and stuff like that. He was a damaged character, and you was meant to go through that with him. One of the reasons why I think 7 is such a good entry in the Final Fantasy universe is because it tackles the themes of life and death, something that's missing in the remake. And it also gave you a protagonist that was not complete. He was incomplete. He was, broken mentally and all this. So he was not like, oh, he's got everything in order. He's going to become a Super Saiyan. He can just do anything. That wasn't Cloud. He was anything but that. He was probably the weakest character in the entire story. When you look at his backstory, he's actually quite weak. So I like that aspect of Cloud because he wasn't the typical protagonist. He wasn't the typical hero.
I watched the movies and I still lost.
The movies became confusing. And by that time, they got him rehashing things that happened in the game. I think
sometimes him and Sephiroth is buddy, and then all of a sudden they go switch on each other. I'm like, Jesus Christ. Man,
yeah. Well, other people came in and they just never kind of handled the extra the stuff outside of the game very well, in my opinion. I didn't think they handled that well at all. It didn't reflect how the game actually was, the original game.
Yeah, because I was like, man, and like I say, that's why I'm not a turn-based guy. I'm not at all.
Mm-hmm. Right. But that was, I played that game when it came out in the early days.
And
so.
see, and then only reason I got Final Fantasy 7 just to be a ASS to the ponies. Mm-hmm. It's on the Xbox. I cut it on twice. I said, even Blue Dragon. I ain't gonna be Blue Dragon no time soon. That's turn-based.
Yeah, some turn-based is okay. I mean, I don't sit up here and worship at the altar of turn-based. If you like it, that's good. I like it too. I can go either way, but I think sometimes people turn things into a cult. I'm like, look, if some people who didn't grow up with that don't like it, that's okay too.
No, if you play it. I'm not gonna dog it because you play it. I just don't have the time and the mental fortitude no more to play it because I'm used to playing JRPGs where I
Fast-paced,
can
right?
control the character, and I got at least some type of control. I can call magic and all type of stuff on the run. I said I like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying no Final Fantasy is a bad game. I just didn't enter even
It was really good. That's my personal opinion. Although I do believe they handled the remake really well as far as capturing how the original characters and stuff was, but I don't know what's happened to Square. I don't think their storytelling is back then they were Square Soft. They wasn't Square Enix.
no.
They were a different company back then. They, in my opinion, some of their greatest is Final Fantasy 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. After 10, I cut out. I was gone after 10.
I even got 16 and I played it for like 30 seconds.
Oh, is it good?
I played about 20 minutes something now, and then the story is everywhere. So I play too many games. You talk to a guy that plays too many games.
I think you play everything.
I play too many damn games.
You be talking about games. I'd be like, geez, I didn't think you'd ever touch a game like that.
Yeah,
you play everything.
Nah. And then don't let Hebot tell me about an indie game. I'm gonna go get it and I'm gonna start playing that. I'm like, oh, Hebot, man, why are you doing this to me in my life?
Day 100 is a big nerd, dude.
I see. Yeah.
Yeah. I couldn't believe it either. when I hear it,
he seems all cool and everything, but he's a nerdy guy, you know, because back in the day, he was in the gaming, man.
I'm getting no, my I had to tell. I ended up admitting my first year at the office. I had to show them. I'm like, I'm gonna show you this right now. What I do on YouTube. I'm gonna let y'all watch a video because my office manager like, you don't. I mean, my HR man like, you don't do no. My mom told everybody because happening. I work with my mom all of a sudden. You know, so she puts up my YouTube video up. They didn't know I cuss and fuss and do all that. They said, that's not you. You don't even talk to us in the office. I said, that's a persona. That's a character that I portray. Like you, that's not you. That's your brother. Oh, that's me. I got a website. You want to say, that's me? Like, you really? They were excited that I did that type of stuff. Okay. You know, I just wanted to throw it out there. Like, let y'all know I play video games and I talk about video games. So I don't want to mess. Y'all don't be surprised if I go off. And I kind of hold back on a lot of times because some things you can't say anymore because of social justice police.
Yeah, so, that's right. Yeah,
I kind of gotta think sometime what you gonna say.
I don't know if you want to be on this podcast, Andrew. We're about to get into it.
No. Sometimes you got to get sometimes people hear me stutter sometimes because I caught myself. And I'm trying to think of something to say. Like, you can't say that right now, man, because the world come at you for no apparent reason. I've been on YouTube for 10 years. Didn't even know that until YouTube sent me a message. Welcome, you've been on YouTube for 10 years. What you gonna give me? Give me some money?
They should have. After all that time, they made all that money off of you.
No, but now
they make money off. I haven't monetized in 5 years.
Oh, okay.
I don't monetize because my thing is I don't do it for the money. YouTube is not going to pay like that. It's not. I don't care what it is. You gonna have your. I tell people all I had to do. I said, you doing this, don't quit your job.
Right, I agree with that. Yeah.
Do not quit your job because you're gonna get highs and you're gonna get lows. What's you're doing? I tell people on YouTube, what are you doing that somebody else is not doing? You gotta keep one step ahead. You don't have to have somebody copy off of you. Like me and Flintman, what's called it? People steal stuff off of us all the time. No, they can have it. It's free. I'm just honored that you could have told. Because if I steal something from somebody, I'll say the name where I took it from. But it ain't no honor. Ain't no honor. But I don't get mad about it. But I'm like, no. What I'm gonna do is, some say for the game, I'm gonna start. People want to do YouTube. I'm gonna start promoting other YouTubers.
Thank you.
I got this big old website.
I think the Xbox community needs to support each other in that way because Some guys
So
have
I don't
struggled,
care
under all
yeah.
the pressure and stuff, and they haven't been able to get their channel seen by. Because I think it's perfectly, people tend to just stay in the same circles anyway. I see a lot of the same people in a lot of the channels I visit. It's the same people.
Well, yeah, there's reasons too for that. Yeah, 100, man.
Yeah, but
I remember
see,
100. You
some
got
people. I tell people this. My boy asked, "You watch my podcast?" No. He said, "Why?" I talked to you the other day. Well, I want to hear you talk about the same thing I heard you already talk about. I went in and thumbs it up though.
okay.
I might come say hi, but I'm not finna listen to the whole podcast I already didn't talk to you about because y'all doing the same thing. I'm talking about the same stuff. I want to be different. I want to just be ripping and running and gunning. I'm trying to think because that's the only reason you're gonna survive. Because YouTube is flooded. When me, Sega Forever and them drop, nobody wasn't doing this like that. And you got everybody. You got sports dudes in the game now and all that. Now I'm finna infiltrate they realm too. And like I said, you got to step up with the game, and it's hard. People don't understand this stuff is not easy.
I can imagine.
It's not easy to do a pot. I do a pot. Y'all don't understand. Flip and them can tell you. I do our podcast. About an hour later, I'm knocked out. That's how I'm. And this is sad. I ain't even got to go to work on Sunday. It takes so much energy out of you. You know what I'm saying? It's not, you're trying to keep people in. You're trying to keep people entertained. It's not easy. Nobody want to hear it. It's hard. Like you're thinking on the fly. See, that's what thinking about going live. You got to think on the fly. And a lot of stuff we say and stuff like that, we wasn't expecting to say it. Like lately, me, Flip, and Livewire, we ain't talk to each other until that podcast. We had things going on. So we don't know. I don't know what they're going to say. Don't know nothing. It's just organic. And that's why I think about it. That's what I like. I like stuff organic.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it off no script. So I say, I want to say, I said, you know
organic.
what?
I've never seen him read off of the script. Yeah, he just says whatever. He doesn't care. He's not even politically correct. He'll just say
Sega is the out of all of us. Sega is the Disney of all of us. He's the PG-13.
He's PG-13.
He's the PG-13 out of all of them. We ain't gonna. Hey, he's the one that's gonna. Sega Forever just like this. You know when his kids get in trouble, he gonna put his arms around them. Hey son, you know you messed up, right? Why you messed up?
They're too old for whoopings, man. You can't whoop them.
Man.
Second ain't whooped. Then you gonna hit him with the mental. People understand. My son, I have never whooped my son. I might popped him, but at the end of the day, I never whooped him because in the day when I was in his mind mentally, he was scared that he was gonna get the smoke. I remember the first day he said a cuss word, I chopped him in the throat. That's child abuse, no, it ain't.
I know they don't look. A lot of us got handled way worse in the past.
Yeah, you got tore up.
People don't understand. I done got beat with a belt, a switch, extension cords, hand, fist, feet,
wire hanger.
Hanger.
The wire hanger.
Yeah. If they had some barbed wire, they would have threw me in it.
Oof.
They don't understand. I'm like, you know what I'm saying? But I said, you know what? I was explaining to my brother, like, my little niece be on some crazy stuff. She said something to my mama. I'd have been like, she would have got clothesline on my life. She would have got clothesline back in the day. Because I remember, true story, my son did this one day. I was working at Lowe's and I worked overnight. And my son had just got up. And I don't know what my son was on. He was like 4 years old. He went in my mom's room. And he said, Mom, you ain't. And he ran. I said, oh, no, you grass. Grass, dude. I ain't saving y'all. You grass, you went to the wrong one. She came, don't you run. And you saw the arm. Don't you run from me. Get over here. And gave him the world. Yeah, you sleeping with me tonight. The daddy got to go to work. I don't care what your mama got to say. I'm like, hey. Since
Hey, what's
then,
up, Ray?
he was good. Like I say, I might make idle threats to him.
Oh, 100, are you there? 100?
But I
Oh,
play
okay.
cerebral mind games with him. Give me that Xbox. You know I ain't gonna read it.
100, you're botting, man.
Yeah, he's botting out on us.
But I want you to write anyway. Go write me a book report. I play some. My bad. My be time me to be quiet. I'm with you, Dave.
Just drop out and come back in.
Yeah, we
I'll
can't
add you back.
understand. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
'cause
can't
you're
hear
fading
anything. Yeah, he's botting really bad.
Yeah, 100, can you hear us?
Okay.
He'll come back. He'll come back. Yeah, Dave, I was thinking that we could cover, Buzz Box wanted to talk about because we've just been kind of talking around stuff. And we never, I kind of wanted to get into like the after effect of the showcase, man, because
Yeah, I want to get into a showcase. I'm ready. I'm like, what were you guys talking about? Some like Matrix and stuff. I want the showcase. That's what I want to talk. I want to talk about Pony Salt. So let's get started.
Yeah, definitely. But if you want to start off, because a lot of the stuff that's been coming out, and I know some of it is hate for Xbox, but there's a lot of different people jumping in on like, for example, like Box was talking about. Let me try and find it real quick.
Okay.
Box, where is it? It was way dang. Have we been on? Oh, we only been here for 2 hours. Was it this one?
He said, "You only been here for 2 hours."
Yeah, when you came back in, I was like, oh man, has it been 4 hours? I was like, oh, we only been.
I was just thinking of what Unlimited would have said when when you said that.
Just out of principle, I want to keep this thing going until he jumps in.
Okay.
You have to stay up till midnight. I'll let this thing run.
Oh man.
I was like, where you at?
Was it him or Zeeks that called you the Jerry Lewis of Xbox or something?
No, that was me. I
Was
said
it
that.
you? Okay.
I said it on my podcast because I heard the podcast prior. I heard it was on Unlimited's podcast. And then
Yeah.
on my podcast, I was like, oh yeah, we like the used to see us telethon.
Jerry that's your name now, Jerry Lewis of Xbox now.
Oh,
But that's a compliment,
Dude, I'll take that. They call us way worse stuff. Everything. I don't get it as bad as Heba. Heba gets it.
Oh
bad.
no, yeah.
They go after Heba hard.
Yeah, he told me a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's bad. Like they took pictures of his friend. It was horrible.
Wow.
Yeah, that's why I don't like them. It was one thing I never liked them before, but once they started doing that, I was like, yeah, I'm done with these guys. That's why I always say I'll never. I don't like we talked earlier, right? I don't like using the word toxic because I think it's overused.
Right, it is, yeah.
But this is one fan base.
Man, it's a rough one, man. This is rough.
Horrible.
I mean, back in the day, it was never that nasty,
Yeah.
This is gaming at the end of the day.
I think it is because back then we were gamers, right?
Right, yeah.
So we just like video games. So regardless of what system you played, and there was like little banter and stuff. It's just like with E-Rock and Unlimited are DC fans and I'm a Marvel fan.
Okay,
go back and forth with each other, but at the end of the day, if you gave me a Wonder Woman comic, am I going to read it? Yeah.
Heck yeah.
Oh, that's a comic book. What, you giving that to me? Yeah, sure, I'll take it.
Yeah, we didn't
Because we
turn
just
anything down.
Yeah, we just like comic books, and we just like comics.
That was the thing. You was just happy being in the area that you enjoyed, like whether it was comics or games,
Well, like Heba was saying earlier, right? We would come together because we would get hate from everybody. Like your parents would think it's a waste of time. People would say, "Oh, what are you, a little kid? That's stupid." So we would gravitate towards each other because we were all in the same boat, actually.
Right.
Regardless of what we did. I mean, if you're a nerd or a geek, it's pretty rough when we were just growing up, but not now. It's so inundated with all kind of different people.
Right.
That it's hard for a lot of these companies. I feel for them because, Phil them. I think we're older than them, but they're not. They're right behind us.
Right.
They grew up in gaming in a different way too. So a lot of these newer people, they're not like that. So So I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, just
That's okay.
speak your mind. Speak your mind.
Okay. Was we reading what Box said here? Is that what we're doing
We could do that if you want to give your brief synopsis of what you thought of the
of the
showcase,
show?
like
Okay.
your deep thoughts. I know we talked, like I know we all give our initial impressions earlier in the week because we had to because that showcase was fire, both of them
Yes.
actually.
Yeah. Yeah.
But whatever,
Okay.
yeah, if you want
It
to give a deep dive, go ahead.
okay. I'll give it. It might be a little bit long because I have to explain.
Don't worry, we
Um.
got 6 hours, so we get. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Okay, when I first saw I just say because it's been some time and I've rewatched the show. um there's a lot I took in about the show that I appreciate. Number one, I liked that I could clearly see that Phil had been listening to the community and try his very best. I mean, humanly possible to fulfill everything that he could. Um, the
Right.
fact that the people was complaining, "Oh, I want to see Hellblade gameplay." I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but I'm like, you guys do realize that when we're in the year of release, he's probably going to have a deep dive of Hellblade. So you're going to see that,
Yes.
you know. So because I understood that, it wasn't a big deal to me if I saw Hellblade's combat, gameplay right now. I didn't have to see it right now. What I needed to see now was the games that were coming out this year. I wanted to have a date for those. He fulfilled that. We got a date for Forza. We got a date for Starfield. I wanted to see what those games look like, and also, if anybody wasn't aware, Forza had another look in their on their own channel of their game. So it was still a lot of content out there that you could look at with Forza. They also show games that was coming out in 2024. We have a good idea of what Xbox is going to release in 2024, and that doesn't include the surprises and the Game Pass titles that are still coming. Okay,
Yeah.
and I personally believe that Fable, um, Compulsion's game, what's that called? South of Midnight, and
Yes.
what's that? Clockwork Revolution. I think those are 2025 games.
Oh,
But
you think so? Not next year?
I do. I believe those are 2025 games because I think what's coming out next year is going to be Avowed,
Uh,
Microsoft Flight Simulator, the new one,
yeah.
2024 version. I think that's coming out, and I think Hellblade is coming out in 2024. There may be another title we don't know yet, but I think those are the three titles we know for certain that's going to come out in 2024.
Okay.
Okay. So that where does that place Fable and all that stuff? I think Fable falls into 2025. I think what Phil did, he's going to stay within a 3-year window. You'll always get, and he said that he's learned that he kind of liked this cadence, right? So what you'll do, you'll always get the dates of the games that are releasing in that year. You'll get the windows of the games that are releasing in the next year, and then you'll get a sneak peek or a first look at the games that are coming out that following year. That's why Fable didn't have a date or a window. That's why Clockwork Revolution didn't have it. If you notice that there's a pattern there. Um, Compulsion's game didn't have it because I believe those are the 2025 games.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you get what I'm saying? Now all the 2024s had releasing in 2024. All of them did. We're missing one game because I don't know what that fourth game is, but I know those three titles all had that. And so we now know what is coming out in 3 years. Okay. So we just don't know the dates at all. Like, obviously, because they haven't committed to the windows of Fable and all that stuff, that gives them a little bit more flexibility and stuff like that. They might want to slide a different game in there. Who knows? We don't know. But at least we got to see them. And the reason why they did it that way, because I think that they still like the idea of being able to show gameplay and having the date for the games that's releasing in that year. They can at least be that much certain about that.
Okay.
But people were saying, hey, don't give us no date about what's coming out the next year. They just need to give us a window. And that's what they did. Of course, you had idiots that were still complaining that they didn't have a solid date for, Hellblade and all that. They gave you a window. That's good enough. We don't need a date. I don't know where they've been. That's how Microsoft got in trouble before. For
Right.
those games,
Yeah.
give the window. That's fine. For the games coming out this year, they had to give a date. That was non-negotiable. Okay,
Right.
they had to give a date for that. Now, so that setup is brilliant. It's the best setup I've seen. They need to keep to that. So that's one thing I noticed about the show. The second thing I noticed about the show is that I understand now you will never see another Craig moment in the Xbox showcase ever again.
Yeah,
Those games was, even if they're still under development, they look so polished. They look fantastic.
yeah, they
You
did.
did the ponies didn't have a Craig moment. They up there talking about, because Starfield you see walking and stuff. If that's the best that they got,
I
that show was a 10 out of 10 just for that alone. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So I understand. I think Phil probably swore to himself that he'd never have a moment like that again. And
yeah.
that's why those games look so polished in that showcase.
Yeah, when they start breaking out the microscope, you got it. You know,
Exactly.
yeah.
Exactly. To the point they can't even tell gameplay from cinematics.
Yeah, that's bad. And then that I love that too because it just continues to expose these people.
It does. And they're graphic hogs. So
Oh
for
yeah.
them to not be able to tell, but yet they still want to downplay things like Fable, or they really haven't said much about Hellblade yet, but they also can't really downplay Microsoft Flight Sim. These are all great looking games. Forza, a motorsport I'm talking about, and also now Fable. These games look fantastic. The other ones do too, but they're more stylized. That's why I'm leaving those out.
You know what I
But
love what you said? I love what you said on Unlimited because I feel like I'm the only one.
Mhm.
But then you was talking about City Skylines. I was like,
Oh,
hey,
yeah.
finally somebody.
Yeah. Yeah, City Sky. I'm like, where you people been? That's such a good game.
Yeah.
That's such a good game. If you like city builders, that's a fantastic game.
I grew up on SimCity, that's why.
Yes, I play SimCity. Yeah.
When you were talking about that, I was like, yes, finally.
Somebody said City Skyline. Don't overlook that because they made a lot of money off of the first one.
Yeah,
a
they
lot.
did.
They made a lot off of me. I bought so many DLC and expansion
Well,
packs.
you ain't the only one. That's why Phil Spencer was like, they keep on putting these games up, and then I like when Phil said on Kind of Funny, right? He said, you'd be surprised. I mean, the biggest game right now for them is Age of Empires, and I know that. 'cause
That's
I play Age
right.
of Empires. Yeah.
That's right. I've heard nothing but praise about that game.
It's
Yeah.
those are the games that are actually. I'm not a PC person per se like you,
Yeah.
but there are specific games that I will play on PC and Age of Empires, Age of Mythology, right? Games like
Okay.
that.
Okay,
SimCity.
those are the games, right? Yeah,
Yeah.
SimCity is good on there. Yeah, especially I was using mods on there and everything. Yeah, that game is good. I'm really
Yes.
happy to see part 2 coming out. I can say that, and I'm happy that it's on Game Pass too. That was
Yeah.
a shock to me. I didn't expect that.
Well, it's console. The SimCity 2 is going to be like they're going to do what they did with Age of Empires 2, right? They're going to make it because Age of Empires 2 on the console, dude. I was having a Halo moment. You know when Halo came out and you was using an actual controller
Right,
to play the game,
right,
and then when I was playing Age of Empires 2 on my console upstairs, I was like, wow, dude, it's just so effortless. It makes sense.
right.
So I think they're going to do that with City Skylines too, right? It's going to be on console.
I can't wait to see what they do. That's because all the different things you can do. I gotta say, it's brilliant how they've been able to translate those games over to console.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's one of the things I think about the showcase, like you're saying, it's the overall polish of everything, right?
Yes, that was a polished show.
Yeah, and so it's almost like like before, like that's what I was saying earlier. I think when with the other guys, right? I was saying this is just like when you look at the compare and contrast between the two showcases. Like to me, PlayStation is trying to copy and
That I was gonna say that.
Oh, go ahead.
Nobody else said that. You think just like me. Yes, they were trying to follow the model that Microsoft set from 2021, maybe or something. It seemed like that's what it looked like to me.
Yeah, I was like circa like the first Microsoft showcases. Like they were trying to find it.
Yep.
But the thing that got me about it, sorry, just real quick, but the thing that got me about it when I was looking at that, it was like, you know what it is? It's just like because they never took the time to build the relationships like Microsoft did, or lay the foundation like Microsoft did, or take the pain, and take all the hate and all the criticism, some justified. They PlayStation didn't have to do that at all, and it showed in the showcase. And then when you look at what Microsoft, that's years of them getting all of that, the experiences they had to go through, the learning curves,
right,
the hate, like I said, yeah. So, I mean, it's just like night and day when you look at it.
Night and day. Even the choices from the indies that they pick. I'm not trying to pick on indie developers, but when you look at what Microsoft was showcasing with their indies compared to what PlayStation and with their indies, in my opinion, they don't hold a candle. It's very few titles they had that I thought did. So I think that Microsoft has incredible talent on their side that knows how to scout out really good indie type. They know what type of games they want on their platform, and I think I don't know. It's just Microsoft has a certain um quality and eye for certain type of indie games. They don't take just anything, and I would argue this: not any title can come into a Game Pass setting, in my opinion. I think they scrutinize that. So yeah, they got a good quality bar when it comes to Game Pass or just anything they put on their platform. They don't put a bunch of junk on there.
Well, I know with Chris Charla, when they put him in charge years ago,
Mhm.
and he was the one that was laying that groundwork and making and building the relationship. So they actually listened to a lot of these indie guys. And you remember, I don't know if you remember this or not, but the PlayStation, was it the 3? But PlayStation was known as the indie darling
It was at one point, yeah.
at one point. And then that's what everybody was hitting on Microsoft. Was like, you guys don't have any indies, like everything else. You don't have this, you don't have this.
Yeah.
The problem for Sony now is that Microsoft actually listened. It's like, you know what? Microsoft is like that. It's like my coworker, this guy that I work with. He's the type of person, like, when I'm around other people, you get into this little bit of complaining mode, right? Or you just like trying to whatever. He's the kind of person, like, if I say something to him, he'll be like, you know what? You're right. Let's do something about that. He's that guy. Right?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so Microsoft is like, Microsoft was like that. They looked at that and goes, you're right, we don't have indies. You know what we need to do? We need to get indies on this. Like, they were serious, right? They weren't just saying that as to make everybody happy or appease people or to get the heat off of them. And then they hired Chris Charla, and Chris Charla comes from that background, and then they basically built that out all those years ago to the point now where I like this and I'm going to start using it. And I wish I could credit, I think it was, I don't know if it was Sarah Bond that said this, but they're calling the indie games triple I's. You know how we have AAA games? These new indie games are considered to be triple I games, right? For in the indie market, they're that level. So when you see something like 33, what is that? 33 Inferno.
Oh, 33 Immortals. That's
Immortals.
Yeah. That game, I have my eye on that game, by the way.
Yeah, because I like the first game that they did. Same thing like with Ravenlock. You have Ravenlock, and that's from, and they did Echo Generations.
I bought Echo Generations, and from the people who did 33 Immortals, they did Spiritfarer. I also bought that game as well. Very good games. I'm thinking of buying Ravenlock though, because I just like that company and what they.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna buy it. I just haven't gotten around to it because I got stuck playing other games. But
right, yeah, me too.
It's like that level. So and you saw that in the showcase, right? Because before everybody would hit Microsoft on that, kind of like how you're saying about PlayStations,
right?
They're the stuff that they picked and they decided to do, right? Oh, look who decided to show up! You're late for your shift, man.
Oh, there it goes. We were just talking about you two not long ago.
I told Day I would keep this thing going till midnight until you
Oh man.
What's up, Unlimited?
Hey, nothing much, man. What's up, Dale? What's up, Sega Forever?
Dude, you guys had a fire podcast earlier in the week, man. I loved it, dude.
Thank you. Yeah, man, we had a great time on Sunday. Just a great time, man. So what are we talking about here?
Oh, just that Day. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Daya's giving her deep thoughts on her deep thoughts on the showcase.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You want me to finish up so we can get Unlimited? So I'm curious to hear what he has to say too.
Oh, I know he's gonna bring up Avowed. I know that much.
Yeah, so I already established that I see how they have that layout. You expect that layout from now on. And again, the quality of the indies and also the representation of, they do not forget who their players are. They remember they have their Japanese players. They remember they have their PC players, and they remember they have their console players, and they are trying to meet everybody where they are. And that's what I noticed in that showcase as well. Very well. They did an excellent job in that area. They really tried to hit all the different areas. Even the games like 33 Immortals can be a great mobile game, a cloud game, if you really think about it. If you're a person with a ROG handheld, or you got a Steam Deck or something, that seemed like a perfect game for that. They just covered everything I can think of. Then they also met their obligations with their third parties, like with Cyberpunk, having Keanu there. Now, who would you rather have? Keanu, or who was there at the game awards. I mean, not the Game Awards, the Game Fest. It was who was that?
Nicolas Cage.
Nick Cage. Now, no offense to Nick Cage, but he's no Keanu Reeves, okay?
Yeah.
So I just thought that
I blame Jeff
Microsoft.
Keighley. I blame Jeff Keighley. He's a horrible. He's a horrible interview.
Yeah, I don't, personally like, I'm
Yeah.
not a fan, but I know some people seem to like them, but I don't, I have my issues with them, but I thought that the Xbox Showcase outdid both the Game Fest and the PlayStation Showcase. They didn't hold a candle. I think the only one that came close was Ubisoft's. In my personal opinion, that's my personal opinion. I thought Ubisoft did a great job.
I still gotta watch.
Yeah, they did good. They had some good games. You should check them out.
I definitely-
But let's see, what else did I notice? Also, this is my last thing, and then we're going to turn it over to Unlimited. That I really laser focused after the showcase. What did Microsoft show me? Because I couldn't take everything in on that day. I'm not going to talk about Starfield because that's self-explanatory. Okay, but what I'll say is that this game here, I already said before that I really love South of Midnight. The style of that reminds me of Coraline. It's just, you see, look, I think the gaming industry at a whole was watching that Xbox Showcase and seeing displayed right before their eyes what it looks like when a studio can just pick a project that they want to do. What it looks like, how their creativity can go anywhere. They don't have the constraints that they got to get a certain score on Metacritic, that they have to have that realism. No, they don't have to have that. They just need to have creativity and the drive to want to make that game. And that's what you saw displayed there, because the styles was wildly different. None of those games looked like they were copying off of each other. Even Avowed, a game that people say is inspired from Skyrim, it has its own style and its own flavor. It doesn't feel like Skyrim, but it feels like almost a little bit of a love letter to it, but at the same time, it's its own thing. So I really liked the way the games stood apart from each other. They had their own identity. I think if you don't understand who these studios are, now you see how their mind thinks and what area they're gravitating to when it comes to the games. And also, I would say this, even their smaller games, this is not from a first party, but Towerborn, something that kind of went under a lot of people's radar. That game looks fun. It reminds me of Streets of Rage 4, but in a kind of like a little 3D setting, because you basically running with a group of 4 people and you're just beating up everything as you go through. You're beating up everything, and the world is ever changing. But I was like, that's fun, because I love Streets of Rage, right? But it's a flat out like kind of 2D kind of side scroller game. But this game seemed like it's similar to it. It takes elements of it. And you got a group of 4 characters, which are cute as heck. They're cute, and they go through it and they fight and everything. Because you saw the little trolls dancing at the end of when they had the name of it and all that, and it was dancing and stuff. Like, right. I think that game might come out in 2024. I'm not sure. I can't remember if that was the case. But I think that was originally Project Belfry. And I was like, that's another thing that it showed me, was that Microsoft is not afraid to do a AA game. They're not afraid to do something even smaller, but the games are high quality. If you look at Pentiment, it was critically acclaimed. And I think that Towerborn looks very fun to me. I know it's not a Starfield. It's not a AAA, but when you focus in on what Microsoft is doing, even if it's a game like that, they're trying to make the very best that they can if it's a game like that. And that's what I saw. I saw quality, even when it comes to the AA's, from first party and from their partners. Because I don't know who's doing that Project Belfry. I can't remember the name. But I saw that, and that's everything that I took from the showcase. I thought that's why I had to give it a 10 out of 10. It was an excellent showcase. I can't think of any showcase that comes close to it. I've seen great showcases, but nothing like that. That blew my mind. And so it was a wonderful showcase, and that's what I thought from when I first saw it and what I still think today.
I know for me, like when I watched it initially, it was so much to take in. But the more I watched it over the weekend, and I got reactions and all that stuff, because I'm not gonna lie, it's one of the reasons why I haven't been able to pick back up on my gaming, 'Cause we're gamers, but we're about the industry as well.
Right, exactly.
So, but the more I started to take more and more of it, I could wrestle with the stuff like with the what was that Towerborn you talked about?
Towerborn, yeah, it's like it's like a beat 'em up brawler kind of thing, but they just kind of running and beating everything up while the environment around them is constantly changing. So I think that I don't know, maybe that's procedurally generated or something. You're not going to just like see the same old things over and over again. You know, it changes up. The world changes up.
I like Banner Saga. So for RTS games like that, like Banner Saga, I play because I just love the story and the characters, and I can play RTSs, but that's the draw for me. So it's my understanding that the Banner Saga guys are doing Towerborn, and I'm really hyped for it because it's more of a like I know Unlimited likes the action. I'm like Unlimited, we like that action type of games.
Right.
So if you take the story of the RTS of that they're known for in oh sorry, I just lost the Banner Saga, but then you're putting it in this new game and this action, then I'm all on board. Yeah, so
awesome.
Stuff like that. So as the week went on, I started to get like all the nitty gritty stuff, and I'm still not done. Like I said, I haven't even watched the Ubisoft stuff.
Okay, yeah, definitely watch Ubisoft.
Yeah, I definitely watched that. But yeah, Unlimited, man. Go ahead, brother.
Yeah. So the 2023 showcase was, excellent, phenomenal, spectacular, whatever adjective you wanted to use, right? So I came to realization something this week is that the 2023 showcase was actually very formulaic. And because this is the kind of show Xbox has been doing for the last 3-4 years, talking from Sarah Bond or Phil Spencer or anybody, just trailer gameplay after trailer gameplay after trailer gameplay. It's set our expectations, and by set our expectations, I mean games that are releasing this year. They let you know games that are coming in 2024. You know what's coming. And games that are coming in the future. It's going to be maybe further out because it didn't show anything. So you know what to expect with these games, right? And the one thing that I always like about Xbox and their showcases is that they have no problem addressing any criticism. When people were complaining last year about the 12-month window thing, they got rid of that. Never mentioned it once, right? Yeah. And the reason why they did the 12-month window thing last year is because in 2022, they complained about lack of release dates. So last year, they focused on release dates, right? But it was still...
And gameplay, that was another one.
And gameplay. And it still took the best of what 2022's showcase had and gave us even more and better and more redefined but it was still under the Xbox formula. And then I also realized that juxtapose that with Sony. Sony is also very formulaic, but they're formulaic with their games. Every game's got to be a third-person story-driven game with the long cutscenes and pretty graphics and shallow gameplay so that the masses could eat it up, right? However, the reason why the showcase formula works and Sony's games are starting to wear people thin is because of the way you experience them. This was a 2-hour show that got everything important that we need to see out in front, and now we get to see a nice variety of games, and that's where Xbox shines, right? Is that they're not beholden to Halo, Gears, or Forza that people pretend they are. Now, if you're a Halo fan, you could also play Avowed and Fable and Avowed and Clockwork Revolution and Dungeons and Hindenburg.
That looked like a good game too.
Yeah, that game looked awesome. And 33 Immortals that Phil Spencer, he really loved that one because
he was playing it.
On the Tuesday show, the extended show, because he was playing it, man. He was
died though.
Yeah, he sounded like a gamer too.
He did. He was like, "Where's our team at?"
All right.
That's what I would have said.
And whoever came up with the extended showcase was brilliant because it's great.
Right here. I'm sorry, 100. I'm sorry, Unlimited. Issa was saying, yeah. That's what I heard. It was her. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Shout out to Tina Summerfield. So people don't know, she used to be on G4 TV. She was excellent on G4 TV. I knew she was working on Microsoft for years now. And I wasn't sure what her role is. So if she's the one putting the showcase together, give her a raise, Phil.
Yes.
Give her a raise because whatever she came up with since like 2019, these shows have been brilliant.
They've been great.
They've been excellent, all of them. I remember specifically in 2021, I was giving the show a 10 out of 10 then. And and I was telling people how can you not like this show? We got so much, last year. I'm giving it a 10 out of 10 as well.
Exactly.
Because these games just work so well and they just flow so well. And here's the thing that I was telling Sega Forever in the chat the other day. These shows are fun to watch. You know what I'm saying?
They are.
And the one thing that the Sony showcase had, even though Sony, here's the thing about Sony. When they copy Nintendo, Sega, they do it without the spirit, right? So when they copy Xbox formula and show a bunch of games and stuff, it's just not fun to watch because they don't understand the type of timing that Tina Summerfield or whoever and their crew that's putting these showcase together, they don't understand that they listen to audience. They know which games is going to get us hyped. They know how to pace it to the point that, okay, yeah, we're going to show a Val, but let's show maybe Sea of Thieves after. Get people, show something for the people who play it and love it before the general audience. That could be their moment of breather because because when you're dealing with shows like this, it can't be just everything's hype. Oh my god, you can't do it like that because you're going to wear the audience out, right? And they had a 2-hour show to produce, so they spaced things out perfectly. That's why Avowed didn't literally just follow
Fable or something like that.
Yeah, Fable or South of Midnight. Right. But the Ubisoft Star Wars game did, right? That
looks good too.
That does look
that
good,
looks. If I saw the gameplay on the Ubisoft show, that looks spectacular.
Yeah, Ubisoft is on fire, man. I tell you, check out their showcase.
I've been a Ubisoft defender for years. You guys say when people were saying Ubisoft need to, I kid you not, they're saying stuff like Ubisoft need to close down and sell to Sony. I'm like, no, guys, Ubisoft are excellent. They make some of the best in detailed open worlds and this and that. And I'm glad that and you know what I also loved is that so the numbers came in. The Xbox showcase was by far not even close to most popular showcase this summer at Summer's Games Fest.
Wow.
And Ubisoft was right behind it.
Excellent job, Ubisoft.
Yeah. So the two companies that I like most, you know what I'm saying, killed it this Summer Game Fest.
Nice.
Man,
Unlimited. He defends Ubisoft more than he does DC.
Yeah.
What? Wow.
Yeah. It's because with Ubisoft, they've been making so many great games, and then when Ubisoft release games, they seem to love release since so many games around each other. For example, from now until 2024, Assassin's Creed in October, the Crew Motorfest is coming out later this year. I think in November. Avatar.
I saw that.
That game looks great. It's coming out in December. Prince of Persia in January, and Star Wars Outcast in 2024.
Wow.
I wouldn't be surprised if Microsoft saw what Ubisoft does and like, man, can we let's get that level of consistency?
Yeah,
right?
Gosh, that's impressive.
Yes, and you see why I like Ubisoft so much. They make fun games. They make a lot of different games. They make a lot of great games, and they make my all-time favorite series in Assassin's Creed. Another favorite series that they don't seem to touch anymore. Splinter Cell. My second favorite Ubisoft series, Far Cry. So for them to get the love that they're getting now. Yeah. I was a little shocked, but I'm glad that it happened because Ubisoft really finally deserve some praise after years and years and years of just
hard work.
Just being tore down for no reason.
I like Prince of Persia. I'm going to put myself out there. That harkens to the original, and almost like they went back to the roots of how Prince of Persia started. I don't know what people are complaining, but I think that's great that they went back to that style because it doesn't cost that much to make that game. Again, some of these studios have to bring down the cost of some of these games, but at the same time, if the gameplay is really good, that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, it looks
I
good.
just wanted to
Yeah.
throw that out there because I was sick and tired of hearing about the Prince of Persia hate. Just get off of that. That's where the game started. That's its roots.
Right.
Cool. Yeah, so, do you think that Ubisoft gets the hate because they were considered like a top tier, like what are the top tier? How can I put this? Like the quality of their games were top shelf,
Mhm.
right? Always.
Yeah, they
Been.
got good quality games. Yeah.
Yeah. So, do you think that people look at them as this old guard? Like they can't change, they can't bring anything new to the table? Because with their Assassin's Creed, right? That's what you hear people saying, which blows my mind.
Yeah.
Because with Assassin's Creed, they cover like just about everything.
Now, and for Assassin's Creed, it really annoys me because I mean it's my favorite video game series of all time,
Yeah.
right? So I know this series in and out, and I remember around 2012 where the criticism was, why is Ubisoft releasing this game every year? It's the same thing over and over.
Yeah.
I'm tired, and then in 2017 they do a soft reboot, and guess what? The same people like, oh, I want the old Assassin's Creed back,
Oh,
bring back,
gosh.
and so whenever I see the criticism, it means nothing to me because they cried about Assassin's Creed Valhalla. It made $1 billion. It made over $1 billion. Just that one game alone in the franchise. So Assassin's Creed, Mirage is going to do fine. It's going to do excellent. It's going to be one of the best selling games of the year, like every Assassin's Creed is. So I'm not worried. It just annoys me that every time a new one releases, it's like Assassin's Creed fans are turning into Halo fans. Where Halo,
Oh, gosh.
where Halo, like there are still some Halo fans that complain about sprinting, right? And it's like, dude, Halo has sprinting for over a decade now. Get over it.
Get over it. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's some of the fan base I hate the most. I hate to say this, guys, but I do not like the Halo fan, with exception to a few. They're the most whiny bunch of
Mhm.
people I've ever seen in my life.
yeah.
They complain
I will-
about everything.
I will say this: I don't mind them as long as they buy the game, or as long as they subscribe to Game Pass, because that's kind of a part of what a fan base is, right? Dude, I'm a Steeler fan, right? I'm a Steeler fan, and I got Steeler fans telling me like, dude, are you a Steeler fan? Because sometimes they just make you mad, right? But you still support the team. So for the Halo guys, I look at them, I was like, okay, you complain all you want, but then when I see you playing with cat ears,
Yeah.
right? I'll be like, okay, so just get it off your chest, right? I know you just, like some of us, I'm old school Marvel, right? And I know some people don't like hearing me complain about what Marvel's doing and stuff like that, but you still support, you're a fan. So
Yeah.
so as long as they buy the game and or they subscribe to Game Pass, I'll let it slide. Sorry, Dave, I didn't mean to cut you off, but yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut off Unlimited, actually, so I'm
Yeah,
sorry about that.
Oh,
Just
man.
like Phil said on the Giant Bomb podcast or Giant whatever, like they were like, I love that. I love that interview so much because it's just like you guys, like you talking. There's a lot of so-called gamers getting exposed because, like Dea said about Prince of Persia, like Dea, because we know the old game.
Yeah.
So like going back to its roots, and these guys, and there were people saying that's not Prince of Persia. Prince of Persia don't look like that.
Oh my God,
know what I'm
it is. That's how it looked when the original games came out.
Yeah.
Well, I was like, I hope you guys don't see what Grand Theft Auto used to look like.
Right.
My brother had that, so I know what that thing looked like. They ain't gonna like it if they
Yeah.
that game. Yeah.
Oh man, they lose their mind if they ever went back to the top-down version of GTA. They really wouldn't know what to do because GTA 3, is literally called GTA 3, and people still think that's the first one in the series.
Look at all the people getting exposed on Fable. I love it. Dude.
Yeah,
I love that trailer.
That-
And so many people was getting exposed on that. That's not.
Yeah,
That's not. What is it? That's not Fable. I'm like,
Yeah, they swear up and down there was
Phil-
no gameplay in there. Even
I love when Phil was asking an interview and Phil's like, why don't you think that's gameplay? And I was like, dang, Phil.
Should we start talking about that? Because I really do want to talk about
Yeah,
it.
yeah, let's go into that. Once Unlimited is done, once he's done.
Yo, I'm sorry, but yeah.
Yeah. So back to the showcase, man. And then as an RPG fan, I'm set for life with Xbox. I mean, just from Starfield to Fable to Avowed to Clockwork Revolution, that Brian Fargo, the lead of In Exile, confirmed as an RPG. Cyberpunk expansion looks brilliant because Cyberpunk is one of my favorite games ever in my 33 years of life. That looks brilliant. Even games like the Dune crossover with Flight Simulator, or the Monkey
Oh
Island
wow.
crossover
Monkey.
with Sea of Thieves. It's funny because the way Xbox does licensed content is very interesting, because they don't. It's clear that Microsoft has no interest in doing what Sony does, and that's how they pay Disney for the Spider-Man license.
Right.
And as
Right.
much as I'd love a exclusive DC superhero game to Xbox, they're not going to pay WB
No.
when WB could just make it themselves, right?
Right.
Until proven wrong. But it seems like that they don't mind saying, hey, a Top Gun crossover with Flight Simulator, a Dune crossover with Flight Simulator, the Lego crossover with Forza, and they don't mind playing those type of licensing fees, though. So it's very interesting how they do licensed content.
May I add something to that real quick before you move on? The reason
Yeah.
why I think that's the case is because Microsoft gets something out of that too. It enhances their own IP. What do you think that does for Sea of Thieves when they have these like big licensed names coming in to create story content for them?
Yes.
That nobody is thinking this is a Monkey Island game, or they're not thinking this is a Pirate of the Caribbean game. They know it's a Sea of Thieves game that happens to have that in it.
Right.
That's why.
And Daya, it's clearly not nearly as expensive as Sony paying for Spider-Man.
Exactly.
Because they don't need the fund, they don't need to pay for a whole development. They just need to pay for a part of the development, because they don't have to build from the ground up or anything.
Exactly.
And like suck my oh my goodness, suck my tongue said
Oh.
Microsoft ain't in the business to rent property. They want to own it completely. Nobody wants to pay rent. They want to own the house. Exactly. Exactly, man. And I'm gonna call you my here because of the whole thing.
We gotta be careful with you too.
He's spot on, man. He's spot on that. And that's the thing. That's what Phil Spencer realized last year. And that's why they've been buying everything since 2018, 2017. Yeah, 2018. Because they got burned with Scalebound. They got burned with the Remedy. The Remedy is the developer. The Remedy after Quantum Break. They got burned with Insomniac with Sunset Overdrive, paying for the engine that literally powers Spider-Man.
Yeah.
They got burned with Moon Studios and Ori. They got burned with Cuphead, the Cuphead developer who
Wow.
And by the way, I got to reference an old video Xbox All In did, because he made a video years ago that was pretty much a response to Heatbots about Cuphead jumping ship, and it was fantastic, right?
Wow.
Yeah, and so after getting so pretty much every third person exclusive that Xbox had, except for two or three that they had good relationships, they ended up buying, funny enough. But the ones that they didn't have a good, that ended up essentially screwing them over, they said, okay, this ain't gonna work. Let's just purchase these guys, and we're gonna do everything in house. And and that's why Ninja Theory reaped the benefit. That's why Undead Labs reaped the benefit. That's why look at what Forza's doing with both Forza Horizon and Fable right now.
I know.
And they're reaping the benefit of Xbox. Xbox pretty much paying them to exist. And then when Phil got the okay to start using that Microsoft checkbook, they were the first ones who were brought on.
Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
They
reward. Microsoft likes loyalty. They like friends. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's why even Ty Howard. I don't know if you guys saw this, but there's a guy on YouTube who has a video. And he went there to FanFest, and he happened to record Ty Howard, Matt Booty, Sarah Bond, Phil Spencer. They were all out on stage before and after the showcase that was broadcast there live, for them. And what he realized is that Ty was talking about the relationship that Bethesda had with Xbox in the early days. Yeah. That was something they never forgot, is their working relationship with one another. That's why I think Xbox was able to purchase them, because they had that relationship from all the way back then.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Microsoft is the type of company that keeps a relationship over a long period of time if it's a good one. I just wanted to say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, and Daya, to add to that, let's not forget the reason why Elder Scrolls is on console is thanks to the original Xbox. It was the only console that was powerful enough to run Morrowind back in the day.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so for those who don't know, Elder Scrolls Morrowind was only on PC and the original Xbox, right? And then it's kind of, I'm glad you mentioned that, because while Xbox and Bethesda always had a great relationship, Sony and Bethesda always had a tumultuous relationship. So for example, what's that game? Oblivion. The reason why Bethesda is known as "quote unquote" Bethesda is because back in the 2006 or so, Oblivion was running fire on the 360. It was buggy, mess, and unplayable on the PS3, and that's where the gaming world came up with the Bethesda thing, and they haven't let that Bethesda stereotype go since. Even though Bethesda always makes the biggest games, especially on Xbox, they're always a top selling game on literally every platform. You know what I'm saying? A top 10 selling game at that.
Right.
From Morrowind on the original Xbox to Skyrim being the sixth best-selling game on the 360, Fallout 4 being the 10th best-selling game on the Xbox One, right? So the relationship was definitely always there, and it just ended up being a match made in heaven. Now that we know, I think that Todd Howard was also hinting he's on the back end of his career.
He is, yeah. He started to talk about that,
I
yeah.
think that's another reason why they went ahead and joined the Xbox crew. Whoever he spoke to at ZeniMax to just, all right, hey, let's just do this, because he know he ain't gonna be here forever.
No.
And the next generation of whoever's gonna take over the Elder Scrolls, Starfield, and Fallout IP is gonna take over, and they're gonna have even easier time than Todd did, because they're under the Xbox umbrella, that does something rare and let their creators create without any big corporate input.
Right. Right.
You look at every other form of creativity out there for our entertainment. There's a ton of corporate input. All right, Marvel Studio, the dude who he was a good Sam Raimi who directed
Spider-Man?
No, the one he did for
Sam
Marvel.
Raimi?
He did for Marvel last year.
Oh gosh, that was Doctor
It's such
Strange.
thank you, Doctor Strange. When you think Doctor Strange, it was bad. What came out afterwards, man? Sam Raimi, he came out and said he was pretty much handcuffed to do so many things and keep this tight continuity, and Marvel just kept inputting on, no, do this, and to the point where when I was reading his interview after the movie came out, I'm thinking, why even bring him on?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Why even bring him on if you're just going to make him do your movie? So
that's what they do. Well, just real quick, Unlimited. I can tell you this much because I watched it because my kids wanted to watch it.
Yeah.
And Doctor Strange, the first one, I absolutely love that movie. But for this one, you can tell what Disney did, because there's parts in Doctor Strange that is very Sam Raimi. Had they just kept that for the entirety of the movie, it would have been a totally different movie.
Yes.
Sorry, I just wanted
and to tie that to the Sam Raimi and Marvel, that's what happens at Sony. Just another report came out this week. Sony has no interest in games unless it hit a 90 Metacritic. That's absurdly stupid.
Yeah.
That's absurdly stupid. First of all, hitting 90 on Metacritic is Sony doesn't even hit 90 on Metacritic with most of their games. You know what I'm saying? And that's the stuff that people brag about. Spider-Man, that didn't have a 90 Metacritic. People brag about Horizon Forbidden Entertainment. That definitely didn't have a 90 Metacritic. That game is boring, right? and yet so Sony sets up. So Sony tells their studios, you gotta make this. Excuse me. You got to make this, and now they're forcing their studios to make games as a service games, and they're going to suck. And the reason they're going to suck is because Sony doesn't know why people love a Halo, why people love a Gears, why people love a Forza, why people love a Sea of Thieves, why people love Elder Scrolls Online. All they see is these guys made a multiplayer game and it's popular, and they don't know the essence of what makes it popular. So even that's going to flop for them. Right.
Exactly.
Because whenever Sony copies, they like I said earlier, they copy, but they don't know the heart of what make that thing they copied so successful. They copied the Wii. They copied the Wii back in 2006 with the Move, and that flopped. Because because people saw right through it. We could go through almost 2 decades now, Daya, of Sony just copying from either Xbox or Nintendo. And the reason it never works is because when you're copying, you're not original. You're not doing original. You're not the one putting your heart out there. And so to tie that all to the 2023 showcase, it was probably the best of the Microsoft current showcase formula.
Mhm.
And the irony is their formula is how much variety can we put on the show, and I love that because as someone who don't just play RPGs, I love that Jasant or Dungeons and Hindenburg or Sea of Thieves Monkey Island or even something like South of Midnight caught my eye, you know. And another thing before we move on to the next topic there, the show was so good that people don't care Starfield is at 30 frames per second. Because
No,
2 months
they
ago, 2 months ago, Redfall being at 30, they tore that game down. Now it's like,
They
I
sold
don't
they Xboxes. Remember that Unlimited? They were
Mhm.
saying Fire Field, but now
care. Yeah.
I'm telling you now. I've been sharing this everywhere I'm going. Starfield has created such a disturbance out there in the gaming world that you got PlayStation ponies just they're falling. Now I've never seen anything like what I've been seeing. You need to look at these videos out here. Take the time to look at them because you'll never see anything like this. Maybe I don't know. It's worse coming, but I've never seen anything like this.
Never.
But what caught me by surprise was what is happening to the Star Citizen community. It
Mhm.
has ripped them apart. These people have wanted a game like Starfield all this time, and then you got a group of people who are Star Citizen loyalists that are angry because they're losing people now to Starfield. So these people are going back and forth. That community itself, just from Starfield alone, has been disrupted from one game. That's how big Starfield is.
Yeah.
And I'm hearing everywhere people talking about, I don't know much about Xbox, but I'm going to get that game. So I don't know, maybe
Mhm.
they're going to get it off of PC. You got some people saying they're selling their PS5s. They literally saying they can't see why they even keeping it. They're
Yeah.
getting the Xbox.
Now, I'll say this to those that are saying that most of them are just being facetious. They ain't selling their PlayStation 5s. People do not do that on a large scale. The only people who might do that are like those fanboys who need attention or who
Mhm.
need views. That's it. But other than that, the general audience, they're not selling their PlayStation 5s for. So listen, people are saying Phil was wrong. People will sell their PlayStations to buy Xbox because some people on Twitter were saying it. No, they're not. Listen, there are millions upon millions of PS5 and Series X owners. I guarantee you 0.0000001, and that's the idiots on Twitter, are the only ones who's saying anything like that. Nobody else is selling their console for one game. But there are people who will buy an Xbox to play Starfield, and that's a
That's what I was going
difference.
to say.
But
Yeah, they will
but
buy it in. Yeah.
yeah. But specifically selling one for the other, you ain't doing that.
Right.
Do you know how many? Each of us have probably hundreds of games on our respective Xbox. Do you know you know that there's nothing Sony will ever put out that will make me sell my Xbox? Have you seen my collection? Why would I
Oh
give that
yeah.
up?
Why would you get it up?
Yeah, why would I
Yeah.
give that up because Sony has one game that looks good? If I want to play a Sony game that bad, I already have a PS4 5, but I'll buy a PS5.
Right.
You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So, and that's what's happening with Starfield. Starfield looks so good to the people who usually don't like Xbox or don't care about Xbox that they're like, okay, I'll drop the $300 on the Series S or the
Yep.
$500 on the X to do it, or the
Or buying the
350.
game. So that means they're going to be in the ecosystem. And
Mhm.
here's the beauty of Starfield that nobody is talking about. That game has such longevity. It's going to not only bring these people into Xbox's ecosystem, it's going to keep them there. They're
Yes.
never leaving. Think of it like a mousetrap that has glue on it. They ain't never leaving that. Okay. Because what do you think is coming next? You're going to have mods. I'm calling it now that Starfield is going to have a MMO just like all the other games they've
Yeah.
done. They got it for Skyrim, Elder Scrolls, and they got one for Fallout. Expect something like that for Starfield. These people ain't never leaving. They're going to
Yeah,
be in the
yeah.
Xbox ecosystem for the rest of their life and
They-
the rest of their gaming life. I say.
Yo, Daya, I kid you not. I follow a handful of YouTube channels that their YouTube channels is just content on that one specific Bethesda game. You know, one girl I subscribed to her because back in 2020 she bought an Xbox Series X just for the Bethesda game. She literally said that in her video, in her unboxing video, right? And I hit subscribe right then. And since then, all she does is put out. Right now, she just does Skyrim, literally just only Skyrim videos
Just
until
Skyrim channel.
Starfield comes out.
Wow.
You know, another guy I follow. Starfield was announced years ago, and he'd been making videos hyping up Starfield just since like what 2-3 years ago, something like that. And now that it's finally released, his channel's blowing up because he does a deep. He doesn't just do the deep dive on the video. He does a deep dive in the lore of Starfield. And people are eating it up, right? So that's what
is he Swedish?
Yeah, what was that?
Is he Norwegian? The guy you're talking about?
I think so. I think he is. I honestly I never paid attention to where he's from, but he probably is. But I'll tell you the next time I watch his videos. But you might know who I'm talking about then, Sega Forever, because because that's all he does. Starfield. That's it. That's the only game he talked about on his channel. And now his channel is blowing up because he does like the lore, not just a breakdown of the video and stuff, man. So that's what we're dealing with Bethesda fans. You know. That they're still playing. Some of them are still playing Fallout or Skyrim hype for Starfield. Some of them are so hyped for Starfield that's all they're going to play.
That's it. Yeah.
And Xbox got them.
They got them because they ain't never going nowhere. I'm telling you that now.
Oh no, you don't go anywhere when.
And then guess what's coming behind Starfield? What did Todd say? If you guys paid attention. That he's I think it was that interview, or no, it was the interview that he had. He's already working on Elder Scrolls.
Yes.
6. Yeah. Already working on it. You think that's not going to hook people in too? They not. Them people ain't going nowhere. Consider them Xbox from now on. They're not going nowhere.
Yeah, that's going to be bigger than Starfield because it's an established IP that people love.
Established, exactly.
So that's going to be beyond massive.
So. When Xbox grow their Game Pass numbers and all that, that's going to be permanent. They're not going nowhere. Because why would you? Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Because you're going to be playing Starfield for a lifetime the way as big as that darn game is, you know, and then you're going to be waiting for Elder Scrolls now, or possibly a Fallout New Vegas or something, because they got Obsidian there and stuff. I kind of suspect that's what's going to end up happening with Fallout because Todd doesn't have all the time in the world. I think. Yeah. I know he wants to work on it. I think it's going to probably be a collab between Obsidian and Bethesda in the end of the day. That's what I think is going to happen with that.
Right. And Vodka here saying that there's a Starfield podcast out there. So yeah, so but Bethesda got a different level of loyalty.
Yeah.
You know, that Xbox now has basically. And I love to see it, man, because I love Bethesda, you know, and just the scope of their games and the vision and the fact that they somehow keep pulling it off with these games. And Starfield's going to be game of the decade for many people. I can't. I'll be stunned if it's not my game of the year this year.
Yes, I'll be stunned if Zelda beats that game.
No. I meant for me personally, Day. I did. Okay. If as for the Game Award and stuff, I could see it happening because the way that the gaming media. I don't know. I don't know what their bone is with Xbox, but I could 100% see them choosing Zelda over it for some reason.
I'm sorry, I don't see no Zelda being better than no Starfield.
I respect your optimism, Daya, because I'm usually like I'm optimistic when it comes to games, not the gaming media. I'm on the opposite end. When it comes to the gaming media, they gotta show me more than one or two positive. You know, if they're still positive about Starfield before it released instead of the turn they did like they did on Redfall and Hi-Fi Rush, then maybe I'll buy it. But until they show me something, I already know what's going to happen. Before release, Ryan McCaffrey's going to cry about some bug or something small and innocuous that's not a big deal. You know, even though he's the only one who got to play an hour early, according to. Yeah, I don't think people realize in the interview he's one of the few people who played about an hour Starfield.
I'm telling you, Microsoft needs to stop doing that. I'm telling you, these people can sabotage something that's very important to you. Yeah, they need to stop that.
I don't understand. I still don't understand why they don't just do everything on their YouTube channel, because it's not like the YouTube channel is some bum channel with like 2,000 subscribers. It's got 5 million subscribers. Just you know what I'm saying? Just keep everybody in house and show it off that way. But they're gonna do what they gotta do, and I'm not gonna tell them what to do. But
I can tell you why they don't. Because of what happened in 2013.
Oh, what happened?
When they got all the hate for all the media stuff they were doing. Because I think that's why Tina actually came over there to work for Microsoft. Because you remember they did that documentary on the ET cartridges.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that was the direction they were heading in. Remember, they were going to do Bongaroo and all that kind of stuff. I think that's why Tina was over there with Microsoft, because she's going to be like a producer on that stuff. And so when they got all the hate, then they just dropped all that stuff. So, and I agree with you 100%. They need to start doing that. They need to start going back to that.
Yeah. I definitely think it'll be better for them if they, if they do it that way. Just because you already know how the likes of Brian McCaffrey and IGN are, because we just saw it with Redfall. The previews were glowing and positive.
They were.
Then the game comes out, and all of a sudden they act like apparently they don't ask questions when they do previews or something. Journalists don't ask questions at previews because then they act like they're like. So when the 30 frames per second news drop, and it's after they previewed it, you wonder. How have you guys didn't ask anything? How don't you have extra information that we don't have? So we'll see. And Zinc, man. Forza on October 10th. I mean, the rest of the year is packed. Zinc 2023. 2023 is paying off just as I thought, man. As just massive, incomprehensible year of gaming. And there are even games that people going like. There's this game called Atlas Fallen. I'm looking forward to. It looks like a Darksiders game basically in its game.
Oh, the one, yeah.
That game looks phenomenal. That I'm getting in August. So 2023 is beyond stacked, especially on Xbox, man.
It is, man. And then the Game Pass stuff we don't know about, and it's just too much stuff to play. It's too much stuff to play.
Yeah.
That's why I think like Phil them do have a hard time, because like we were talking in the interview about how they choose and what's going to get showcased. But Matt Booty them have to really look at not just what their own studios are doing, but the third party deals and how they're releasing Game Pass, right? Because this is why I can't stand when people complain about these Game Pass games look mid, and then by the second week they're dropping like a third party publisher's AAA game or AA game.
Yeah,
it's been like that every month, man. This is why, and this is why I get upset, because I'm like, you guys you don't have an Xbox, or you're not subscribed to a Game Pass, and if you have both, just happen to have both, then you're not using the service.
Right, exactly.
Because nobody would say that if you play Game Pass, if you use your Game Pass.
Right. Yeah. When you use Game Pass, you don't go back.
Dude, it's too hard, man. It blows my mind that people complain about it, and I would like to think that they're just liars, because if gaming gets that bad, dude, it's over.
Right.
I mean, we would kill. When I was growing up, I would kill for Game Pass. I'd be like, man, dude.
Yeah, sure.
100%.
But these spoiled bastards now. But I mean,
may I bring up a topic that I've been asking people this, and nobody can give me a straight answer on this. And I know this can be conspiracy theory, but I'm just curious if anybody has thought about it.
Yeah.
Have you guys heard about People Can Fly is making a game for Xbox?
Yes.
Oh, don't say it there. I think I know where you're going.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think I'm starting to see some conspiracy sprinkles falling around here now. I'm like, wait a minute, that's the third Embracer studio working under Xbox making an IP for Xbox. Now, look, let's get serious here. What's publisher is lending out the best talent that they have to be tied down for years to make IP for another publisher? I've never seen anything like it. Now, let's just remove Crystal Dynamics out of that, because that happened under Square when they still had them. Okay. But then Embracer continues on with Eidos Montreal.
Yes.
Right. And then now they got People Can Fly. I don't know what's going on there, but that's something strange is going on there, and nobody is addressing that. And I've asked questions, and nobody can give me a straight answer on that. What do you guys think?
Well, they took a $2 billion hit.
Okay.
Yeah. So what happened was it's in the news. So I was reading it.
$2 billion? What happened?
Yeah.
Some kind of deal fell through. So some people are saying it has to be like either Amazon or maybe Disney. Because a lot of these companies were starting to get into gaming, like how Netflix is. But if you've been seeing, a lot of these companies have been taking hits, right? Especially Disney. Disney is like, dude, they're done, man.
I know they
Yeah,
collapsing.
yeah.
That's
They,
a long story. Yeah, but
they-
So
not doing
as we say in the Navy, the scuttlebutt, right? The rumors are. But it's not totally conspiracy theory. In fact, I'll put on my tin hat and I'll go even deeper. The reason I was warning off is I thought you were going to say what people were saying about Gears of War, and so I wanted to tell other Zinc to cover his ears. But
cover your ears, Zeke. You
Yeah,
don't want to hear this.
I won't do that because I don't. That sounds far fetched to me.
Oh, okay.
But as far as the Embracer Group side, yeah, dude, I could. I don't know
Yeah,
because the
I'm
other
just
rumor was
saying,
last
though.
year. Well, the other rumor was last year or the earlier in the year. Oh yeah, last year, earlier in the year, or earlier this year that Embracer Group, Microsoft was looking at getting them. So that was
That's
another
what
rumor.
I'm thinking because
Yeah.
I'm like, they're tying down some of their best talent for years. We're not talking about like some small projects. I mean, not just one studio, but they got 3 now. 3. I've never heard of anything like that. And Microsoft just picked up another one. I'm like, I don't know. Something's going on here.
Well, like the forward. What is that? Forward. Way forward, right? No, forward. Is it forward? Way forward. Like a lot of their focus. Is
Focus. Yeah.
I think it's focus on their Embracer Group because I know focus. Is
I don't know. I think I have to look that up. I have to
Yeah,
look
let me
up
look it up. Let me look it up. Let me go channel my inner unlimited.
Focus.
Yeah, but go ahead, guys. Sorry, I'll go look it up.
Yeah. I mean, I mean, something's clearly brewing between Embracer and Microsoft.
And
And the thing about that is, Phil, since Phil's the head of Xbox Gaming or at Microsoft, he knows everything. He's got all the info. He's got the deals that are coming right now that we don't know about.
Right.
He's going to send a tweet out in the future that's going to blow our minds. So
Thank
whatever.
you for saying that, Unlimited, because you're the only person who. That's how my line of thinking that Xbox already know who they're going to buy, and I think in some cases they might have already locked these people down in contracts to make games just to keep them off of any other person's radar, pretty much. Because if you got a studio kind of locked down for years making an IP for Microsoft, they might not be worth kind of fighting for right now because they got to honor other contracts and stuff. So.
Right.
I think that too. I don't know. I could be wrong. I know it's conspiracy theory, but I agree with you on that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's just hard to argue because before 2021, people were arguing back and forth. In January 2021, Phil put out a tweet saying we bought Activision, and not a single insider predicted it. Not a single insider was saying tomorrow Microsoft going to drop big news, guys. You know how they lie. You know how they lie, pipe people up to lie, and then nothing happens, right?
Yeah,
they did none of that.
You know what was great about that Unlimited is like I loved it because they all had to do their shows, and it's basically like most of them was like, yeah, I woke up and I saw the news. I was like, oh, so much for your superpower there, buddy.
Yeah, that's because they dropped. Well, to be fair, Phil put that tweet out at like 7 a.m. Central Time, so that'd be like 5 a.m. Pacific where he's at, in Washington. So he put that tweet out early that January 17th, man. But I'll never forget it because I was eating my breakfast, getting ready for work. I saw that tweet and I hit up E-Rock. I hit up E-Rock like, yo, Activision Microsoft just bought Activision. And we talked about it on my channel for about an hour that morning, you know.
Wow.
And thank God I work from home so I could do stuff like that and not cause issue at work. But yeah, man, that so Phil, to tie it all together, Daya, Phil, he's working on something right now that's going to blow our minds again that we are not seeing coming. And people are going to pretend to be upset, but really they're upset because it's going to be another nail in the coffin that Sony can't compete. Nintendo really can't compete. And they got to live in the world where Xbox is king, basically.
That's right. Yeah.
Did you guys see that Power World trailer?
No, I didn't.
No.
Power World. It started playing. I was like, I could tell like it's Korean. And so, but what it is that all the characters look like Pokemon, but they have guns.
Oh, they got guns.
Guns and missiles.
Pokemon with guns.
Yeah. And then there was like people that were mad. Then people was like, man, Nintendo's gonna sue them. And I was like, well, I guess Microsoft is paying attention to.
Yeah.
But sorry, guys.
Yeah, but I mean, there's already a Pokemon-like game on Xbox. It's called Temtem. So, so Nintendo ain't gonna do nothing.
You saw that cassette. I gotta play that one still yet. I'm the one that just released in Game Pass. That looks cool. Cassette Beast or something.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, Cassette Beast. Yeah.
I'm gonna play that probably this weekend.
Yeah, I'm gonna be busy this weekend, so I won't be doing much gaming.
Same.
Yeah.
Dude, I cleared my schedule, man. I plan to beat Redfall. I'm almost there.
Man,
Yeah.
I'm still getting through Redfall because I'm hopping between that and Diablo. But I played a little bit more, some more. It's been good. I had to help another person play their game because it depends on who hosts their progression. It's going towards their progression. So my progression is stalled right now while we try to help him.
Yeah.
He's a little behind. Yeah.
And that's the hard part about games.
Yeah. I do wish that everybody could grow at the same time if they're a group,
Yeah, I'll probably be doing Redfall tomorrow, but Sunday, it's Father's Day, so I'm gonna be hanging out with my dad and my parents and all that.
Call my dad up, say Happy Father's Day, and we'll play Redfall.
You said that ain't more important than a game, huh?
Sorry, Dad, I've been working hard.
No, man. My dad's excited to see his kids this weekend.
No, I'm just joking. I'll roll.
No. I know.
I'm Hawaiian, dude. We our family's a huge, man.
Yeah.
That's why I can't marry anybody from here.
It might raise some eyebrows. Huh? They send y'all. They send y'all to the mainland to get wives.
Dude, it's funny. You want to hear something funny, man? My daughter is like, she got a job and stuff like that. The person saw the last name was Trip, and it's like, oh, we're family. And now she working. I felt bad. I was like, oh, well, I guess that does work out.
Yeah.
When because I didn't grow up here, right? So, I'm kind of like a little bit removed, man. But that's stuff.
Yeah.
Dude, I have to marry somebody from like Walla Walla, Washington, or like someplace in Ohio or Sandusky.
Yeah.
I think we're safe. No, but did you? Was that it? Unlimited? Did you?
Yeah. That's it.
I mean, the only thing I'll say about give my real fast thoughts on it, and I kind of said that in the video. I was blown away by the absolute polish of the show. I mean, and I'm talking about like the way the presentations were given, the pacing. Definitely, the pacing was on point. The way they arranged everything, because when you looked at our older showcases, there would be lulls in there. Not for me, but there's always somebody would talk about there's a lull, like me and Dale was talking about City Skylines earlier. Or like when they do the flight simulator stuff and everything like that, but it was like not like that at all, and for various reasons, of course, because the teams put in a lot of hard work, they had a lot of good content, and I think Microsoft has learned, right? Like you can do Sea of Thieves, but then you throw Monkey Island in there. There's a lot of nostalgia with that, that stuff. Like I watched a lot of people's reactions, and they're like, "Oh, Sea of Thieves, oh my gosh, Monkey Island, I love that game," right? Like that kind of reactions. So I think Microsoft has learned over the years. And so that's the thing that took away the most from it. And of course, the games for me was definitely Fable was number one for me, which is weird because I was really looking forward to seeing everything on Starfield. And I'm not saying Starfield's still up there for me, but when I saw the Fable trailer, dude, that blew me away. And I'll use the Fable trailer. Oh, go ahead, bro.
No, I was just saying that's how I felt about Avowed.
Well, yeah, and I was going to bring that up too. But then the next one was South of Midnight. That definitely is number 2 on my list. That when I saw that, because I watched my daughter play We Happy Few, and those guys have pedigree. I'm telling you, right? Compulsion Games.
They do. Yeah.
Whatever they put into the game, they are 120% into that. And my daughter fell in love with that game. And then the great thing I loved about South of Midnight is the music, right? And so Compulsion Games, when they did We Happy Few, man, the music, we actually bought the soundtracks. In fact, my daughter bought the collector's edition off of Amazon. They had it. She was so happy. I bought it for her. For the girls' day. And then so I bought it for her, and then she got the whole thing. So, and then in the car, dude, I was listening to the music because she likes it. So I was listening to it, and I was like, what group is this? It sounds like the Beatles. It sounds like the Doors. And she goes, who is this? And then she was kind of laughing and smiling at me. She goes, oh no, Dad, this is from my video game. And I was like, oh yeah, We Happy Few. I thought I recognized the song. But then we have the soundtrack. So if you listen to the music, dude. If this group would have came back in the '60s, dude, they would have been in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. That's how good.
Wow.
That's how good.
Wow.
So it's all of that stuff that I see that they did with that game, even though it didn't get the attention I think it thought it deserved. But then I'm looking at South of Midnight. It's just like they're gonna just take that and put it into all of this. And of course, like you guys were saying on the podcast, the stop motion stuff. When you guys were watching it live, and
Right.
so, like the art style, I like the stop. I like that type of the way they shot that video and stuff like that. But getting to Avowed, I was gonna tell you, Unlimited.
Mhm.
When I was looking at all the people that was talking about the Avowed stuff, I think it's just a bunch of these guys. I wouldn't take any of these people seriously.
No, let's. Sorry to cut you off, but so I watched a lot of content on Avowed since it was showed, and a lot of people are just flat out lying. I saw so many people say this. We were based on the 2020 trailer. We were promised. I'm like, what were you promised? Elaborate. And I even left in one dude's comments. Elaborate what you promised. Well, we were promised Obsidian Sky. Hold on. They still said that's what it is. That's the inspiration. But they're doing it Obsidian's way. Did you not? So he didn't watch the interview the lady from Obsidian did on the extended show.
Yeah.
They didn't read any of the interviews this week, or else they would have known that's exactly what they said. We were promised what? So and then some of them said, "Oh, it looks cartoony." No, it doesn't. It's a color. See, what they got mixed up is that because the graphics are colorful does not equal cartoony. Hi-Fi Rush is cartoony. All right. And the beautiful art style. I am not hating on Hi-Fi Rush. It's one of the best games I played this year, bar none. So I'm not, and I love the art style, but that is cartoony.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Avowed is not cartoony at all. It's because it's not a gray palette like a lot of the 360 games. No, Obsidian. Did you not? Again, I know that they didn't play the Outer Worlds. Because the Outer Worlds had beautiful colors like that in their world when you left the ship in that game.
That's how you bust these guys, Unlimited, because these very same people are saying, "I love the Outer Worlds. It's a great game." Okay, so if you love the Outer Worlds, why don't you like Avowed?
Yeah, and Avowed looks even better.
Yeah.
And I tend to prefer like this like space RPGs, your Mass Effects, your Starfield, your Outer Worlds. But Avowed looks even better than the Outer Worlds. And I love the Outer Worlds, man. Love that game. And when I saw the magic and the spells you could do, I'm like, dang, I think I'm gonna just play as a full mage because I can't wait to be freezing people and putting them into the ground and burning them with fireballs and stuff. Screw the short and skilled. Screw the short and sealed. Let me use the magical powers, man. So, but yeah, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's just that I saw so much nonsense toward Avowed, and a lot of it was just flat out lying.
I was ready for your take on your righteous anger, but when you were talking about it, I thought you were gonna bring it up. But yeah, Avowed, dude. When I was watching the video, it's funny to me because you say that, right? And everybody's like, "What did they say when the video first started playing?" Right? Oh, is this Assassin's Creed? Mm-hmm. The amount of people that said Assassin's Creed when the video started playing, and I'm like, did you guys not see what the? Didn't you see what the little header was before? But I mean, I'm very excited for that. But if I'm being honest, it's right now it's going to be because like Dale was saying earlier, and Dale, like, it makes a lot of sense what you said. 2025, right?
Right.
2025 for this stuff. So
we saw games at least out to 2025 for sure.
Yeah. Well, Avowed and Hellblade are guaranteed next year.
Yes, they are. Yeah. And Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024.
Yeah.
Yeah, that game was so cool.
And I'm calling it now. I think 100% Clockwork Revolution is going to be late 2024. They showed a lot of in-game gameplay that I know that game's further. Matter of fact, I did some research, and so Clockwork Orange has been in the works for a while. And what happened was the pandemic. It was supposed to come out sooner, but the pandemic slowed them down. So I really so after reading that Sega Forever and Dea, I am almost 100% sold. It's going to be late 2024 release.
That could be our fourth. If that hits it, because we're missing one title. It's not quite 4 titles yet. It's 3. Hellblade, Avowed, and Microsoft Flight Simulator. We know because they gave us the estimate of 2024 in those. So yeah, it could be one Clockwork. Clockwork was a lot further ahead than I thought it was going to be.
Doesn't aren't we do a new Call of Duty next year?
Oh
Yeah.
Yeah. So might be something from.
yeah,
I mean, when doesn't Call of Duty come out?
that's true. But
Yeah, that's true. But like everybody was saying,
that
"No,
could
you
end up being first party, so you got to kind of factor that in, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. But all the experts out there, right? They're like, we could take a year off, 2 years off. I'm like, well, I'm sorry. Did you spend $70 billion to buy this?
Yeah.
To buy Activision Blizzard? No. Okay.
Nah, man. Listen. As long as that game's the biggest game in the world, never skip a year. Get as much money so you can put them into other games. Xbox. That's what I want you to do.
Well, okay. So there's a little bit of a political brouhaha that happened with COD. That was going online, right? There's boycotting and stuff like that. And what ended up happening was the new content dropped, and the people that were boycotting, and I'm not saying that I'm against what they're saying. In fact, I think it was I kind of agree with what they were doing.
Right.
But then everybody was putting their eggs in the basket, like let's boycott this game. But then the DLC drops, and like everybody buys it,
Wow. Wow.
And I was just sat there, and I'm like, dude, I mean, you gotta kind of pick and choose your battles, if you're gonna do that kind of stuff, because that's how big COD is. Because how many times have we heard that this thing is dead, right? And then you find out, and then when people actually do their research, right, it's like, oh, this is the top selling game when it came out that year. And I'm like, yeah, this is why Microsoft's gonna buy it. So I only bring that up to your point, Unlimited. I think it'll be a good buy for Microsoft.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to Microsoft cleaning up that company though. I haven't forgotten what that company did, and I look forward to, because Microsoft is one of the better companies to work for, so I want them to clean them up like them,
There's so much. I'm too dialed into it. But there's so much stuff going on with those companies, man, and their employees.
Right.
I don't know if there's a part of me that's like, if Microsoft. I'm not gonna lie, if Microsoft walked away, I'd be like, okay, well, you don't have to worry about that, because there's
Right.
a lot.
It's a lot. It's a mess. Activision stuff is a mess. That's I guess Microsoft must really want them bad, because that's a lot for them to take in.
Well, I can tell you this much, man. I know Phil. That's one of the first times that you actually saw him get upset when they asked him that question. And he's like, we have to reevaluate our relationship with them. And if you know Phil, if you know Phil, man, Phil likes let me try to say this the right way. Phil likes, wants everybody to have a good work environment. You know what I mean?
Right, he does. Yeah.
Right. So like, to me, if you want to look again, I always bring this up because that's what he did with Crap Gamer, man. I've never seen Phil go after anybody, but then when Crap opened his mouth, Phil like slammed him, dude. I was like, okay, well.
And Phil doesn't even do that. That's what surprises me.
But it's because of what Crap said. Right, and the way he said it, right, and that struck a nerve with Phil, and that's how Phil is. So I think he that, since he's the head of the gaming division, and he has Satya there too, that they actually want to make that difference. I don't know. We'll see. I mean,
I know one thing is for certain: Microsoft can't leave them alone, because that was a terrible environment over there. Like, it was terrible. And I don't think it's really cleaned up. I just think people are in a holding position right now. So they're going to have their hands full. I think that alone may take them a year or two to just clean that because Activision Blizzard King is huge. That's a huge company. So
I will say this, from what I've seen, it's definitely empowered some of the people at AKB. Like, you see them speaking up now.
Right. Yeah. They're not quiet. Yeah.
So, and then I think it's like a 90-something%, but 98%. I know it's a high percentage of employees want that change.
I can imagine, because that was a horrible working environment. Just horrible.
I mean, I've been posting this on Twitter just to remind all the Xbotians, man. I'm like, look, dude, my daughter's a huge Overwatch fan, and she is like, that community is in turmoil. And I'm talking, and that has nothing to do with politics. That's just all gaming.
Okay.
They said they were going to release like this a single player story, and then that got canned, right? And then they got
wow, what are they doing over there?
There's all kind of stuff going over there. So I don't.
You know what? See, now that's something because Microsoft works so very hard with the studios that they have to get to where they are now. They're not going to let Activision, Blizzard, King. I'll take King out because King is not really an issue. But I say Activision, Blizzard, whatever the heck is going over there, they're not going to allow that to happen. They can't afford to. So I think that not only are they going to clean it up over there, they're also going to get their work habits straightened out. So if they say they're going to do something, these people got to do it. You know, that's not negotiable, or don't say it at all. You know, because I mean, think about how long Phil has been cultivating this relationship with the Xbox community, and even with, you know, studios and stuff now, where they've come, how far they've come with the studios. Like, look at how Atlas and Xbox is having a better relationship. You can see it now. You saw it in this last showcase. They are not going to get that all screwed up for some kind of, you know, corrupt company. That's just not going to happen. So they're going to not only clean them up, but definitely get that environment used to not only making a game, but doing it the right way, you know. And I think that's something they're going to have to learn.
Well, I think I would not. I would just tell everybody just prepare for the blood money. I mean, just I don't see they're going to have to make some changes
Mm-hmm.
over there. And I wasn't one of those. I heard other people talking about it.
Right.
But again, you know, when you come at me ideology, you know, from an ideology perspective, I'm kind of like, well, I gotta have to take that with a grain of salt.
Right.
But as Unlimited likes to do, right? You do that deep dive, you know,
Mhm.
you do a simple type in at Google, right? And it's all right there. Like you're saying, Unlimited. It's amazing how on display all this stuff is. You don't have to search like deep.
Right.
Yeah. It's most info is not that hard to find usually.
See, I see, like Dea said, like to Dea's point, man, I'm kind of a conspiracy guy. So I have my tinfoil hat ready to deep dive. Yeah, I did a couple. I hit the enter button twice, and I was like, oh, okay, well, that's kind of like right there. But yeah. So I mean, that's how close I was saying that. Yeah, it was an excellent showcase. The funniest thing to me that I've been seeing on Twitter is that the extended showcase was even awesome, and it was way better than even the other two showcases.
It was pretty darn good. Which is I don't know what they've done, but I love it. I love what they're doing.
Well, hat tip again to Tina Wood, right? Tina Wood was her. What's her Summerford? That's her married name. Sorry, but I always call her Tina Wood because of G4. But I mean, her fingerprints are all over that, and you know, she deserves that because
That's
she's
a good pickup then.
Yeah.
Get her. Yeah.
She's been with them for a while, and so it's good to see her able to do that kind of stuff. But yeah, but the other thing that I cracked up is because all the hate. You remember how Microsoft used to get hate when they did the showcase and they brought out the developers to talk. So all Microsoft did was they did the showcase on Sunday, and then they brought the developers off on the next day. So they're
still doing it. Yeah.
And I'm sitting there watching all these journalists and stuff like that, and I'm like, oh, that was awesome. I think they need to do that. It was great to get that deep dive. I'm like, dude, come on. You know? I'm like,
shoot. Hold on.
you guys are so like, I mean,
Be right
I
back.
can't stand you guys now. I can't even deal with you anymore.
Yeah.
But, yeah. So that's about
shout out to Matt Booty real quick.
Yes.
He did an interview and he said something I've been saying forever. And he pretty much said games that used to take 2 years to finish now take half a decade. And he's pretty much talking about gamers need to adjust their expectations to reality. And I feel like I've been saying that forever. You know what I'm saying? It's not 1995 anymore when Rare used to be able to put out like Banjo-Kazooie and then the next year follow with Perfect Dark, no issue. Now these games take at minimum, it seems like at minimum 5 years to make a quality game. So I just wanted to point that out, man. I saw him say that, and I thought, oh, yeah, man, great point, Matt.
Okay, well, we can kind of shift now because this is something that Box brought up earlier in the podcast, and when Dea was here initially, right, and Dea had to go do something, so that's how I popped back in. I was like, okay, I guess we can cover this now, because it's basically look, people. I like the way Box. Let me find what he said because. The way he put it, it was funny to me because it's an amalgamation of. It also deals with the hate that a lot of people have for Microsoft and Xbox, that they draw it into these different political stuff and pop culture stuff, right? But here's this. So I'll get you guys' opinions on this stuff, then I'll give mine. Box wrote this. It's sad. Black characters in video games, regardless if they are average or ugly looking, now is seen as woke. Media desperate try to slow Xbox positive momentum. Ponies and angry face. So, Box, if you're still around, yeah, we're gonna address this right now. Dea, do you want to go first? You want to talk about that? Because I think what he's talking. I'm sorry. What I think he's talking about is of course my favorite reveal of the show, which was
South of
Fable.
Midnight.
No, Fable. Yeah, Fable. And I'm on the side on YouTube, which I will bring up when I do my comments. But there was a lot of stuff talking about um, the character, the character that's showcased in the Fable video, being ugly. So, Dea, do you wanna discuss that? Do you want to kick it off, or did you guys need me to? Do you guys want me to kick it off? I could kick it off.
I got some words to say about that.
Okay, go ahead.
Here's the thing. There's so the whole woke thing that's going on. I feel, first of all, both sides of the coin just annoy the hell out of me because both sides both sides just keep following content that's going to make them angry. And I hate that because it keeps coming my way, and I don't like watching stuff. If I don't like something, I don't have a problem ignoring it. And I just feel like at this point, some of the woke stuff you gotta ignore. If it's on a societal level, okay, go speak on it because it's a society thing. But in entertainment, man, it's at some point after you spoke your mind, you don't need to make a video every single day on the same topic on how something's woke. And some people are really just driving this, to the ground, basically. First of all, with Fable, it's really stupid because you could create your character. And if you don't want to play as that girl, then make a hot girl in the game. Well, I don't understand that one at all. Two, the Microsoft Showcase had women all over the place. So why are they focusing specifically on her? Clockwork Revolution had a woman in it. Star Wars Outlaws had a woman in it. South of Midnight had a woman in it. Starfield had multiple women in it. You know what I'm saying? So women were all over the showcase, but yet they want me to be upset over the one who they think looks unattractive. So what? You know what I'm saying? Listen, I don't find every woman on the world attractive. No woman finds every man in the world attractive. So it's
for yourself, Unlimited. No,
no. Yeah. Hey, yeah, man. So I mean, it's just realistic here, man. So whether or not how they think, and then not only that, when I watched the Fable trailer, you know what I didn't come out saying, that girl sure looked weird. I thought, wow, that was a funny trailer. Yeah, because I was there, because Fable at its core has always been humorous, and then I saw people say, oh, this looks worse than it does not look worse than the game did in 2004. Just stop the hyperbole, stop the hyperbole, and then not only that, there are people who think that anything non-white is woke, and that's also too extreme. That's also way too extreme. So yeah, that whole quote unquote drama with Fable or black characters, it means nothing to me because it's just because they're just gonna get upset over something else. There's going to be another game that's going to show maybe a female protagonist or a black protagonist, and they're going to say, "Oh, this game is woke now," and I'll just say, "Okay, I'm still going to play it." Because what doesn't happen, Sega Forever and Dea? I'm not going to not play a game because I didn't find a fake character attractive. That's nonsense. At the end of the day, these characters are. It's not like you're talking. I could understand if they were making fun of real people. You know what I'm saying? If they're saying to the real actual actress, like, man, this lady's ugly and just harassing her about her looks, then I would be on the side like, guys, leave the lady alone.
Yeah, we've seen that too. We've seen that.
Yeah, we have, but they're not. But she's not being bothered. I didn't even know that they mocapped the actress until somebody posted how she looks, and she looked pretty similar to the Fable woman.
Oh, she looked exactly like that.
Yeah, she did, except she had more freckles, I think. But other than that, that's one of them things. That's one of them things where it doesn't matter what side of the coin is. I can't stomach any more woke or anti-woke content because I'm over it. I just don't like. I just don't like this idea of that I've seen in the internet age, guys, of let's get my viewers upset. And the PlayStation fans, they do that a lot too. Where they get their own audience upset, and I don't want to be upset. I don't want to focus on things I don't like. I don't. And truth be told, at the end of the day, I don't care. Yeah.
No, and that's 100% because it's the reason why I play games and I'm into Game Pass. There's this word that we used to use right back in the day. But you used to take yourself out of the world that you're in, and then just immerse yourself, right?
Yeah.
In the stuff that we like, like you like comic books. I know Dea, I found out Dea likes all kind of pop culture stuff.
Yeah.
And big time. She definitely has cred. So, we would get into that for me, to get away, like with the Avatar thing, right? When we had our avatars, people was like, "Oh, you should make it look more realistic." I'm like, "Why?" I see myself every day. This is why I have the avatar that I have. But some people are like, "Oh, you don't want to show your face, or do you not like the way you look?" I'm like, "No, dude. I love Xbox and I love My Hero Academia."
Yeah, man. Same here. Listen, I am not nearly as dark as Jon Stewart, Green Lantern. Man. I'm one of the lightest skinned black dudes you ever meet, man. I am like the YouTubers, the Hodge brothers. I'm as light as they are.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. Like I'm a light skinned brother, man. So I don't. And my thing is when I create a character in video games, I don't ever put myself in there. It's literally just a character I create in my head that's in their own world, similar to if I'm reading a comic. Like when I read a comic book, I don't literally see myself as Batman. I'm reading an adventure of Bruce Wayne, basically, and that's how I approach it with characters in games.
Yeah, just like me, I don't have any superhero human powers that are passed on to me.
Yeah, man. No radioactive spiders biting me. As a matter of fact, in Texas with these damn mosquitoes, I wish a mosquito would give me superpowers the way they be eating my ass up. It's been hot. Oh my goodness.
Oh, it's telling me, man, the humidity in Hawaii is horrible.
Yo, hey man, it's been that combination of over 100 and humid in Houston. It's brutal.
But you know what? You guys can afford your electricity, so
yeah.
If they give me my electric bill, I'm like, dude, I'm not even home. Just pay it.
Right. Yeah, I saw my electric bill the other day. I'm just like, this summer's gonna be painful.
Yeah.
So thank you, Phil. Thank you, Phil and Matt Booty for Game Pass.
Yeah, exactly.
You're looking out for the little guys. Dea, I'm sorry. Did you? Were you done, Unlimited?
What was it?
Oh, we were talking about the what Boxes said earlier.
What did he say? I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, I'm going.
Yeah, you gotta find that comment.
Yeah, that was like 5 hours ago.
Oh my gosh, is Box still here? He probably waited so long, like they're never gonna address it.
Boxer, I think Boxer. No. That was Wilkin, man.
Wilkinson. Okay.
Wilkin was in here from the get-go.
Is Wilkin still hanging in there? He'll get a trophy if he's still there.
You the man.
That was a lot earlier.
You know what I'm gonna start doing? I'm gonna do this too. I'm gonna get codes and I'll start passing it out to whoever was in here the longest. I might even include the panel on that. The last time it had been between Dea and
Realist. Realist is like, man.
I was just sitting back listening to you. I was like, oh, I don't feel But it was basically Box. He was talking about the black characters in video games, regardless if they're average or ugly looking, now is seen as woke and media desperate to try to slow Xbox pop. Which is, I'm on that side of what he's saying right here when it came to the Fable thing. People kind of glommed onto that as well. But if you want to, do you have any thoughts?
Well, as far as the Fable girl, now I'm gonna be honest. Now I'm not gonna shield for nobody. Okay.
Yeah.
She don't look pretty. Okay. Right. Yeah. She doesn't. Her actress does. Her actress is pretty, but the character isn't. Now I don't know if that's on purpose, or I don't know why you can't make a character. She looks pretty rough, and I don't know if it's a reason behind it. If it's folded into the story, that's good. I'm not saying people gotta look like a model or nothing, but let's just face it. We all like to look at a character that looks decent. They don't have to be no K-pop star and all that, but I like for a male character to not look effeminate personally.
Mhm.
I like him to look like a guy, and I like for the feminine character to look like a female. I like that. Okay, let her look like she should look because I like the differences between a man and woman. I don't want them to look all butch and stuff, you know. So, um,
Yeah.
I'm just saying that I don't mind, you know, her being the lead or anything like that. But you know, does she got to look so guyish and stuff too? Like her actors don't look anything like that. So I'm like, I don't understand that decision and that choice there. I don't get that. But if we can make our own character, then I don't care. I
Yeah.
don't care what she looks like. If she, you know,
You know, if I didn't see so much content that complained about the same stuff over and over, maybe I'd feel like Daya does. But I've seen so much. Man, video games are dying because women look like this, and you know, I mean, we need more. Listen, Daya, and I don't mean to cut you off. This week, I kid you not, there's an article out there that said, thanks to Star Wars Outlaws, we need more women in gaming. So the woke. Yeah, so on one hand you got the woke crowd crying we need more gaming. On the other hand, you got the other side saying we need pretty women, and so that's why I'm not emotionally invested. That's why even if she does look, it means nothing to me because
Right.
I'm not jumping.
game.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
not jumping
yeah.
in this argument no more. I'm not. You know what I'm saying, guys? I'm done. I'm done having this argument of how women should look in a fake video game. You know, if that's what they want to do, then do what you got to do. If the game's fun, I'm going to play it anyway.
Yeah,
So it's at the end of the day, it's irrelevant to me. Do I like to see hot women in games? Yeah, sure. I'm a man, of course I do.
Of course,
But
yeah.
but it's not. Listen, it doesn't matter if that girl look like freaking Rihanna or not.
Mhm.
Do you know how you know the fact that the game is called Fable? That is the reason I'm buying or playing it.
Right,
It's
right.
because it's Fable. It's not because the girl looks homely, or it's not because if she's hot or not. It's
Right.
because it's a Fable game, and I've been waiting over a decade to play it. And so for me personally, I can't stomach. I just can't stomach it. I've seen it with Star Trek. I've seen it with Disney. I've seen it with every freaking thing, Daya, and I'm so over it that it just brings nothing. It brings nothing. Like years ago, it would have got to me. Like, yeah, well, why does this girl look like that? Now it's just like,
You just accepted it at this point.
yeah.
You just say, yeah. Playground, what did it look like that? I'll take it. You know.
You know, just make the game fun. If I wanted to look good, I'll do it in the character creation or something. You
Yeah,
know,
that's how I look at it. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
right.
I'm
Where's
biased.
we need
I
him?
used to
Where's
watch.
Patrick?
I used to look at comic books. Okay, I like the way the males looked in the comic books.
Yeah,
I'm just be honest. Okay, you know your character model there. I like that look. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm being honest. All right. All
Yo,
right. So
when Gotham Knights came out, Daya, me and Iraq were like, dang, Batgirl's got a fat ass.
Yeah.
Because that's all
Right.
we saw. Yeah, I mean, so yeah, man. But overall though, for me personally, guys, there's so much of it that it's lost all meaning. You know what I'm saying? Like The Simpsons, where Marge so Summer, this is the worst thing you ever done, and Homer said, "You said that so much it lost all meaning." You know that's how I feel about this
Right,
debate.
right.
It pretty much any time nowadays. You know, if you put a black character, it's it's woke. If the character isn't gay, then it's anti. Or you know what I'm trying to
Yeah,
say.
it's just social media is the problem is I blame the Hollywood media that inserts people into positions for diversity's sake without really
Yeah.
creating the character to be their own character. That's where the crutch of the problem is.
Yeah.
It's not that you have a black person leading a show or a movie or something. It's not that, because a lot of times you'd be surprised. A lot of people's favorite actors and stuff be somebody like an Idris Elba or
Yeah.
a Denzel Washington or stuff like. They don't care about the color. It's just how they put these characters into stories and how they shoehorn them into positions that don't make any sense. And I think that's the crutch of it.
Yeah. I think and Tim Fuck 2 said, "Why are people complaining about her face?" I was pissed
no.
they gave her U.S. teeth. Should have given her them UK teeth to be more accurate.
Dude, I was watching I think it was Asmongold I was just
Uh-huh.
watching his commentary on the thing. Just to, like I said, I tried to watch a lot of different people,
Mhm.
Mhm.
and just what people were saying in his thing. They were like, they were more offended that no, they said it like this. She goes, because people was like, why did they make her ugly? And he's like, I know that's the thing. And then people were saying like, oh, because she's British. And I was like, dang.
Huh?
Yeah, I was like,
What?
dang, dude.
That's some pretty British people. What they talking about?
Yeah, like every race, like when people come here, like if you guys met me, and the only thing you know about Hawaiian is Jason Momoa,
Yeah, right, right.
you're
Right,
gonna be
yeah.
thoroughly disappointed.
Yeah,
And I
yeah.
hate to tell you, because I get that all the time. He's like, oh yeah, Jason. Because there's people that come to Hawaii, like where I work, right? Just we have people that move to Hawaii to work here, and they just expect everybody to look like The Rock. I was talking to this one lady, and I was like, oh, they think everybody here looks like The Rock.
Wow.
And I'm like, and like, yeah, because of Hawaiian. I was like, well, number one, he's Samoan, and he's also African American. And then
Oh,
she didn't
okay.
even know that. She's like, oh, really? I'm like, yeah. And then my wrestling nerdness kicked in. I was like, yeah, his dad was awesome. It's Rocky Johnson. He used to be in the So I started telling her that. She just looked at me. I was like, oh, maybe I'm okay. TMI. All right, let me reverse.
Yeah.
I said, well, I'm sorry that you're not because there's a big Asian mix in Hawaii.
Okay.
So,
Okay.
like, dude, when the University of Hawaii actually played the Sugar Bowl, and then we got our ass kicked by Georgia in Louisiana, so they a bunch of people from Hawaii flew up to Louisiana, and then this is the South, right? So there's not a lot of diversity there. So when people was landing, that's a lot of times the first time people saw people that were Asian at that time. This was back in the early 2000s.
Right, right.
And so, like if you're gonna come or expecting to see people that look like Jason Momoa or The Rock, I'm not saying that there's not good-looking guys here or big guys here.
Mhm.
Shoot, in my family, there's huge dudes. But they expect everybody to be like tall,
Right.
6'6",
Right.
6'7",
Right.
toned body. We all surf.
Mhm.
That is the image that they put out there.
Yeah, like that. Like that's why I sympathize with Koreans because like Koreans, I used to watch a lot. I watch a lot of their content. And
Mhm.
everybody expect them to look like BTS or one of the boys.
Oh gosh, no, that.
But they people that like that look, right?
Yeah.
That Final Fantasy 15 look, right? They go to these countries and they're like, oh, they look average. Like everybody else. Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack the thing.
No, you good. That's
Yeah, but that's a
funny.
good one. Tim Fook too. That's a good.
That
Yeah.
was a good one, yeah.
All love for our British brothers, man. No hate.
Yeah, but I
hope they
mean,
deal with it.
honestly, Fable, I just care about the gameplay.
Right.
I know about the controversy, but I it does sometimes make me wonder, like, why did Playground choose that look though? Are they seeing something about that? But I don't know,
Well,
I'm just
I have my own view. I'll explain why I think they did what they did when you're done.
Okay.
I think
I
it
don't
was-
I don't know why they did it, but I'm like, yeah, she's looking pretty rough there. What the heck? Are
Mhm.
they saying she had a rough life or something? I don't know, But that's the only time I've ever seen women look rough like that. Is like that they had a rough life, like they was doing some
Yeah.
stuff,
I
maybe.
don't know.
Because women just
The
tend to
women,
be-
the women from The Last of Us look worse than her. And
They-
that game had a whole
Yeah,
sex
if you
scene.
talk about that, what's her name? Oh gosh,
Both Abby and what's the other girl you play as?
I'm trying to think.
The
her name, too.
hypocrite that you play as in the second game.
Yeah,
The one who
that-
kills
I-
everybody until the end.
Right,
because
that's the
that-
one.
yeah.
That's the one. I
The
was trying- I
super
don't
villain.
remember
You
her
play
name.
as a super villain in that game. 'Cause that's a super villain story. I'm gonna kill everybody. Then when you finally reach the heroes, like maybe killing is maybe you're right. Maybe killing isn't bad, but you killed
Yeah.
1,000 other people.
Such a terrible story, and people praise Naughty Dog for that. Look, I
Yeah.
like to write stories, but that was so poorly handled that it blew my mind. It
Yeah,
blew
you
my
can't-
mind.
You can't do an anti-violence message in a inherently violent game. That just don't work.
Well, he tried to take the easy way out. You don't get to emotionally tug people left and right because you're killing people that are the good guys only to try to make them the good guys at the end. You can't have it both ways. It doesn't work like that. And they weren't good enough writers to make it nuanced to where along the way there was a true struggle with the morality and stuff. They tried to do it, but they failed at that. And that was the
100%,
problem.
Yep, totally. People, I told my daughter that because she's getting into this stuff. I was like, dude, the people just can't write nowadays.
They can't write. That was a writing issue in
Yeah.
The Last of Us 2. You can't tell a pony that, man, they'll have a heart attack. But I'm telling you now, that was the issue with The Last of Us 2. It wasn't graphics. It wasn't gameplay. It was gameplay. It's the same as what they had before. It was that. It was the writing that I had the problem with, which is why I didn't buy the game. It was that reason.
Yeah, I'm never going to play the Last of Us game, but I just it's just that on the terms of, if we're going to talk about looks, there's definitely been uglier women.
Oh,
there's been prettier women.
Yes.
Personally, I don't think it's a big deal. Like for
It's
example,
not, yeah.
okay, yeah, she didn't look good, but I like the way the lady from South of Midnight looked.
She actually has actual black features. I've seen women with some of the features that, even though it's stylized, I was like, they did pretty good there. I tell you where a lot of times people fail is with our hair. They fail with our hair because it's so difficult to do that, you know. But I say one of the better companies that did it was Arcane did a pretty darn good job with Layla.
Yeah.
And because you know she has curly hair, and you know, I like how they did her hair in the game. You know, I thought Layla was handled pretty well.
Yeah, if you want to play a game with sex appeal, play Cyberpunk. That game.
I just bought that though, by the way. Oh, because it was I just got that.
Yeah. Oh yeah, thanks for putting this on screen. I just want to show this real quick. One game. Genshin Impact dev made more profit than PlayStation last year. 2022 profit from MiHoYo 2.26 billion, and from PlayStation 1.84 billion in profit. So I just wanted to show that because I thought that was hilarious.
Oh, sorry.
And how much did Xbox make? You got those?
Oh yeah, that's right. That was last. When did they make $3 billion? Because I remember they had the record-breaking 16 billion for the fiscal year, and I know that they did 3 billion in that. I think it was one of them quarters. But yeah, I'm gonna have to find that again. But I just want to point that out because I found that hilarious.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm telling you, people need to start looking at that money, because that is going to determine whether or not Sony is viable and healthy or not. They need to stop acting like Sony can just waste money into oblivion, getting these games just to not show up on Xbox and all that. So that is not the way they're going to be able to survive moving forward.
Well, the worst thing that happened was when Microsoft decided to take this seriously. I'm talking about the actual Microsoft side of things, because I think that one of the things that closed it for me, as far as the showcase as well, was when I was on Twitter and Satya Nadella tweeted congratulations to the Xbox team. He actually tweeted that. I'm like, yeah, that's Satya. Dude, just the way he does stuff is
he is so involved with that. That's wow.
Just the way he does it too, it's like so. Like, I wouldn't want to mess with that dude.
Right.
But so I'll give my thing on the whole process, because I do follow a lot of the guys that are doing on the pop culture, what they would call a pop culture crusader. I follow a lot of these guys because there is a lot of stuff going on in pop culture, from the bad writing and from the ideology and all this kind of stuff. It's just definitely happening. But the problem, and this is why me and Hebot are going to talk about He-Man on Netflix, because I wasn't going to watch He-Man because of what I heard about it, and then it was Hebot that, and of anybody I'm going to listen to when it comes to He-Man, it would be Hebot.
Right, he's a huge He-Man fan. Yeah.
And he knows a lot of stuff. So he was breaking it down to me, and I actually watched it because he recommended it to me, right? So I watched it because he loved it. Like, I was surprised. I thought he would have not liked it too. But then when he told me about it, I was okay, I'll check it out, bro. You know I'll check it out because I trust you, right? And then I listened to it, and then I watched it, and I still had problems with the show, but I actually ended up liking it. And had I listened to, and then I felt like a hypocrite because I sit here all the time and like, look, dude, play your games, right? Don't listen to anybody, play your games. And I did the same thing, right? So I would have missed out on that experience, because at the end of the day, for all of us who are in pop culture, man, I kind of lost sight of this. It's about the culture, right? This is why we do what we do. Whether you read comic books, collect comic books, like Unlimited, man. I have people coming at me. How can you watch a DC stuff? Because I'm like, dude, I grew up in comic books. I might be the biggest Marvel fanboy. Me and Unlimited might go back and forth on this kind of stuff, but right now we're just hoping both our companies do something, right? And on the DC side, it's the hate that they get. On the Marvel side, they're just, I don't know what they're doing. But in that respect, right? So I looked at that. Dude, are you serious right now? So I looked at that and I'm like, look, I when it comes to the Fable thing and on the girl, like I said, so I laid that foundation just to tell you this.
Mhm.
The reason why I didn't have a problem with the trailer, and I actually love the trailer, that's probably the most Fable thing I've ever seen. The main concern I had for Fable was that they wouldn't have the humor.
That's
yeah,
that,
yeah,
that yeah, that's yeah. None of that is gonna affect the game for me or anything. I just heard about that being a issue for some people. That's as I addressed that. But and I had to agree there. I'm gonna be honest about it, but yeah, it's not gonna affect the game or nothing like that.
But for me, like the teaser we got was a good look because they did that whole thing with the fairy, right? They spun the tail,
Mhm.
you're getting
Mhm.
into it, it's like ooh, fantasy and all this stuff, and then the
Right,
frog, right? And then you're like, okay, that's Fable, right? That's
right,
that's a
right,
very Fableist thing. So that's what I was looking forward to, um, with the trailer that they showed
right,
for Fable. So I will
right.
say this, going back to what you're saying, Dea, and this is a
Yeah.
perfect.
Hey,
Mhm.
sorry to cut you off. Can you put that image back on screen for Zinc? He didn't see it the first time.
Yeah, no problem. Z.
Oh, that one. Okay.
Yeah.
So there, you're saying this, and it's perfectly said. The it comes to like the storytelling, right?
Yeah.
And one of the big problems I have with pop culture now is that people just can't tell great stories. So if you watch that trailer, and I've watched it 1,000,000,000 times, right? The thing I love about it is just the subtle writing that they have in there, the tongue in cheek, right? That witty British humor,
Yeah.
Mhm.
right? But if you watch that trailer, there's a lot of stuff going on to it, right? The game that you play is Fable, and this is why a lot of the guys I was watching that were saying that they're Fable fans and stuff like that, dude, I will pull your card
Yeah.
because if you can't pick up like the subtle thing, like him kicking the chicken, like her, or is like her,
Mm-hmm. I
Yes.
saw that too.
And the conversation at the pumpkin, nobody talks about that. That was funny. That made me
Yeah.
laugh.
Yeah.
Because the guy was upset because the pumpkin is so darn big and everything. But
Right.
apparently, this giant must be like either influencing the vegetables around it because that's what he's talking about. Is
Well, you
these
see,
vegetables?
that's what I talk about. What people are missing is
Mhm.
it's a narrative, right? The
Right,
narration of the story is from the giant's perspective,
right,
Mhm.
right?
exactly.
And then the great thing about it is they got a great actor. I like the guy too. I watch IT Crowd, right? He's a funny comedian. He's probably one of the best things about that show that I like. So they brought him in there because he can play that character. But if
Okay.
you listen to him, right, because he's British, right? British can say the most messed up stuff to you, and it would just go over your head, right? Because they have that accent, and then they
Right,
say it in a certain kind of way,
right.
like a backhanded comment. Like when I was my ex-wife, Japanese, right? So the
Mhm.
grandmother had a light bulb that she wanted to change. So I came over to change the light bulb for her, but she had a chair. She puts a chair, and she's like, "Okay, change the light bulb." And I was about to step on the chair. Then she goes, "Oh, stop!" And I was like, "Oh, okay." She goes, "Oh, no, that's okay. Uh, you don't have to step on the chair. I'll wait for Gil." So Gil's the other son-in-law at the time, and he's skinny, right? So in her
Oh,
backhanded kind of way, she was saying that I'm fat, right? That's what she was saying, and I was like, but she
wow.
didn't come out and say it.
Right.
It
She
was
did it
implied
in a roundabout way,
in a
basically.
roundabout way. So that's
Yeah.
kind of Fable, right? It's like you listen to him, that he's being interviewed, number one. So when he's talking about the hero, right? You can tell he doesn't like them, but he just doesn't come out and say like an American would, like, look, I don't like that hoe, right? That B, she thinks that she owed me money, like we would just go in on the person, right?
Right.
But
Yeah.
when he's talking about her, but kind of around her, like
Right.
heroes, they got the high cheekbones, they
High
think
cheekbones, he did say that.
yeah.
Yeah.
So when he's spinning the tail, he's eviscerating her, though gentlemanly, right? But he's actually eviscerating her as a hero, and not just in the narration. It shows in the view. This is why she looks the way she does, because just like you guys are saying, if you actually look at the model, the person that they modeled her
Yeah,
after, she's
she's
very
actually
attractive.
cute. Yeah.
Yeah, she's cute and attractive, right?
Hmm.
And this is what upset me about it. I was like, when people started popping off on this, not so much the people like you're talking about, unlimited on both sides,
Yeah.
that were on the stuff, but the guys that are supposed to be Fable fans that were complaining about that. I'm like, no, dude,
Yeah.
we're Fable fans. This is what Fable's about. And
Right.
and as I'm enjoying the trailer, like everything was going over everybody's head, which was kind of irritating me. I'll be honest with you. Like when I picked up on everything when as soon as he started talking about the vegetable.
Mm-hmm.
And then when the beanstalk shot up, I'm like, oh, dude, it's Jack and the Beanstalk. It's a
That's
Fable.
what I thought. I thought the same thing, that it's like fairy tales or something.
Yeah.
That
Yeah. And then when that beanstalk shot up, I'm like, oh my gosh, she's the giant, because the way he talks about her, he can't stand her. And then when he goes, can you wait a minute because you hear a noise? I'm like, oh my gosh, it's her. Because it's not like her. And then he goes there, and if you notice, like he's all proper. And then when he looks at her, he gets mad. And then
Yeah.
to the
And
point
he
where,
loses his composure, and that's when you
yes,
see
thank
his
you.
composure, and that's
Yeah,
what you see what he
and
really looks like.
then it looks
Niall.
looks like you got hints of a boss fight with them in that trailer too.
Yes.
And
Yes, that was
yeah,
actually gameplay.
yeah,
Yeah,
That was
because I
gameplay.
liked it because he goes, this is awkward, but then he rears back, which is classic. You know, if you watch a bunch of movies, right, that's classic. It's bird's eye view. So then
Mhm.
you see him saying, that's awkward, and then he changes, and then his countenance changes, like you said there, and then he's the giant, and then they go
Right.
right into that, like you're saying, that
Right.
boss battle unlimited, right? And then of course the kicker was when he picks her up, and then she turns to the camera, and you think she's gonna say, "Oh F," but she says, "Oh," and then the Fable thing jumps out,
Fable,
Yeah.
yeah.
which is which a lot of people laughed about. But then nobody got the sandwich at the end, which kind of upset me, right?
Yeah.
Because she's sitting on there, so it was kind of cool. They pan out, so obviously she beat him because that's his glasses and they're broken.
Right, that's his
Mhm.
glasses, right?
Which
Yeah.
which further strengthens the reason why he doesn't like the heroes.
Right.
And so, but then she tosses the sandwich, right? Because what does the giant eat?
Mhm.
The giant eat humans, right? So they start off the video saying that he goes, "I was about to make a sandwich."
Yeah.
And so that comes back into play. So the reason I bring all of this up is that's just very smart writing, right? It's something that a lot of, not just gaming, but I'm talking about TV shows we like to watch, are missing,
Mhm.
right? It's that smartness, that wittiness, right? The way that they're able to connect back to things. And like I said, it's not just in gaming. It's the reason why some people don't like when they watch like a Star Wars, right? And they can't figure out why they're not connecting with certain things, right? And it's because these people just can't write.
It's the writing, yeah.
the
I
writing.
gotta agree with that.
Yeah. A lot of writing is pretty awful.
So, like
I
I
don't
said-
like the writing. My least favorite kind of writing are those who think that they know better than the source material.
Oh, that's everybody now.
Yeah.
It is. The basics of writing is that the thing I always told when I took my writing, because when you got to write papers and stuff like that,
Mhm.
remember, you're not writing for yourself, you're writing for an audience, right? There's going to be somebody else that's going to read your stuff. And a lot of people, that's why it gets compared to fan fiction. A lot of the stuff that we're getting, and they pull a lot of these writers come from fan fiction, because people say, oh, this is what the young kids want, this is what the Gen Z, this is what the Gen Z guys want, this is what they're all about, is popular. And I'm like, no, but you still got the rest of the people, and people just want a good story. But the thing that broke my heart about this kind of stuff, and I'm kind of like, dude, this sucks, man, because I feel like nobody was getting the joke, or nobody was getting the story, like nobody was making those connections.
Right.
Because I know there's a lot of people, like for me, I love Infinity War, and that's one of the reasons why I like the whole Infinity Gauntlet thing, is because at least what the brothers, I forgot their names.
The Russo brothers.
The Russo brothers took the time to lay stuff down and then reconnected it throughout the story. So even though some of the stuff, like I know some people are mad, like they kind of tamed Hulk and stuff like that, they didn't get that, but it's still within the story, right? There's all those connections, and they wrapped it up really well. And and when I saw that in Fable, it just to end it, guys. Sorry, but it just made me feel better about the game, because I looked at that and I'm like, okay, this is in good hands, because they understand it. Right? The whole thing with the hero is very present in Fable, right? Like your actions actually affect how the people are going to see you, right? And that was all throughout the trailer, and that kind of upset me, because some of the people I watched were supposedly Fable fans, and I was like, maybe they couldn't get their heads wrapped around the actual look of the game, because it looks a little bit more realistic, I guess. I don't know. I thought it looked great.
It's hard to say, because some of them, they're just upset to be upset, So,
Well, that's why
you got to disqualify them, even though they're a very loud bunch. And then the fake Fable fans, they expose themselves by just flat out not getting Genshin Impact exclusive on PlayStation. No, it's on Nintendo Switch as well, and it's on mobile. Timbuktu. But back to what I was saying. Then you got the fake Fable fans who clearly they I don't know what fake Fable fans thought Fable was, but it's always been humorous. You know what I'm saying? That's been first of all, it's a parody. It's literally a parody of fairy tales.
Yes, it is.
So for them to not get that, it just exposes them. Then you have but overall, I think it was very positively received.
Oh yeah.
The only thing that the most common thing I saw from it was that They didn't know that it was actual gameplay. In there.
Yeah,
That's
what I heard. The
Yeah.
most of, yeah.
Oh yeah, touch on that.
Yeah, so when Phil said, well, why didn't you think that was gameplay? There are people who are still in denial about it.
They are. They think that Phil was lying.
Yeah,
yeah.
It's like they won't believe it until they see the HUD, basically the heads up display, and see your health bar and stuff before they finally believe that it's gameplay. Even though it was gameplay intertwined and everything was in engine, meaning that's how the game looks. So yeah, Fable, and then I don't know why anybody's going to doubt Playground Games at this point. Have you not seen what they've done? So just because they're doing something different from what they usually do, and by the way, they've been working on this game for a long time. Because I don't know if y'all remember, the rumor of them doing an open world RPG goes back to 2017. I kid you not. It's been that far back. Yeah, So they've been working on this game for a long time. So Fable's going to be a mega hit, and even though if that ends up coming out in 2024, that might surpass Avowed of the #1 game.
Yeah, I have to say, because Fable, I was blown away by that. If you ask me what, obviously all them games were great, all of them, but Fable, it hits that right nerve for me with that kind of adult fairy tale story take on it. It's something about that I like, but I didn't see coming, because I'm used to the old Fable. That was what I thought they were going to do. But man, I like this. I like where the direction of the new Fable, and I just love it. So yeah, if that comes out next year, I'm on board.
Oh yeah, they want Game Pass.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
that was making people mad. There was people complaining about that.
What were they complaining about?
Game Pass.
They were complaining about Game Pass.
Yeah, because I watched a lot of different people.
Mm-hmm.
What was they saying about it?
This is why the gaming industry. The same.
Oh, that. Oh.
No, but when they see it on there, Game Pass.
It's not like they upset that they jealous or something. That's what that sounds like.
Ponies. You can tell they're ponies, right? But no. They play. They're gamers. They play everything. Then you see those comments. I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Because like I said, I really tried to get a wide berth of opinions from people, just so I wanted to kind of, I wanted to see and a lot of it, like you said, Unlimited. I don't want to focus just on the negative. There was a lot of positives too from people. That laughed at all the right stuff, and
Now, of course, I didn't like sitting through a lot of people with cynical opinions about Xbox. I'm like, they're showing you what they're doing now. Why are you still talking about them like they're back from 2013? This is not right. This is what they are now. This is what they're showing you. They even said in the show that the reason the show exists is because of the people, because they've been listening. I'm like, has this gotten over people's heads? But they're like, oh, I didn't think Microsoft could show something like that. Where have you been? The other shows, just like Unlimited said, have all been like that. They just refined it. So where have they been? I don't know.
I know a lot of people, because of the popularity, to Unlimited's point earlier, that the showcase was so popular. That's why I ended up watching a lot of people. They were drawn to it because, of course, there's people that are doing their live review, like the reviews of the showcase, the 2-hour reviews. Like they didn't do it on Sunday, but because it's so popular now, they're doing it on their channel.
They went back and saw it. Okay.
Yeah. So I'm watching them, and by nature they're coming into it because they've heard so much good things about it. So by nature they're kind of like, yeah. There's people giving Sarah Bond like some crap. Like one person was like, "Why is her fingers like that?"
What? So of all the things they're gonna focus on, they're focusing on her fingers because they're not pointed or something. I don't know.
Well, she has this. She was like, because she was talking like kind of like trying to get her point across, so she had her fingers kind of curled like. But the great thing about that same person was she's like, "Ooh, but I love that dress." So she did say that. So that's what I mean. This is the average person coming in and critiquing, and for me, that's kind of what you want, because it's showing Microsoft breaking out of that mold where we were pigeonholed, and like we couldn't make it out of our own gamer community box. Right. Have all these average people coming in and watching it, and then some of the stuff that they were looking at, South of Midnight. Definitely piqued a lot of people's interest. Everybody said the same thing, Coraline.
They were saying that. Okay.
Yeah, because it had that vibe to it, right? And that's one of the things. Like, oh my gosh, that looks good. Of course, you had the people like, "Ooh, another giant." You heard that a lot.
I heard that a lot. Yeah.
which is fine, right? I mean, but as long as I don't mind it so much because it's breaking out of that mode, right? And so yeah, dude, I don't know. People will do what people want to do. I'm glad. I love the trajectory that Microsoft is going with Xbox right now.
Yeah,
So,
same.
Yeah, it's clearly a winning formula right now. I love it.
Me too.
it'll be a more winning formula once we get AKB.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just funny because everybody was posting like, "Oh, did you hear about what the courts did?" And then like,
That's
okay,
what Microsoft wanted to happen. 'Cause
yeah, yeah.
It took it out of the hands of the FTC and put it into a court. That's
It
what they
reminded me of what
wanted.
Unlimited said that on one of your shows, Unlimited, you said about
Hmm.
that. Oh, these people are like those experts and stuff. And it's like, did you hear what this was? Did you hear what happened? And then then it blows up in their face, right? When somebody like that one guy that we're following, like Florian or whatever, goes, "Oh yeah, that's actually what Microsoft wanted."
Yeah.
But I guess Dreamcast guy didn't get the memo fast enough because he makes
No,
himself look
he's
stupid.
celebrating the junk over there. He got little cakes while he's blowing out candles and so he's happy.
Yeah, dude. If you want to see somebody funny, dude, Amazing Lucas. I was like, bro, I
Oh.
think I used to follow him before, I was like, bro.
Uh,
On stuff outside of not even with gaming.
mhm,
In fact, there's a dude. He's called Mikel Casanova. He's pretty big here. And we're
mhm.
good friends. And I actually pushed him to do. He was doing more politics stuff. And then he says, but he likes video gaming and pop culture. And he asked me, what are you going to do? I was like, dude, you need to drop the politics because that's half an audience right there if you're going to do politics. And so him and Amazing Lucas, and they were all in that time period. So he's kind of friends with Amazing Lucas. But then once I saw Amazing Lucas, I was following him too. But once I saw he was a pony, I was like, oh, dude, I'm done.
Oh, yeah.
I can't trust anything you say. And I didn't realize how bad it was until all these videos, like everybody, I knew about Amazing Lucas before Fatanga and before Uni Sensei, or not Uni Sensei, it was Uni Sensei, but some of these other guys started doing videos on it. I knew Amazing Lucas way long before that. And then, but when I saw him turn pony, and then like I'm seeing what he does now, I was like, dude, I can't believe I ever watched you. Your opinion.
Yeah, he's so disingenuous that he
Yeah.
just creates stuff in order to just hate on Xbox.
Yeah, it's like you're talking to somebody intelligent, and all of a sudden, the word, you're like having a good conversation. Maybe he's talking to you about like the latest thing in tech or medicine, or he's giving you good stock advice, and you're like, oh, this guy's smart. And he goes, and then he says something like, the Earth is flat.
Yeah, then you realize, oh, yeah.
Wait, what was that?
It's like if I'm listening to you on Unlimited, man, and you're starting to break down the numbers to me, you talk a little bit about accounting stuff, you give me some of your business acumen and stuff like that, or Zinc, right? You guys start talking to me, but that was that really good. And he goes, yeah, Cooper, that the Earth is flat too.
Yeah, just come way out of nowhere. Yeah,
that's what I'll be like, oh, okay, all right, man, I gotta go. I gotta pick up my kids.
Yeah, right.
And nothing they look, dude. I know I listen to the Earth Flatter guys because I like science fiction, right? So so I have no problem listening to people when they talk about that kind of stuff, but you're not gonna get me to believe something I don't believe, so I just leave it at that. Yeah, dude. So what hour are we on?
We're on hour number 4.
I was waiting for E-Rock and Realist.
Yeah, I was thinking to take a lunch break or something.
Yeah. Well, it's only 15 minutes, bro. So you got 15. No, I'm just
yo, I quit if my lunch break was only 15 minutes.
Yeah,
Them days are over for me. I get a 1 hour lunch break for my job. I ain't going back to no 15-minute break, man.
Yeah, dude, that's in the contract. You gotta be sure.
Yeah, I just
Dude, like, go look at Zinc. Earth is flat.
Oh
Earth
yeah,
is
Earth is
flat.
flat, yeah.
Hey
man, I used to call the PlayStation fans the flat earthers of the gaming community with the conspiracy, especially last year when they were calling Microsoft monopoly. I'm just like, these guys sound like flat earthers to me. No matter what proof you come up with, Microsoft still somehow this monopoly. Xbox had no games, but they're a monopoly. It was fantastic.
Yeah, that didn't make no sense.
It was fantastic, man. I'll still occasionally get a troll here or there who would say stuff like somebody said that on the unboxing video I did on my Starfield controller. He came in and said that in the comment, and then somebody responded to his dumb ass. I didn't even have to do the work. When the comment section is jumping on you, that's when you know you're stupid. You said
that was me, man.
Oh, that was you. Okay, yeah.
Screw you and your comment. Screw your controller. First time I went to GameStop. Did I tell you? I went to GameStop, and I live in Hawaii, man. So this is Ponyville. So I have no problems getting stuff most of the time. So I'll just go to GameStop. I'll just go tomorrow. I'll go buy my my Starfield, or what is it?
No, the
Damn.
Starfield controller.
Yeah, the controller, right? Because I saw your pin. I saw your little thumbnail. I'm like, oh, okay, this guy think he's smooth, right? So I go to GameStop, and it's the one that comes. There's this one at the shopping mall that nobody really goes to, right? Because that's where all that's like the hardcore Hawaiians over there, right? It's kind of like our ghetto. So I went over there, and then I walked in there and I looked at the guys like, oh, where's the Starfield controllers? He goes, oh, they sold out. I'm like, what? He goes, yeah, dude. I'm like, are you serious?
They
All
sold
Starfield
out.
controllers still out? And he goes, yeah, I'm surprised too, because he's a Sony guy too. He goes, yeah, they all came in and bought them. So yeah, so I was better. So that was my comment there.
Oh man, see,
Was-
fortunately, I live less than 5 minutes from like a lot of from I love GameStop, Best Buy, all that stuff. So I just went there, took a little break, went there and got my controller, man, and then everybody's like, "How did you get it so fast?" Because I just live right down the street from GameStop. That's why.
Dude, I live right down the road too. You know what I forgot? Number one, Bethesda fans, but a lot of military are here too.
Yeah.
And it's right down the road from the fourth chapter, the army base. So, but I mean, hardcore Bethesda fans. Like, this is why I don't worry about Bethesda being with Xbox, man. I'm like, okay, well, you guys want to attack Xbox, that's fine, but yeah, I dare you to attack Bethesda fans.
No man, don't do that. Don't
Yeah.
do that.
like you were saying.
These people wrap themselves entirely around one game, and I'm a Bethesda fan. I play Skyrim, so
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not
but there are
separating-
definitely levels right there.
Yes,
just-
levels. I'm not in those dark underbellies of the some of those levels. Yeah, I'm not there.
Yeah, it's like Star Trek. I can watch the movies and watch the show and talk a little bit, but with Star Trek fans, that's why I'm more of a Star Wars guy. With Star Trek fans, you'd be like, I don't know if warp drive would be possible.
Star Trek is hardcore. My father raised me on Star Trek. Okay, I was raised on Star Trek, so I've
Yeah.
seen all kinds of levels of Star Trek fandom.
Yes.
The people who have studied the languages and
Mhm.
they know everything about the ship design and everything. I'm telling you that is hardcore there. And,
No, yeah. Like in their fan base, man, you tell them that it's just like if I said that, I was like, well, I don't know. Like I said, if I don't think warp drive is possible, they're like, no, it is possible. Let me show you how. So they start breaking
yeah,
out.
you just and about half your day is gone right there.
Yeah.
Just for asking that one question.
Shit,
Yeah.
Man, I love Starfield. I couldn't go that deep, man. They when I was growing up, cartoons always had the stereotypical nerd, and you think that was fake until you get into the communities, and they're legit dudes like that, man.
Yeah,
and it's always hilarious. But Star Trek was still awesome. I love Star Trek.
I did too. I did. I liked it. I
Yeah.
still do.
It was so ahead of its time.
Yeah, when I was a kid, The Next Generation was the first one I watched. And then I think it was the late 90s. They had Deep Space Nine.
Deep
That was
Space
awesome.
Nine.
With
That
Cisco.
was
Yeah.
so good.
Yeah, with Captain Cisco.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, he was.
That's my boy, man. That's hot.
Yeah, yeah, he
Spencer
was.
Fire.
Oh, he was awesome. He need to do video games because he got an awesome voice too.
Yeah.
Somebody need to hit
yeah.
him up to do some voice acting in these games, man. I could see him being like the next ship captain on the next Mass Effect or something.
Well,
I don't know why. I don't know
bro.
why they don't use him, man.
But he's got
Yeah, hey man, listen. If Patrick Stewart could still be doing voice work,
Yeah.
we could find what's his name? Some Avery.
Yeah, the Avery Brooks.
Avery Brooks. Thank you,
That's
Avery
my
Brooks.
brother. Spencer for hire, bro. That's my
Yeah. If
They hawk.
they could get a listen. They got Michael Keaton to play Batman, and he's 70. They could get Avery Brooks. They could get Avery Brooks to do some voice work in a video game, man. throw him some money, man. Give him whatever he wants. I'd love to see that. But yeah, Deep Space Nine was awesome. Voyager was pretty good as well. I liked
Voyager,
Captain
that was
Janeway.
He was
Yeah.
cool.
Yeah.
7 of 9. 7
Yeah.
Yeah.
79
so
was
popular, yeah.
79 was gorgeous. Oh my
Yes, she
goodness.
was,
I
man.
still remember the first episode. I saw her when she was in human form. I was like, they really know their audience because they had me.
They know their audience, but then they started putting cybernetics on her.
Yeah.
And it got bigger. They're like,
Yeah.
That's a geek for you right there.
Yeah, and then they were giving her some of the best episodes when she joined the crew. I'm like, oh, they know we like her because she was, oh my goodness, was she looking good? Jerry Ryan is her name, the actress name.
Yep.
Yeah, and then
Still
they
looks
had
good to this day, just saying.
what was that?
Still looks good to this day. Just
Yeah,
saying.
yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah,
definitely,
she is
man.
for her age. That's true.
Mhm, yeah. Then they had Enterprise. I don't remember Enterprise much.
I love the Enterprise.
Yeah,
I heard that it started out slow, but
mhm.
then it got good closer to the end. Like that's what I heard. I don't know how true that is, but that's what I heard.
It was slow in the sense that the thing I loved about Enterprise kind of was the world building.
Mhm.
But a lot of people have, just like with Star Wars, right? There's this canon
Mhm.
that people understand when it comes to Star Trek, and it doesn't have to be written.
Mm-hmm.
And so they were taking some liberties, I heard, but I liked the main person and the characters in there. Like I liked the fact that it was like what Starfield's doing, right? Starfield, like I like what the guy said in the video, right? It's called NASA Punk.
That's
Oh yeah.
So that's what I liked about Enterprise, right? To me, it was a good transition because if we're gonna do that,
Mhm.
it's gonna be a good transition from NASA to go to space, and then it had that's what Enterprise was to me. Like it was that stepping stone, and so this is why I'm looking forward to most actually to Starfield, right? Because I like the look, right? I like
Me
the
too. I
Yeah,
actually
same
like
here.
that retro look, but it's sci-fi. I love
Yeah,
it.
for me, the fact is it's in space. I love them space RPGs. Your Mass Effects, your Outer Worlds, love that
Mhm.
stuff.
Yeah.
Man.
Look, dude, I'm gonna dock E-Rock. I expected him to be in by now.
E-Rock let you down. Where is he? Where's the
Y'all-
artist formerly known as E-Rock? I want to know.
E-Rock trying to retire, but we aren't letting him. So he be going to, so he be trying to avoid us, man, because he ain't trying to get back into this. But nobody letting him
No,
him die
he's
out.
fighting it like a baby crying. We
Yeah.
can't. But
Dude,
Sega Man
that's-
won't let that happen.
No, but he needs to come back, dude, because he put in all this time and work.
He did enjoy
So this
it.
is the time we all celebrate, man. So
That's what I'm saying. I mean, at this point, Microsoft is on that train. You know how you look at an amusement park ride, and it, the coaster is just slowly coasting to the top and stuff. This is like Xbox. It's now reached the peak, and now it's starting to go on the other side, and it's picking up speed. And this is not the time to give up. I don't know what he's doing.
Man, we're gonna get him back on here.
Yeah.
I'm surprised he didn't pop in now that we're talking about pop culture stuff.
Yeah.
Because he would have blew this all up.
Yeah, man. He's good with his pop culture.
It's kind of funny because when he talks about, because like I said, I've been following E-Rock since the 1UP days.
Mm-hmm.
So I remember following from there. And then when he finally hit YouTube, man, it was like a peanut butter and chocolate to me. I was like, dude, you because just of his personality, right? And the humor he has and everything he brings. Plus, he brings a lot of truth as well. But he just has a way. He has a way of presenting everything, which is cool. So,
Yeah.
He does. He's a good speaker.
Oh, he's a great speaker.
Yeah.
That's why I ain't gonna lie. I'm jealous of him and Ebo.
Him and who?
I glad you guys come on my podcast, man, because like when I do these videos and stuff like that, dude, I'll be rambling and stuff like that. I'm actually not like that.
We keep you focused.
You keep me focused. You keep me like I don't have to talk.
Okay. Well, now we know what our use is.
Yeah, when it comes to, I mean, but hosting. Yeah, hosting a podcast does a little different because for at least for me, I'm trying to manage everything, so I don't mind not speaking as much as letting other people get shine, letting other people take over. Sometimes I be forgetting I haven't said anything in a while, and Zink be like, "What are your thoughts?" I'm like,
yeah,
"Oh
Zink
shit,
is
that's
good
right."
at managing that.
Yeah, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, that's right. I haven't gotten my thoughts on the topic." But it'd be like an hour and a half later, and I'd be ready to move on to the next thing sometimes. So.
Yeah, I mean, like with your podcast, your formatting, like it feels like to me, like from watching your first videos, it's definitely gelling, right? Like you're finding that groove, man. But,
yeah, exactly.
Like for me, some of my best videos that everybody likes is I'm pissed off. Right? Right. Because I'm like, let me tell you. So like I get like all, and then I'm like, because I'm focused, because I'm mad. Just like my kids. My kids hate when I get mad because then the house gets clean. Yeah, my kids pissed me off one time. My kids pissed me off like that's it, and then I just started cleaning. We host. Like the boards around the ball on the bottom, the backing boards. Like we scrubbed all that down. You could eat out of my bathtub. That thing was because when I get mad like that, I get focused right, and then the kids be like, "Dad," I'm like,
Oh, the place is clean. Dad's upset.
Yeah.
That
Yo,
baby
so-
kicks in too, and I'd be like, you can eat
Yo,
off of these boys.
someone on Twitter asked, which parent was the authoritative figure in your house? I was like, my dad, man. Nothing got me in line more than wait until your dad get home.
Yeah.
For me growing up, and then when I got
Yeah.
home, oh man, that man, I had to do something, cut the grass, fix something, clean up
Right.
something. I was like, oh man, that was all. That was it. You know, whenever my mom starts saying, "Wait till your dad gets home," I knew I really messed up because that was game over for me.
Bro, my dad is old school, right? So we'd be walking on eggshells because he's already pissed off.
Yeah.
When he didn't take much to get him mad.
Yeah, my dad wasn't that old school. It's just that you know you don't mess with dad. That's just how it was growing up. But he wasn't.
But
Yeah, my dad was that balance of like my dad was cool. My dad was cool for the most part. It's just that as long as for me it's like as long as our grades were good and we weren't messing up or running the streets, everything was fine. But as soon as you crossed dad, you knew it was done. It's like don't cross dad or mom, or if my mom said wait till your dad gets home, you knew it was done. I still remember when I got suspended in 4th grade. I got suspended in 4th grade, and I was saying a prayer, man, because I knew my dad was gonna kill me when he got home.
Yeah.
You know, and then my dad, you know, I try to wear extra layers because because back then they used to be able to whip your kids, man. So I knew I was gonna get my ass whooped. So I wore like 3 layers of clothes, and my dad was like, "A man take his punishment." So I got down to just my regular pair of clothes, and he tore my ass up. And then the way my dad does things, like he gives you a speech afterwards. So you don't just get a whooping and he sits your ass down and tells you a million ways why you messed up and how to do better and all this stuff. And that was what it was like growing up for me, man. So.
My dad was this way, dude. I knew something was gonna go down. Like I see my dad fight people. I see my dad rip through people. Like my dad's a big dude, man.
Yeah.
So I used to see him rip through people. Like I'm not just saying that because he's my dad, but one of the things I knew, like I knew this, like me and my brothers and sisters were all scared of this. Right? When my dad started talking, but he started like having trouble talking, like you know, like he starts doing a stutter. That's it. The fist is coming. Dude, the fist is coming. I seen him do that to people, man. So yeah, my dad. So it was like for my kids, right? Some people say, "Oh, you're pretty good with your kids." I was like, I have no sympathy for them. My dad used to fly us around the house. You know, like when I look at the kids nowadays, like I mean, my kids especially, I'm like, they'll be like with their mom. You know, I was kind of like, oh, you spanked them. I was like, they'll be fine. I was like, dude, I didn't get a belt. I didn't get slippers. I didn't get the wire hanger. Or like that episode of Good. Do you remember that episode of Good Times? In a penny with the belt.
My mom was with me with an extension cord, and I was so surprised. I wasn't even, you know, the first, you know, usually it hurt, but the first time she hit me with it, I wasn't even. It didn't even hurt. I was just surprised for that second. Yeah. Like, did she just hit me with an extension cord? Then she started to tear into my ass, man. I was like, Jesus, I ain't gonna forget that one, man.
Okay, so the little disclaimer: the Wrecking Crew podcast does not.
Yeah. We do not endorse any type of child endangerment or nothing. It's just how we grew up, people.
Yeah,
that's it. That's just how we grew up.
Tim Fuck 2 says it says it best right here. Bill's character.
It builds character up to a point. To me, at least from what I remember, it stopped being effective around like 12, 13.
Yes.
Then you're just too big for that. And
then you get punishments and stuff.
Yeah,
like, you know, you can't go out. You might be got to stay in your room for a week or stay in the house for a week or something like that. That's what it became. Yeah.
And another thing, like my dad, he never whooped my sister. My sister was if y'all remember that show, Everybody Hates Chris, how the sister had Julius wrapped around her finger. That's what it was. My sister, she could do no wrong in my dad's eyes. But I guess that's what it's like being the only girl or something, huh?
It's some bitterness coming out.
Yeah, it was just funny, man. Because I tried to tell my daddy, like, oh, I don't have no favorite. Just don't mess with your sister and all that. I'm like, all right, man.
Yeah. That's how kind of is in Hawaiian families. Like the dad will like always like, you know, for my sisters and stuff like that, he's protective.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you know that's how he raised. That's how he raised us. Like my brother and I, he always told us, take care of your sister, this and that. So
Oh,
so
yeah.
we when we done like protective big brothers too. Like if she has a new boyfriend and she meets us, we grill them down and stuff. Make sure she ain't with no fool.
Dude, that's still one of my best scenes in Bad Boys.
Hmm.
When the dude goes to the
Oh
door.
yeah. Yo, he had him scared. That was
And I was watching the movie, and there's like, we had some, I won't say what culture they are, but I'm pretty
Mhm.
sure you know what culture it was. Sitting, like, they're down there at the road, they were kind of like, oh my goodness, what's going on? And then the rest of us, like, oh, yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah.
We understand. But, yeah. No, it was just, it's just different, dude, when you have your own kids, too. Like,
Yeah.
but, like with my son, dude, because their mom's Japanese, right?
Mhm.
So on that side, dude, the boys are kind of looked upon. Like, they get the favoritism.
Yeah.
So it's weird on my side of the family, it's the girls. So like my dad
Right.
is, yeah, you guys are boys, do, go do this, go do that. He's not gonna have to
Mhm,
me for it.
mhm.
But on the
Yeah.
flip side, like so on the flip side though, like with my son, with his mom's side of the family, they're like, oh, because he's the first boy.
Mhm.
So yeah, he kind of gets favoritism. But one day he was like, see that he looked at me, he was smiling at me. I goes, oh, I told him, bro, don't be smiling at me. You're gonna have to ride home with me. And so sometimes they'd hang out with the family, kind of get spoiled, and then I take them down to I take them to the other side of the island with my family,
Right.
and then I let all the cousins handle them. They play with their cousins, so they'd be like getting roughed up.
Yeah. Oh man. Hey man, that's how it was for me too, man. And, for example, on birthdays, you used to get the punch in the arms for however old you are and stuff like that.
You had a birthday? Oh, that's
Yeah.
nice.
Yeah. See, listen. I didn't. People might be listening, like, man, y'all guys grew up in a rough. Nah, I actually had a good childhood. It's just my parents just didn't put up with. My parents just didn't put up with nonsense. That's all it was.
Oh,
You know.
yeah.
Other than that, man, it wasn't too bad. And even when we struggled, there's never this sense of uh that it wouldn't get better or something. And to be fair, my dad doing making me do stuff. I didn't realize this until especially when you go out dating. A lot of
Yeah.
guys don't. I did not know that there are a lot of guys who didn't know how to do something like change a tire, change their oil, and I could do that, right? And I had no clue that wasn't just common knowledge thing these days. Because with my ex, I remember when my ex had her tire blew out, and she called me to come fix it. She was like, "Oh, thank you," and she was telling me how she dated another guy. They had to sit on the road and wait for AAA. I'm like, for a tire? Huh?
They had the equipment and he couldn't do it.
Yeah, and it's like that's like the first thing you learn with a car. It's probably the easiest thing to repair, basically, right?
Well,
So
when you pour, nobody gonna come, right?
yeah, exactly. So learning how to do stuff though, that's looking back. That's one of the things that looking back, I'm actually grateful for. That my dad actually didn't just have me sit in the house all day. He actually, he put me to work. Yeah, because as a kid it sucked. As a kid, I couldn't, like, during the summer I could not go outside until I finished reading a book, like at least one book or something like that. And at the time I hated it because, like, man, why are you making me read during all the other kids outside? And then then by the time I get to college, I'm pretty well read, and it ended up benefiting me. So looking back, I'm actually kind of grateful for some of the stuff that I thought at the time was being hard on me.
Yeah, when I went into the Navy, that's when it hit me because I had never been around a bunch of different people. Like, and because we had about like 50 something people in our company, and so they're from all over the country, man. And I just assumed everybody had a childhood like mine. And then I found out that first night that there was differences. People couldn't fold clothes, they didn't know how to wash laundry, they didn't know how to clean up after themselves, they didn't know how to clean themselves. We had a dude that didn't take a bath.
Holy
he
shit!
took a shower. Yeah, dude, he actually got a GI shower. It was so bad. Like stuff like that, and then it dawned on me because one day I was doing, they give you stuff, menial things for you to build, camaraderie and all this kind of stuff. There's a method to their madness. So I was over there just scrubbing the tiles and stuff like that. And the CC actually came down and checked on me. He said, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yes, sir." And he's like, You don't have a problem with this? I'm like, no. And I remember telling him, I was like, oh no, I do more than this at my house. So I remember saying that to him, and he was kind of like, because it's just like different, just raised differently.
Right.
Yeah, so I'm like you, man. I appreciate all, even the whoopings that I got. I know, as Tim was saying here in the comments, man. But yeah, it builds character. It builds character in a sense. Like, look, I mean, I wouldn't wish that on. We live in different times. Again, disclaimer, right?
Mhm.
But I'm saying, dude, it's like when I look at my kids, because of all the stuff that's been going on over the last couple of years, my kids look at me and say, "Dad, you gonna be okay, right?" I'm like, "Yeah, I'm fine. I love sardines. I can fry a Vienna sausage, dude." So I was looking. I was like, "Man," my kids were like, "Oh, what you looking for, Dad?" Because we was at the other side of the island. I was like,
Mhm.
"I just gonna sell the bologna with the strip, the red strip." That's that kind of stuff. I'm not saying that, but it's just the reality of how it was back then. So
Yeah.
So all this stuff, all these years, man, this just took me back. Anyway, I know we kind of got off on the thing. Dea, are you still there? I'm sorry.
Yeah. Sorry, Daya.
Yeah, we kind
Oh,
of.
sorry. I think I'm hitting my limit. I think
Oh
Yeah,
no, you're good.
We 5 hours.
I see at the top left, it's 5 hours into the podcast.
yeah, man. I
man.
think I'm hitting
Yeah,
it.
hey, where's Vodka and 100 and Realist, man? It's their time. It's their shift.
Well, Hunter was already in here. Then I don't know what happened. He dropped.
Yeah, 100 wasn't here because I got like tagged in and then he
Oh,
tagged
okay.
out.
Hey, Vodka, come tag us out, man. It's your turn. Where's Fireboss? I know he's usually the one that be here at like
he was
4
first
a.m.
shift today.
Really? He's
Yeah,
usually the one that at the end.
A lot of
Yeah,
people.
Fireboss usually ends the show with Sega Forever.
Yeah, he was. He bought Fireboss. Dea was early shift.
Mhm.
We did a
Then I
turnover.
had to come back. Yeah, 'cause
Yeah.
I had to go.
So so that's why I was like, I gotta get Zinc's information.
Oh,
But
yeah.
normally, right, I do these later, like at least later for. I know it's late for you guys, but I mean normally it's like 3 a.m. for you guys when I start doing these. But that's why I was off today, and I wanted to knock it out early because I won't be able to do anything because I got something to do in the morning. So I need
Right.
to with my daughter then. So yeah, but that's why I did it this time. I was like, I was like, I wonder if anybody's gonna show up. I was like, I'll just knock it out because I just want to at least be consistent with this podcast because I want to do the pop culture one. I want to start doing that on my off weeks, which is next week.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so you guys want to join in on that? But I gotta start first. I gotta do that one with Hebot on the Masters of the Universe.
That's a good
Yeah.
intro
Yeah.
show, and then you can branch out from there, I guess.
Yeah, that's why I love doing stuff with Hebot, man, because I can just tag team. I can tag off of his stuff because like I had no idea.
I mean, when you work with Hebot, you're the guest host on it with him, man.
Oh, he's so like for me, like I feel bad. That's another reason why I felt bad because I know. Look, everybody knows He-Man, right? If you grew up in our time, but I'm not like I wouldn't consider myself a He-Man fan, like on that level, like he is. So it's gonna make it easier because if somebody comes into the chat and starts saying stuff to me, I won't be able to answer them. I was like, look, I thought the Sorceress was hot, Yeah, like, so I used to watch Gem and the Holograms. That what do you want me to tell you, right? So but I can't do those deep dives like he can. But I would, if you guys want to come on the pop culture, especially you guys, because like I know Unlimited, man, he knows a lot about DC stuff. There, a lot about stuff in general. I was really impressed when you was, and then I want to get Vodka in here, man, because Vodka he might.
Vodka would be a good one to bring in. Yeah.
He might. I know he knows a lot of other stuff, but I want him in here because he's the Korean connection, man. Yeah, Vodka, like he knows a lot of stuff about. Like we were talking about it one day because I watch a lot of K dramas and K-pop and stuff. And I know you watching K dramas now too. Right?
Yes, I do. Yeah, I think we got a channel that just has K dramas on there.
Oh, okay.
Yep.
Yeah, we could do that. I've been into. I'm glad like they're finally getting their due, right? I'm kind of pissed off with Microsoft because they kind of slow rolling their stuff to South Korea. I'm like, come on, Phil.
Yeah, they need to get that kicked on. Yeah.
Like I said, some people got mad at me, but I'm like, look, dude, I love Japan just as any other person born in the 50th state. But you need to start rolling over to South Korea because look, Japan is Japan. I have no problem with them, dude. Like I don't care that they don't want to give us their game. I don't care. Look, I'm not starving on this side, but on the flip side, that shouldn't prevent us from going out to other Asian countries, especially Southeast Asia, and start exploring this thing. Which I know they're kind of doing it, but I would like to see them, chop, and maybe in turn for people that like Japanese games on that level, maybe that'll wake Japan up and say, hey, we need to get in more with Microsoft. Because South Korea right now is ready, dude. They got a lot of them.
They are ready. Microsoft needs to start buying over there.
Yes, they do. Like Dokkaebi, and me and Bato was talking about that. Dokkaebi, and then Iraq even talked about it. I didn't even know Iraq knew about Dokkaebi. But then you have a game like that, dude. Microsoft needs that. They need that.
I agree. I think they need to get on that. But I know what was holding them up is ABK. Once this thing is done, and I'm gonna tell you, they're not gonna do that first. They're gonna go after these studios that they're working with first, in my opinion. That's what I think they're gonna do. Those are going to be, if anybody's a candidate of a quick buyout, it'll be them. I think they're setting these people up for purchase. That's my suspicion.
Yeah, I'm not gonna. I hope so. I mean, just because it's just time. Because I want them to. I understand like Phil's philosophy, and like we were talking about earlier. Like I think it was you that was saying that, right? Like the way they approach the relationships and stuff like that. That's fine. But like I don't want them.
I don't got any vodka to keep me going. Oh man, vodka is too much.
Yeah, him and Realist, man, that's a dangerous duo.
Yeah.
To get both of them on this podcast, dude. I'll just sit back and let you guys. I'll just stay in the chat, let you guys all go at it. Not in a bad way, but just the knowledge you guys will be dropping. But yeah, so but we can wrap it up, guys. Dea, you want to shout yourself out, and then we'll call it.
Yeah, okay. I'm Dia4568. You can find me in Unlimited's podcast, Sega Man's. I sometimes show up here. I also can be found in the chat of a lot of different channels. Sometimes not all of them are just with our circles, but yeah, you can find me with there, and I hope to see you soon while I do a podcast, or maybe we can talk in the chat sometime.
All right, Unlimited.
Yeah, man, that's right. It's your boy Unlimited Production, and I do the Unlimited Truth whenever the truth is needed. You could also find me with the likes of Sega Man, 100, Hebot, Sega Forever. And I'll be in the chat here and there. Admittedly, I tend to when I listen to other people's podcasts, I'm usually doing something else, so I don't comment as much as say Zinc or Dea. But I still try to at least pop in and say hi. But know that I usually do watch everybody's content.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm the same way. Again, Xbox All In channel, Sega Forever. I'm the same way as Unlimited. I mean, I might not. It's been kind of busy the last couple of weeks, man. My daughter actually got a job. So I've been busy. Like some of the hoops you have to jump through, it kind of surprised me, especially for Hawaii. Right? They're asking like for a passport and stuff like that. I was like, okay, here we go.
What?
Yeah, it was weird. But now that's kind of slowed down, and of course we got hit with all those showcases, of which I'm still behind. Like I said, guys, I'll watch the Ubisoft. Watch that. I gotta watch Capcom still as well, because I gave all my attention to like the Microsoft stuff. And,
Everybody did.
Yeah, it was such a great showcase, man. So, but yeah, I'm the same way, guys. I try and comment and stuff like that, but like you, Unlimited, a lot of times I'm listening to you guys on the go, or I'm at an appointment or at the gym, doing my therapy and stuff like that, which is cool, because that's why there's sometimes I wish we would put out more content, because I can't watch anybody anymore. I'll be perfectly, or it's like some of the guys in our chat, I wish they did channels. I would support them. Yeah. Because a lot of these dudes are actually, they don't know what they're talking about, and then the guys in the Xbox community, like 75% of them are all pony bots, and I can't listen.
Right? Yeah.
It's just an exercise in frustration, and like you guys said, with everything else, like the same thing with me, man. Look, if there's something I don't like, I just step.
Yeah.
I'm not going to participate in it. You're not going to get my money. More importantly, you're not going to get my time, right? Because I look at that kind of stuff as I'm actually like that now. The only thing that gives Game Pass a run for its money right now for me is K-dramas. That's right. Right, because I'm like, okay, that kind of, that's what I kind of manage my time between, right? And then of course the stuff that you guys are producing, like I want to listen to you guys stuff. But yeah, so that's how we're gonna do it at least on this side of the Xbox community. At least for me, man. Like I say on Twitter, man, I bleed green 100%. That's just the way I am. And if people can't rock with that, then no harm, no foul. You guys can do your thing. I'll do mine. I'm not talking about anybody on the panel, but just people.
Yeah.
Because we get so many people now coming to the Xbox side, right? And then now we got this narrative I can't stand. Is like, well, why can't you own every console? I was like, look, Hope, you wasn't here in 2013.
I can't stand up to own every console thing because it's impractical. First of all, most games are on every platform, except for Nintendo. Nintendo got an asterisk there. But still, most games are on every platform. So why would I spend $500 to own a PlayStation and Xbox when I could play everything on Xbox except for like three to 7 games or just on PlayStation? You know what I'm saying, per year. So that's one. And two, again, for the way, listen, I don't think people realize that's what's happening right now.
Yeah.
Is that people are kind of cultivating into their own little niches in the sense that if you, for example, streaming services, there are people now, if you use Roku, chances are all your TVs in your house are Roku, or all your devices are Roku, or all your Apple Plus or Fire Stick, right? All of them. People are not mix and matching, Roku and Fire Sticks in their houses, right? And the same is happening with consoles, where if you're a Nintendo dude, you are a Nintendo dude, right? Or like I own a PS5. I haven't turned on my PlayStation 5 in months because I do all my gaming on Xbox, and because I'm an Xbox guy, and so now even more than ever, when you join, pretty much. Your level of brand loyalty, the level of brand loyalty we're seeing now is kind of insane because Apple fans are only buying Apple products. Samsung fans the same way, or people who buy Surfaces, they live and die by the Surface, right? And so people say just on every console. Yeah, most people are not wasting. And yes, it is a waste to spend $300 to $500 on a console you use once or twice a year, or to play 1 or 2 games. Because think about it, that's like saying I'm a rent a car just to drive through New York or something. It's just use your own car. And that's how people see it with gaming. Why would I spend $500 on a PS5 when Call of Duty, Assassin's Creed, and all that's already on Xbox? I'm gonna just play Starfield instead of Spider-Man, and I'm good.
Right.
And then Phil talked about that as well, like talking about the libraries that people are building on these systems. That's why, to me, that's the most important thing with AKB. I know in the mobile, I'm not. That's totally correct as well. But I mean, if you can get that shift right, like I know Phil kind of said that, but I'm telling you, man, when Call of Duty becomes the norm on Game Pass, right? And then the other thing that Phil was talking about, when he's talking about the new audience, he's not just talking about guys like us.
Yeah.
He's talking about like my kids.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not trying to say that Microsoft's a big evil corporation, right? But they have plans, right?
Yeah.
And every time I see Satya smile, I agree with you, Satya, but I'm also keeping my eye on it. Right? When him and Elon Musk were going at it about the AI stuff, this is big league stuff, right? This is that other level stuff that Phil was talking about back in 2015, right? When he basically kind of personally said like, oh well, we don't kind of look at Sony and Nintendo as a competition, and now we see that reality right now, right? Especially with this past showcase, it's been building up, but I'm glad that it's coming to fruition.
Agreed.
Yeah, but yeah, dude. So yeah, thank you guys for joining us, man. Vodka, let's throw up your stuff. See, that's what I'm talking about. They need to buy. What he said? Yeah, they need to buy Prolibus. Yep, 100%. I don't know. They need to buy the guys that did that shooting game. I can't think of their name. The one that I guess it's not as popular since Fortnite came out. But anyway, thank you guys for joining us. Xbox All In channel. Host Sega Forever. We out.